Section 48 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Paradise Lost, the 5th book, Part 2. Thus, when with meats and drinks they had sufficed, not burdened nature, sudden mind arose in Adam not to let the occasion pass, given him by this great conference, to know of things above his world, and of their being who dwell in heaven, whose excellence he saw transcend his own so far, whose radiant forms, divine effulgence, whose high power so far exceeded human. And his wary speech thus to the imperial minister he framed. Inhabitant with God, now know I well thy favor in this honor done to man, under whose lowly roof thou hast vouchsafed to enter, and these earthly fruits to taste, food not of angels, yet accepted so, as that more willingly thou couldst not seem at heaven's high feast to have fed. Yet what compare? To whom the winged hierarch replied, O Adam, one Almighty is, from whom all things proceed, and up to him returned, if not depraved from good, created all such to perfection. One first matter all, endued with various forms, various degrees of substance, and in things that live, of life, but more refined, more spirituous and pure, as nearer to him placed or nearer tending, each in their several active spheres assigned, till body up to spirit work, in bounds proportioned to each kind. So from the root springs higher the green stalk, from thence the leaves more airy, last the bright consummate flower spirit's odorous breathes. Flowers and their fruit, man's nourishment, by gradual scale sublimed, to vital spirits aspire, to animal, to intellectual. Give both life and sense, fancy and understanding, whence the soul reason receives, and reason is her being, discursive or intuitive. Discourse is oftest yours, the latter most is ours, differing but in degree, of kind the same. Wonder not then what God for you saw good, if I refuse not, but convert, as you, to a proper substance. Time may come when men with angels may participate, and find no inconvenient diet, nor too light fare. And from these corporal nutriments, perhaps, your bodies may at last turn all to spirit, improved by tract of time, and wing descend ethereal, as we, or may at choice here or in heavenly paradises dwell, if ye be found obedient, and return unalterably firm his love entire, whose progeny you are. Meanwhile enjoy your fill, what happiness this happy state can comprehend, incapable of more. To whom the patriarch of mankind replied, O favorable spirit, propitious guest, well hast thou taught the way that might direct our knowledge, and the scale of nature set from center to circumference, whereon in contemplation of created things by steps we may ascend to God. But say, what meant that caution joined, if ye be found obedient? Can we want obedience then to him, or possibly his love desert, who forms us from the dust and placed us here, full to the utmost measure of what bliss human desires can seek or apprehend? To whom the angel, Son of heaven and earth, attend, that thou art happy, owe to God, that thou continue such, owe to thyself, that is, to thy obedience. Therein stand. This was that caution given thee. Be advised. God made thee perfect, not immutable, and good he made thee, but to preserve he left it in thy power, ordained thy will by nature free, not overruled by fate inextricable, or strict necessity. Our voluntary service he requires, not our necessitated. Such with him finds no acceptance, nor can find. For how can hearts not free be tried whether they serve willing or no, who will but what they must by destiny, and can no other choose? Myself and all the angelic host that stand in sight of God enthroned, our happy state hold, as you yours, while our obedience holds. On other surety none. Freely we serve, because we freely love, as in our will to love or not. And thus we stand or fall. And some are fallen, to disobedience fallen, and so from heaven to deepest hell. O fall from what high state of bliss into what woe? To whom our great progenitor, thy words attentive, and with more delighted ear, divine instructor, I have heard, than when cherubic songs by night from neighboring hills aerial music send. Nor knew I not to be, both will and deed, created free. Yet that we never shall forget to love our Maker, and obey him whose command, single is yet so just, my constant thoughts assured me, and still assure. Though what thou tellest hath passed in heaven, some doubt within me move, but more desire to hear, if thou consent, the full relation, which must needs be strange, worthy of sacred silence to be heard. And we have yet large day, for scarce the sun hath finished half his journey, and scarce begins his other half in the great zone of heaven. Thus Adam made request, and Raphael, after short pause, assenting, thus began. High matter thou enjoinest me, O prime of men, sad task and hard. For how shall I relate to human sense the invisible exploits of warring spirits? How without remorse the ruin of so many, glorious once and perfect while they stood? How, last, unfold the secrets of another world, perhaps not lawful to reveal? Yet for thy good this is dispensed, and what surmounts the reach of human sense I shall delineate so, by likening spiritual to corporal forms, as may express them best. Though what if earth be but the shadow of heaven, and things therein, each to other like more than on earth is thought. As yet this world was not, and chaos wild reigned where these heavens now rowl, where earth now rests, upon her center poised, when on a day, for time, though in eternity, applied to motion, measures all things durable by present, past, and future, on such day as heaven's great year brings forth, the imperial host of angels, by imperial summons called, innumerable before the Almighty's throne, forthwith from all the ends of heaven appeared, under their hierarchs, in orders bright. 10,000 ensigns high advanced, standards and gonfalons, twixt van and rear stream in the air, and for distinction serve of hierarchies, of orders and degrees, or in their glittering tissues bear emblazoned holy memorials, acts of zeal and love recorded eminent. Thus when in orbs of circuit inexpressible they stood, orb within orb, the Father infinite, by whom in bliss embosomed sat the Son, amidst, as from a flaming mount, whose top brightness had made invisible, thus spake. Hear all ye angels, progeny of light, thrones, dominations, princedoms, virtues, powers, hear my decree, which unrevoked shall stand. This day I have begot whom I declare my only Son, and on this holy hill him have anointed, whom ye now behold at my right hand. Your head I him appoint, and by myself have sworn to him shall bow all knees in heaven, and shall confess him Lord. Under his great vicegerent reign abide, unite us one individual soul, forever happy. Him who disobeys me disobeys, breaks union, and that day, cast out from God and blessed vision, falls into utter darkness, deep engulfed, his place ordained without redemption, without end. So spake the Omnipotent, and with his words all seemed well pleased. All seemed, but were not all. That day, as other solemn days, they spent in song and dance about the sacred hill, mystical dance, which yonder starry sphere of planets, and fixed in all her wheels, resembles nearest, mazes intricate, eccentric, intervolved, yet regular than most when most irregular they seem. And in their motions harmony divine, so smooths her charming tones that God's own ear listens delighted. Evening now approached, for we have also our evening and our morn, we hours for change delectable, not need. Forthwith from dance to sweet repast they turn, desirous. All in circles as they stood, tables are set, and on a sudden, piled with angels' food, and rubied nectar flows in pearl, in diamond, and massy gold. Fruit of delicious vines, the growth of heaven. On flowers reposed, and with fresh flowerets crowned, they eat, they drink, and in communion sweet quaff immortality and joy, secure of surfeit, where full measure only bounds excess, before the all-bounteous King, who showered with copious hand, rejoicing in their joy. Now an ambrosial night, with clouds exhaled from that high mount of God, whence light and shade spring both, the face of brightest heaven had changed to grateful twilight, for night comes not there in darker veil, and roseate dews disposed all but the unsleeping eyes of God to rest, wide over all the plain, and wider far than all this globeous earth in plain outspread. Such are the courts of God. The angelic throng, dispersed in bands and files, their camp extend by living streams among the trees of life, pavilions numberless and sudden reared, celestial tabernacles where they slept, fanned with cool winds, save those who, in their course, melodious hymns about the sovereign throne, alternate all night long. But not so, waked Satan. So call him now. His former name is heard no more in heaven. He of the first, if not the first archangel, great in power, in favor and preeminence, yet fraught with envy against the Son of God, that they honored by his great Father and proclaimed Messiah, King anointed, could not bear, through pride, that sight, and thought himself impaired. Deep malice thence conceiving and disdain, soon as midnight brought on the dusky hour friendliest to sleep and silence, he resolved with all his legions to dislodge and leave unworshipped, unobeyed, the throne supreme, contemptuous, and, his next subordinate, awakening, thus to him in secret spake. Sleepest thou, companion dear? What sleep can close thy eyelids? And rememberest what decree of yesterday so late hath passed the lips of heaven's Almighty? Thou to me thy thoughts wast wont, I mine to thee was wont to impart. Both waking we were one, how then can now thy sleep dissent? New laws thou seest imposed, new laws from him who reigns new minds may raise in us who serve. New counsels to debate what doubtful may ensue. More in this place to utters not safe. Assemble thou of all those myriads which we lead the chief. Tell them that, by command, ere yet dim night her shadowy cloud withdraws, I am to haste, and all who under me their banners wave, homeward with flying march, where we possess the quarters of the north, there to prepare fit entertainment to receive our King, the great Messiah, and his new commands, who speedily through all the hierarchies intend to pass triumphant, and give laws. So spake the false archangel, and infused bad influence into the unwary breast of his associate. He together calls, or several one by one, the regent powers, under him regent, tells as he was taught that the Most High commanding, now ere night, now ere dim night had disencumbered heaven, the great hierarchical standard was to move. Tells the suggested cause, and casts between ambiguous words and jealousies the sound of taint integrity. But all obeyed the wonted signal and superior voice of their great potentate. For great indeed his name, and high was his degree in heaven. His countenance, as the morning star that guides the starry flock, allured them, and with lies drew after him the third part of heaven's host. Meanwhile the eternal eye, whose sight discerns abstrusest thoughts, from forth his holy mount, and from within the golden lamps that burns nightly before him, saw without their light rebellion rising, saw in whom, how spread among the sons of morn, what multitudes were banded to oppose his high decree, and smiling to his only son thus said, Son, thou in whom my glory I behold in full resplendence, heir of all my might, nearly it now concerns us to be sure of our omnipotence, and with what arms we mean to hold what anciently we claim of deity or empire. Such a foe is rising, who intends to erect his throne equal to ours throughout the spacious north, nor so content hath in his thought to try in battle what our power is or our right. Let us advise, and to this hazard draw with speed what force is left, and all employ in our defense, lest unawares we lose this our high place, our sanctuary, our hill. To whom the sun, with calm aspect and clear lightning divine, ineffable, serene, made answer, Mighty Father, thou thy foes justly hast in derision, and secure laughest at their vain designs and tumultuous vain. Matter to me of glory, whom their hate illustrates, when they see all regal power given me to quell their pride, and in event know whether I be dexterous to subdue thy rebels, or be found the worst in heaven. So spake the Son, but Satan with his powers far was advanced on winged speed, and hosts innumerable as the stars of night, or stars of morning, dewdrops which the sun impearls on every leaf and every flower. Regions they passed, the mighty regencies of seraphim and potentates, and thrones in their triple degrees. Regions to which all thy dominion, Adam, is no more than what this garden is to all the earth and all the sea, from one entire globose stretched into longitude, which having passed at length into the limits of the north they came, and Satan to his royal seat high on a hill, far blazing, as a mount raised on a mount, with pyramids and towers from diamond quarries hewn of rocks of gold. The palace of great Lucifer, so called that structure in the dialect of men interpreted, which, not long after he, affecting all equality with God, in imitation of that mount whereon Messiah was declared in sight of heaven, the mountain of the congregation called. For thither he assembled all his train, pretending so commanded to consult about the great reception of their king thither to come, and with tumultuous art of counterfeited truth thus held their ears. Thrones, dominations, princedoms, virtues, powers, if these magnificent titles yet remain not merely titular, since by decree another now hath to himself engrossed all power, and thus eclipsed under the name of King Anointed, for whom all this haste of midnight march and hurried meeting here, this only to consult, how we may best, with what we have devised of honors new, receive him coming to receive from us knee tribute yet unpaid, prostration vile. Too much to one, but double how endured, to one and to his image now proclaimed. But what of better counsels might direct our minds and teach us to cast off this yoke? Will you submit your necks and choose to bend the supple knee? Will ye not, if I trust to know you right, or if you know yourselves, natives and sons of heaven, possessed before by none, and if not equal all, yet free, equally free, for orders and degrees jar not with liberty, but well consist. Who can in reason then, or right, assume monarchy over such as live by right his equals? If in power and splendor less, in freedom equal? Or can introduce law and edict on us, who without law err not? Much less for this to be our Lord, and look for adoration, to the abuse of those imperial titles which assert our being ordained to govern, not to serve. Thus far his bold discourse without control had audience when, among the seraphim, Abdiel, then whom none with more zeal adored the deity, and divine commands obeyed, stood up, and in a flame of zeal severe, the current of his fury thus opposed. O argument blasphemous, false and proud, words which no ear ever to hear in heaven expected, least of all from thee, ingrate, and place thyself so high above thy peers. Canst thou with impious obloquy condemn the just decree of God, pronounced and sworn, that to his only Son, by right endued with regal scepter, every soul in heaven shall bend the knee, and in that honor due confess him rightful King? Unjust, thou sayest, flatly unjust, to bind with laws the free, and equal over equals to let reign, one over all with unsucceeded power. Shalt thou give law to God? Shalt thou dispute with him the point of liberty, who made thee what thou art, and formed the powers of heaven such as he pleased, and circumscribed their being? Yet by experience taught, we know how good, and of our good and of our dignity, how provident he is, how far from thought to make us less, bent rather to exalt our happy state under one head more near united. But to grant it thee unjust that equal power over equal monarchs reign, thyself, though great and glorious, dost thou count, or all angelic nature joined in one, equal to him, begotten Son, by whom, as by his word, the Father made all things, even thee and all the spirits of heaven by him created in their bright degrees, crown them with glory, and to their glory named thrones, dominations, princedoms, virtues, powers, essential powers, nor by his reign obscured, but more illustrious made, since he, the head, one of our number, thus reduced becomes. His laws our laws, all honor to him done returns our own. Cease then this impious rage, and tempt not these, but hasten to appease the incensed Father and the incensed Son, while pardon may be found, in time be sought. So spake the fervent angel, but his zeal none seconded, as out of season judged, or singular and rash. Whereat rejoiced the apostate, and more haughty thus replied, That we were formed then, sayest thou, and the work of secondary hands by task transferred from father to his son? Strange point and new. Doctrine which we would know whence learned. Who saw when this creation was? Rememberest thou thy making, while the Maker gave thee being? We know no time when we were not as now, know none before us, self-begot, self-raised by our own quickening power, when fatal course had circled his full orb, the birth mature of this our native heaven, ethereal sons. Our puissance is our own right hand shall teach us highest deeds, by proof to try who is our equal. Then thou shalt behold whether by supplication we intend address, and to be girt the almighty throne, beseeching or besieging. This report, these tidings, carried to the anointed king, and fly, ere evil intercept thy flight. He said, and as the sound of waters deep, hoarse murmur echoed to his words applause through the infinite host. Nor less for that the flaming seraph, fearless, though alone, encompassed round with foes, thus answered bold. O alienate from God, O spirit accursed, forsaken of all good, I see thy fall determined, and thy hapless crew involved in this perfidious fraud, contagion spread both of thy crime and punishment. Henceforth no more be troubled how to quit the yoke of God's Messiah. Those indulgent laws will not be now vouchsafed. Other decrees against thee are gone forth without recall. That golden scepter which thou didst reject is now an iron rod to bruise and break thy disobedience. Well thou didst advise, yet not for thy advice or threats I fly, these wicked tents devoted, lest the wrath impendent, raging into sudden flame. Distinguish not, for soon expect to feel his thunder on thy head, devouring fire. Then who created thee, lamenting learn, when who can uncreate thee thou shalt know. So spake the seraph Abdiel, faithful found. Among the faithless faithful only he. Among innumerable false, unmoved, unshaken, unseduced, unterrified, his loyalty he kept, his love, his zeal. Nor number nor example with him wrought to swerve from truth, or change his constant mind, though single. From amidst them forth he passed, long way through hostile scorn, which he sustained superior, not of violence feared aught. And with restored scorn his back he turned on those proud towers to swift destruction doomed. End of the 5th book, Part 2, read by Brize Cries, Ohio.
Section 49 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Paradise Lost, the 6th book, Part 1. The Argument. Raphael continues to relate how Michael and Gabriel were sent forth to battle against Satan and his angels. The first fight described, Satan and his powers retire under night. He calls a council, invents devilish engines, which, in the second day's fight, put Michael and his angels to some disorder. But they, at length, pulling up mountains, overwhelmed both the force and machines of Satan. Yet, the tumult not so ending, God, on the third day, sends Messiah, his Son, for whom he had reserved the glory of that victory. He, in the power of his Father, coming to the place, and causing all his legions to stand still on either side, with his chariot and thunder driving into the midst of his enemies, pursues them, unable to resist, towards the wall of heaven, which, opening, they leap down with horror and confusion into the place of punishment prepared for them in the deep. Messiah returns with triumph to his Father. All night the dreadless angel, unpursued, through heaven's wide champaign held his way, till morn, waked by the circling hours, with rosy hand, unbarred the gates of light. There is a cave within the mount of God, fast by his throne, where light and darkness in perpetual round lodge and dislodge by turns, which makes through heaven grateful vicissitude like day and night. Light issues forth, and at the other door obsequious darkness enters, till her hour to veil the heaven, though darkness, there might well seem twilight here. And now went forth the morn, such as in his highest heaven, arrayed in gold imperial, from before her vanished night, shot through with orient beams, when all the plain covered with thick embattled squadrons bright, chariots and flaming arms, and fiery steeds, reflecting blaze on blaze, first met his view. War he perceived, war in procinct, and found already known what he for news had thought to have reported. Gladly then he mixed among those friendly powers, who him received with joy and acclamations loud, that one, that of so many myriads fallen, yet one, returned not lost. Onto the sacred hill they led him, high applauded, and present before the seat supreme, from whence a voice, from midst a golden cloud, thus mild was heard. Servant of God, well done, well hast thou fought the better fight, who single hast maintained against revolted multitudes the cause of truth, in word mightier than they in arms, and for the testimony of truth hast borne universal reproach, far worse to bear than violence. For this was all thy care, to stand approved in sight of God, though worlds judged thee perverse. The easier conquest now remains thee, aided by this host of friends, back on thy foes more glorious to return than scorned thou didst depart, and to subdue, by force who reason for their law refuse, right reason for their law, and for their king, Messiah, who by right of merit reigns. Go, Michael, of celestial armies prince, and thou in military prowess next, Gabriel, lead forth to battle these my sons invincible. Lead forth my armed saints, by thousands and by millions ranged for fight, equal in number to that godless crew rebellious. Them with fire and hostile arms, fearless assault, and to the brow of heaven pursuing, drive them out from God and bliss into their place of punishment, the gulf of Tartarus, which ready opens wide his fiery chaos to receive their fall. So spake the sovereign voice, and clouds began to darken all the hill, and smoke to rowl in dusky wreaths reluctant flames. The sign of wrath awakened, nor with less dread the loud ethereal trumpet from on high gan blow, at which command the powers militant that stood for heaven in mighty quadrate joined of union irresistible, moved on in silence their bright legions to the sound of instrumental harmony that breathed heroic ardour to adventurous deeds under their godlike leaders in the cause of God and his Messiah. On they move, indissolubly firm, nor obvious hill, nor straightening vale, nor wood, nor stream divides their perfect ranks, for high above the ground their march was, and the passive air upbore their nimble tread, as when the total kind of birds, in orderly array on wing, came summoned over Eden to receive their names of thee. So over many a tract of heaven they marched, and many a province wide, tenfold the length of this terrene. At last, far in the horizon, to the north, appeared from skirt to skirt a fiery region, stretched in batalus aspect, and nearer view, bristled with upright beams innumerable of rigid spears, and helmets thronged, and shields various with boastful argument portrayed, the banded powers of Satan hasting on with furious expedition, for they weened that self-same day, by fight or by surprise, to win the mount of God, and on his throne to set the envier of his state, the proud aspirer. But their thoughts proved fond and vain in the midway, though strange to us it seemed at first that angel should with angel war, and in fierce hosting meet, who want to meet so oft in festivals of joy and love, unanimous as sons of one great sire, hymning the eternal Father. But the shout of battle now began, and rushing sound of onset ended soon each milder thought. High in the midst, exalted as a god, the apostate in his sun-bright chariot sat, idol of majesty divine, enclosed with flaming cherubim and golden shields, then lighted from his gorgeous throne, for now twixt host and host but narrow space was left, a dreadful interval, and front to front presented stood in terrible array of hideous length. Before the cloudy van of the rough edge of battle ere it joined, Satan with vast and haughty strides advanced, came towering, armed in adamant and gold. Abdiel that sight endured not, where he stood among the mightiest, bent on highest deeds, and thus his own undaunted heart explores. O heaven, that such resemblance of the highest should yet remain, where faith and reality remain not. Wherefore should not strength and might there fail, where virtue fails, or weakest prove where boldest, though to sight unconquerable? His puissance, trusting in the Almighty's aid, I mean to try, whose reason I have tried, unsound and false, nor is it aught but just that he who in debate of truth hath won should win in arms, in both disputes alike victor. Though brutish that contest, and foul, when reason hath to deal with force, yet so most reason is that reason overcome. So, pondering, and from his armed peers forth stepping opposite, halfway he met his daring foe, at this prevention more incensed, and thus securely him defied. Proud art thou met, thy hope was to have reached the height of thy aspiring unopposed, the throne of God unguarded, and his side abandoned at the terror of thy power or potent tongue. Fool, not to think how vain against the omnipotent to rise in arms, who out of smallest things could without end have raised incessant armies to defeat thy folly, or with solitary hand, reaching beyond all limit, at one blow unaided, could have finished thee, and whelmed thy legions under darkness. But thou seest, all are not of thy train. There be who faith prefer, and piety to God, though then to thee not visible, when I alone seemed in thy world erroneous to dissent from all. My sect thou seest, now learn too late, how few sometimes may know when thousands err. Whom the grand foe, with scornful eye askance, thus answered, Ill for thee, but in wished hour of my revenge, first sought for, thou return'st from flight, seditious angel, to receive thy merited reward. The first essay of this right hand provoked, since first that tongue, inspired with contradiction, durst oppose a third part of the gods in synod met, their deities to assert, who, while they feel vigour divine within them, can allow omnipotence to none. But while thou comest before thy fellows, ambitious to win from me some plume, that thy success may show destruction to the rest. This pause between, unanswered lest thou boast, to let thee know. At first I thought that liberty and heaven to heavenly souls had been all one, but now I see that most through sloth had rather serve, ministering angels, trained up in feast and song. Such hast thou armed the minstrelsy of heaven, civility with freedom to contend, as both their deeds compared to this day shall prove. To whom, in brief, thus Abdiel stern replied, Apostate, still thou errst, nor end wilt find of unerring from the path of truth remote. Unjustly thou depravedst it with the name of servitude to serve whom God ordains, or nature. God and nature bid the same, when he who rules is worthiest and excels them whom he governs. This is servitude, to serve the unwise, or him who hath rebelled against his worthier, as thine now serve thee, thyself not free, but to thyself enthralled, yet lewdly darest our ministering upbraid. Reign thou in hell, thy kingdom, let me serve in heaven, God ever blessed, and his divine behests obey, worthiest to be obeyed. Yet chains in hell, not realms, expect. Meanwhile, from me returned, as erst thou sayest, from flight this greeting on thy impious crest receive. So saying, a noble stroke he lifted high, which hung not, but so swift with tempest fell on the proud crest of Satan, that no sight nor motion of swift thought less could his shield such ruin intercept. 10 paces huge he back recoiled, the 10th on bended knee his massy spear upstayed, as if on earth winds underground or waters forcing way, sidelong had pushed a mountain from his seat, half sunk with all his pines. Amazement seized the rebel thrones, but greater rage, to see thus foiled their mightiest, hours joy filled, and shout presage of victory, and fierce desire of battle. Whereat Michael bids sound the archangel trumpet. Through the vast of heaven it sounded, and the faithful armies rung Hosanna to the highest, nor stood at gaze the adverse legions, nor less hideous joined the horrid shock. Now storming fury rose, and clamour such as heard in heaven till now was never, arms on armour clashing braid, horrible discord, and the madding wheels of brazen chariots raged. Dire was the noise of conflict. Overhead the dismal hiss of fiery darts in flaming volleys flew, and flying vaulted either host with fire. So under fiery cope together rushed both battles main with ruinous assault and inextinguishable rage. All heaven resounded, and, had earth been there, all earth had to her centre shook. What wonder, when millions of fierce encountering angels fought on either side, the least of whom could yield these elements and arm him with the force of all their regions. How much more of power, army against army, numberless to raise, dreadful combustion warring, and disturb though not destroy their happy native seat. Had not the eternal omnipotent from his stronghold of heaven high overruled and limited their might, though numbered such as each divided legion might have seemed, a numerous host in strength each armed hand, a legion led in fight, yet leader seemed each warrior single as in chief, expert when to advance or stand or turn the sway of battle, open when and when to close the ridges of grim war. None of retreat, no unbecoming deed that argued fear. Each on himself relied, as only in his arm the moment lay of victory. Deeds of eternal fame were done, but infinite, for wide was spread that war, and various, sometimes on firm ground her standing fight, then, soaring on main wing, tormented all the air. All air seemed then conflicting fire. Long time in even scale the battle hung, till Satan, who that day prodigious power had shown, and met in arms no equal, ranging through the dire attack of fighting seraphim, confused at length saw where the sword of Michael smote, and felled squadrons at once, with huge two-handed sway brandished aloft. The horrid edge came down wide wasting. Such destruction to withstand he hasted, and opposed the rocky orb of tenfold adamant, his ample shield of vast circumference. At his approach, the great archangel from his warlike toil surceased, and, glad as hoping here to end intestine war in heaven, the arch-foe subdued, or captive dragged in chains, with hostile frown and visage all inflamed, first thus began. Author of evil, unknown till thy revolt, unnamed in heaven, now plenteous as thou seest these acts of hateful strife, hateful to all, thou heaviest by just measure on thyself and thy adherents. How hast thou disturbed heaven's blessed peace, and into nature brought misery, uncreated till the crime of thy rebellion? How hast thou instilled thy malice into thousands, once upright and faithful, now proved false? But think not here to trouble holy rest. Heaven casts thee out from all her confines. Heaven, the seat of bliss, brooks not the works of violence and war. Hence, then, and evil go with thee along, thy offspring to the place of evil, hell, thou and thy wicked crew, there mingle broils, ere this avenging sword begin thy doom, or some more sudden vengeance winged from God precipitate thee with augmented pain. So spake the Prince of Angels, to whom thus the adversary, nor think thou with wind of airy threats to awe whom yet the deeds thou canst not. Hast thou turned the least of these to flight? Or, if to fall, that they rise unvanquished, easier to transact with me, that thou shouldst hope, imperious, and with threats to chase me hence? Ere not that so shall end the strife which thou call'st evil, but we style the strife of glory, which we mean to win, or turn this heaven itself into hell. Thou fablest here, however, to dwell free, if not to reign. Meanwhile, thy utmost force, and join him named Almighty to thy aid. I fly not, but have sought thee far and nigh. They ended parle, and both addressed for fight unspeakable. For who, though with the tongue of angels, can relate, or to what things liken on earth conspicuous, that may lift human imagination to such height of godlike power? For likest gods they seemed. Stood they, or moved in stature, motion, arms, fit to decide the empire of great heaven. Now waved their fiery swords, and in the air made horrid circles. Two bright suns their shields blazed opposite, while expectation stood in horror, from each hand with speed retiring, where erst the thickest fight, the angelic throng, and left large field unsafe, with the wing of such commotion, such as, to set forth great things by small, if nature's concord broke, among the constellations war were sprung, two planets rushing from aspect malign, of fiercest opposition in mid-sky, should combat, and their jarring spheres confound, together both with next to Almighty, arm uplifted imminent, One stroke they aimed that might determine, and not need repeat, as not a power at once, nor odds appeared in might or swift prevention. But the sword of Michael from the armoury of God was given him tempered, so that neither keen nor solid might resist that edge. It met the sword of Satan with steep force to smite, descending, and in half cut sheer, nor stayed, but with swift wheel reverse, deep entering, shared all his right side. Then Satan first knew pain, and writhed him to and fro convolved, so sore the grinding sword with discontinuous wound passed through him. But the ethereal substance closed, not long divisible, and from the gash a stream of nectarous humour issuing flowed sanguine, such as celestial spirits may bleed. And all his armour stained, erewhile so bright, forthwith on all sides to his aid was run by angels many and strong, who interposed defence, while others bore him on their shields back to his chariot, where it stood retired from off the files of war. There they laid him gnashing for anguish and despite and shame to find himself not matchless, and his pride humbled by such rebuke, so far beneath his confidence to equal God in power. Yet soon he healed, for spirits that live throughout vital in every part, not as frail man, in entrails, heart or head, liver or reins, cannot but by annihilating die, nor in their liquid texture mortal wound receive, no more than can the fluid air. At heart they live, all head, all eye, all ear, all intellect, all sense, and as they please they limn themselves, and colour, shape, or size assume, as likes them best, condense or rare. Meanwhile, in other parts, like deeds deserved, memorial, where the might of Gabriel fought, and with fierce ensigns pierced the deep array of Moloch, furious king, who him defied, and at his chariot wheels to drag him bound, threatened, nor from the Holy One of heaven refrained his tongue blasphemous, but anon, down cloven to the waist with shattered arms, and uncouth pain fled bellowing. On each wing, Uriel and Raphael, his vaunting foe, though huge and a rock of diamond armed, vanquished, Adramelech and Asmodai, two potent thrones, though to be less than gods disdained, but meaner thoughts learned in their flight, mangled with ghastly wounds through plate and mail, nor stood unmindful Abdiel to annoy the atheist crew, but with redoubled blow Ariel and Arioch, and the violence of Ramiel scorched and blasted overthrew. I might relate of thousands, and their names eternalize here on earth, but those elect angels, contented with their fame in heaven, seek not the praise of men, the other sort, in might though wondrous, and in acts of war, nor of renown less eager, yet by doom cancelled from heaven and sacred memory. Nameless in dark oblivion let them dwell, for strength from truth divided, and from just ilaudable naught merits but dispraise, and ignominy yet to glory aspires, vainglorious, and through infamy seeks fame, therefore eternal silence by their doom. And now, their mightiest quelled, the battle swerved, with many an inroad gored, deformed rout entered and foul disorder, all the ground with shivered armoured strown, and on a heap chariot and charioteer lay overturned, and fury foaming steeds, what stood recoiled, o'er-wearied through the faint satanic host, defensive scarce, or with pale fear surprised. Then first with fear surprised and sense of pain, fled ignominious to such evil brought by sin of disobedience, till that hour, not liable to fear, or flight, or pain, far otherwise the inviolable saints, in cubic phalanx firm advanced entire, invulnerable, impenetrably armed, such high advances their innocence gave them above their foes, not to have sinned, not to have disobeyed. In fight they stood, unwearied, unobnoxious, to be pained by wound, though from their place by violence moved. Now night her course began, and over heaven, inducing darkness, grateful truce imposed, and silence on the odious din of war. Under her cloudy covert both retired, victor and vanquished. On the foughten field, Michael and his angels, prevalent, encamping, placed in guard their watches round, cherubic waving fires. On the other part, Satan, with his rebellious, disappeared, far in the dark dislodged, and void of rest, his potentates to council called by night, and in the midst thus undismayed began. Oh, now in danger tried, now known in arms, not to be overpowered, companions dear, found worthy not of liberty alone, to mean pretence, but what we more affect, honour, dominion, glory, and renown, who have sustained one day in doubtful fight, and if one day, why not eternal days? What heaven's Lord had powerfulest to send against us from his throne, and judged sufficient to subdue us to his will, but proves not so, then fallible, it seems, or future we may deem him, though till now omniscient thought. True is, less firmly armed, some disadvantage we endured, and pain, till now not known, but known as soon contemned. Since now we find this, our imperial form, incapable of mortal injury, imperishable, and though pierced with wound soon closing, and by native vigour healed. Of evil, then, so small as easy think, the remedy, perhaps more valid arms, weapons more violent, when next we meet, may serve us better, and worse our foes, or equal what between us made the odds in nature none. If other hidden cause left them superior, while we can preserve unhurt our minds, and understanding's sound due search and consultation will disclose. He sat, and in the assembly next up stood Nisroch, of principalities the prime, as one he stood, escaped from cruel fight, sore toiled, his riven arms to havoc hewn, and cloudy in aspect, thus answering spake. Deliver from new lords, leader to free enjoyment of our right as gods. Yet, hard for gods and to unequal work, we find against unequal arms to fight in pain, against unpained impassive, from which evil ruin must ensue. For what avails valour or strength, though matchless quelled with pain, which all subdues, makes remiss the hands of mightiest. Sense of pleasure we may well spare out of life perhaps, and not repine, but live content, which is the calmest life. But pain is perfect misery, the worst of evils, and excessive overturns all patience. He who therefore can invent with what more forcible we may offend our yet unwounded enemies, or arm ourselves with like defence, to me deserves no less than for deliverance what we owe. Whereto, with look composed, Satan replied, Not uninvented that, which thou aright believed so main to our success, I bring, which of us which beholds the bright surface of this ethereous mould whereon we stand, this continent of spacious heaven, adorned with plant, fruit, flower, ambrosial, gems and gold, whose eye so superficially surveys these things as not to mind from whence they grow, deep underground, materials dark and crude, of spiritus and fiery spume, till, touched with heaven's ray and tempered, they shoot forth so beauteous, opening to the ambient light. These, in their dark nativity, the deep, shall yield us, pregnant with infernal flame, which into hollow engines long and round, thick rammed at the other bore with touch of fire, dilated and infuriate, shall send forth from far with thundering noise among our foes such implements of mischief as shall dash to pieces and o'erwhelm whatever stands adverse, that they shall fear we have disarmed the thunder of his only dreaded bolt. Nor long shall be our labour, yet ere dawn effect shall end our wish. Meanwhile revive, abandon fear, to strength and counsel joined. Think nothing hard, much less to be despaired. He endeth, and his words their drooping cheer enlightened, and their languished hope revived. The invention all admired, and each how he to be the inventor missed, so easy it seemed, once found, which yet unfound most would have thought impossible. Yet, haply of thy race, in future days, if malice should abound, some one intent on mischief or inspired with devilish machination might devise like instrument to plague the sons of men, for sin, on war and mutual slaughter bent. Forthwith from council to the work they flew. None arguing stood, innumerable hands were ready. In a moment up they turned wide the celestial soil, and saw beneath the originals of nature, in their crude conception, sulphurous and nitrous foam they found. They mingled, and, with subtle art, concocted and adjusted, they reduced to blackest grain, and into store conveyed. Part hidden veins digged up, nor had this earth entrails unlike, of mineral and stone, whereof to found their engines and their balls of missive ruin. Part incentive reed provide, pernicious with one touch to fire. So all ere dayspring under conscious night, secret they finished, and in order set with silent circumspection, unespied. End of section 49. Section 50 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Paradise Lost, the 6th book, Part 2. Now, when fair morn orient in heaven appeared, up rose the victor angels, and to arms the matin trumpet sung. In arms they stood of golden panoply, refulgent host soon banded. Others from the dawning hills looked round, and scouts each coat light armoured scour, each quarter to descry the distant foe, where lodged or whither fled, or if for fight, in motion or in halt. Him soon they met, under spread ensigns moving nigh, in slow but firm battalion, back with speediest sail. Zophiel of cherubim, the swiftest wing, came flying, and in mid-air aloud thus cried, Arm, warriors, arm for fight, the foe at hand, whom fled we thought will save us long pursuit this day. Fear not his flight, so thick a cloud he comes, and settled in his face I see sad resolution and secure. Let each his adamantine coat gird well, and each fit well his helm. Gripe fast his orbed shield, borne even or high, for this day will pour down, if I conjecture aught, no drizzling shower, but rattling storm of arrows barbed with fire. So warned he them, aware themselves, and soon in order quit of all impediment. Instant, without disturb, they took alarm, and onward move embattled, when, behold, not distant far, with heavy pace the foe approaching gross and huge, in hollow cube, training his devilish enginery, impaled on every side with shadowing squadrons deep, to hide the fraud. At interview both stood a while, but suddenly at head appeared Satan, and thus was heard commanding loud, "Vanguard, to right and left the front unfold, that all may see who hate us how we seek peace and composure, and with open breast stand ready to receive them. If they like our overture and turn not back perverse, but that I doubt. However, witness heaven, heaven, witness thou anon, while we discharge freely our part. Ye, who appointed stand, do as you have in charge, and briefly touch what we propound, and loud that all may hear." So, scoffing in ambiguous words, he scarce had ended, when to right and left the front divided, and to either flank retired, which to our eyes discovered new and strange, a triple-mounted row of pillars laid on wheels, for like to pillars most they seemed, or hollowed bodies made of oak or fir, with branches lopped, in wood or mountain felled. Brass, iron, stony mould had not their mouths, with hideous orifice gaped on us wide, portending hollow truce. At each, behind, a seraph stood, and in his hand a reed stood waving, tipped with fire, while we, suspense, collected stood within our thoughts amused. Not long, for sudden, all at once their reeds put forth, and to a narrow vent applied with nicest touch. Immediate in a flame, but soon obscured with smoke, all heaven appeared. From those deep-throated engines belched, whose roar embowelled with outrageous noise the air, and all her entrails tore, disgorging foul their devilish glut, chain thunderbolts and hail of iron globes, which on the victor host levelled, with such impetuous fury smote, to whom they hit none on their feet might stand, though standing else as rocks, but down they fell by thousands, angel on archangel rowled, the sooner for their arms. Unarmed, they might have easily, as spirits, evaded swift by quick contraction or remove, but now foul dissipation followed, and forced rout, nor served it to relax their serried files. What should they do? If on they rushed, repulse repeated, and indecent overthrow doubled, would render them yet more despised, and to their foes a laughter, for in view stood ranked of seraphim another row, in posture to displode their second tire of thunder. Back defeated to return, they were abhorred. Satan beheld their plight, and to his mates thus in derision called, "O friends, why come not on these victors proud? Erewhile they fairest were coming, and when we to entertain them fair with open front and breast, what could we more? Propounded terms of composition, straight they changed their minds, flew off, and into strange vagaries fell, as they would dance. Yet for a dance they seemed somewhat extravagant and wild, perhaps for joy of offered peace. But I suppose, If our proposals once again were heard, we should compel them to a quick result. To whom thus Belial, in like gamesome mood, "Leader, the terms we sent were terms of weight, of hard contents, and full of force urged home, such as we might perceive amused them all, and stumbled many. Who receives them right has need from head to foot well understand, not understood. This gift they have besides, they show us when our foes walk not upright." So they among themselves in pleasant vein stood scoffing, heightened in their thoughts beyond all thought of victory, eternal might to match with their inventions they presumed so easy, and of his thunder made a scorn, and all his host derided, while they stood a while in trouble. But they stood not long. Rage prompted them at length, and found them arms against such hellish mischief fit to oppose. Forthwith, behold the excellence, the power which God hath in his mighty angels placed, their arms away they threw, and to the hills, for earth hath this variety from heaven, of pleasure situate in hill and dale, light as the lightning glimpse they ran, they flew, from their foundations loosened to and fro, they plucked the seated hills with all their load, rocks, waters, wood, and by the shaggy tops uplifting bore them in their hands. Amaze, be sure, and terror seized the rebel host, when coming towards them, so dread they saw the bottom of the mountains upward turned, till on those cursed engines triple row they saw them whelmed, and all their confidence under the weight of mountains buried deep. Themselves invaded next, and on their heads main promontories flung, which in the air came shadowing, and oppressed whole legions armed. Their armour helped their harm, crushed in and bruised, into their substance pent, which wrought them pain implacable, and many a dolorous groan, long struggling underneath, ere they could wind out of such prison, those spirits of purest light, purest at first, now gross by sinning grown, the rest in imitation to like arms betook them, and the neighbouring hills uptore. So hills amid the air encountered hills, hurled to and fro with jaculation dire, that underground they fought in dismal shade. Infernal noise, war seemed a civil game to this uproar. Horrid confusion, heaped upon confusion, rose, and now all heaven had gone to wrack, with ruin overspread, had not the Almighty Father, where he sits shrined in his sanctuary of heaven secure, consulting on the sum of things, foreseen this tumult, and permitted all, advised that his great purpose he might so fulfil, to honour his anointed Son, avenged upon his enemies, and to declare all power on him transferred. Whence to his Son, the assessor of his throne, he thus began: Effulgence of my glory, Son beloved, Son in whose face invisible is beheld visibly by what deity I am, and in whose hand by what decree I do. Second omnipotence, 2 days are past, 2 days as we compute the days of heaven, since Michael and his powers went forth to tame these disobedient. Sore hath been their fight, as likeliest was when 2 such foes met armed. For to themselves I left them, and thou knowest equal in their creation they were formed, save what sin hath impaired, which yet hath wrought insensibly, for I suspend their doom, whence in perpetual fight they needs must last, endless, and no solution will be found. Wearied hath performed what war can do, and to disordered rage let loose the reins, with mountains as with weapons armed, which makes wild work in heaven, and dangerous to the main, 2 days are therefore past, the third is thine. For thee I have ordained it, and thus far have suffered, that the glory may be thine of ending this great war, since none but thou can end it. Into thee such virtue and grace immense I have transfused, that all may know, in heaven and hell, thy power above compare, and this perverse commotion governed thus, to manifest thee worthiest to be heir of all things, to be heir and to be king by sacred unction, thy deserved right. Go, then, thou mightiest in thy father's might, ascend my chariot, guide the rapid wheels that shake heaven's basis, bring forth all my war, my bow and thunder, my almighty arms. Gird on, and sword upon thy puissant thigh, pursue these sons of darkness, drive them out from all heaven's bounds into the utter deep. There let them learn, as likes them, to despise God and Messiah his appointed King. He said, and on his Son with rays direct shone full. He all his Father full expressed, ineffably into his face received. And thus the filial Godhead answering spoke, O Father, O supreme of heavenly thrones, first, highest, holiest, best thou always seek'st to glorify thy Son, I always thee as is most just. This I my glory account, my exaltation, and my whole delight, that thou in me well pleased declarest thy will fulfilled, which to fulfill is all my bliss. Sceptre and power thy giving I assume, and gladlier shall resign, when in the end thou shalt be all in all, and I in thee, for ever, and in me all whom thou lov'dst. But whom thou hatest I hate, and can put on thy terrors as I put thy mildest on, image of thee in all things, and shall soon, armed with thy might, rid heaven of these rebelled, to their prepared ill mansion driven down, to chains of darkness and the undying worm that from thy just obedience could revolt, whom to obey is happiness entire. Then shall thy saints unmixed, and from the impure far separate, circling thy holy mount, unfeigned hallelujahs to thee sing, hymns of such praise, and I among them chief. So said he, o'er his sceptre bowing, rose from the right hand of glory where he sat, and the third sacred morn began to shine, dawning through heaven. Forth rushed with whirlwind sound the chariot of paternal deity, flashing thick flames, wheel within wheel, undrawn itself instinct with spirit, but conveyed by 4 cherubic shapes. 4 faces each had wondrous, as with stars their bodies all, and wings were set with eyes the wheels of beryl, and careening fires between. Over their heads a crystal firmament, whereupon a sapphire throne, inlaid with pure amber and colours of the showy arch, he in celestial panoply, all armed of radiant Urim, work divinely wrought. Ascended at his right hand, Victory, sat eagle-winged, beside him hung his bow and quiver, and 3-bolted thunder stored, and from about him fierce effusion rowled, of smoke and bickering flame and sparkles dire. Attended with 10,000 saints he onward came, far off his coming shone, and 20,000, I their numbers heard, chariots of God, half on each hand were seen, he on the wings of cherub, robe sublime, on the crystalline sky in sapphire throned, illustrious far and wide, but by his own first seen. Them unexpected joy surprised when the great ensign of Messiah blazed, aloft by angels borne, his sign in heaven, under whose conduct Michael soon reduced his army, circumfused on either wing, under their head embodied all in one. Before him, power divine his way prepared, at his command the uprooted hills retired, each to his place, they heard his voice, and went obsequious. Heaven his wonted face renewed, and with fresh flowerets hill and valley smiled. This saw his hapless foes, but stood obdured, and to rebellious fight rallied their powers, insensate hope conceiving from despair. In heavenly spirits could such perverseness dwell? But to convince the proud what signs avail, or wonders move them obdurate to relent? They, hardened more by what might most reclaim, grieving to see his glory, at the sight took envy, and aspiring to his height, stood re-embattled fierce, by force or fraud, weening to prosper, and at length prevail against God and Messiah, or to fall in universal ruin last, and now to final battle drew, disdaining flight or faint retreat, when the great Son of God to all his host on either hand thus spake, Stand still in bright array, ye saints, here stand ye angels armed, this day from battle rest. Faithful hath been your warfare, and of God accepted, fearless in his righteous cause. And as ye have received, so have ye done, invincibly. But of this cursed crew the punishment on other hand belongs. Vengeance is his, or whose he sole appoints. Number to this day's work is not ordained, nor multitude. Stand only, and behold God's indignation on these godless poured by me, not you, but me, they have despised. Yet envied, against me is all their rage, because the Father, to whom in heaven supreme kingdom and power and glory appertains, hath honoured me according to his will. Therefore to me their doom he hath assigned, that they may have their wish. We try with me in battle which the stronger proves, they all or I alone against them, since by strength they measure all of other excellence, not emulous, nor care who them excels, nor other strife with them do I vouchsafe. So spake the Son, and into terror changed his countenance, too severe to beheld, and full of wrath, bent on his enemies. At once the four spread out their starry wings, with dreadful shade contagious, and the orbs of his fierce chariot rowled, as with the sound of torrent floods, or of a numerous host. He on his impious foes right onward drove, gloomy as night. Under his burning wheels the steadfast Empyrean shook throughout, all but the throne itself of God. Full soon among them he arrived, in his right hand grasping 10,000 thunders, which he sent before him, such as in their souls infixed plagues. They, astonished, all resistance lost, all courage, down their idle weapons dropped. O'er shields and helmed heads he rode, of thrones and mighty seraphim prostrate, that wished the mountains now might be again thrown on them as a shelter from his ire. Nor less on either side tempestuous fell his arrows from the fourfold-visaged four, distinct with eyes, and from the living wheels distinct alike with multitude of eyes. One spirit in them ruled, and every eye glared lightning, and shot forth pernicious fire among the accursed, that withered all their strength, and of their wonted vigour left them drained, exhausted, spiritless, afflicted, fallen. Yet half his strength he put not forth, but checked his thunder in mid-volley, for he meant not to destroy, but to root them out of heaven, to overthrow he raised, and, as a herd of goats or timorous flock together thronged, drove them before him, thunderstruck, pursued with terrors and with furies to the bounds and crystal wall of heaven, which, opening wide, rolled inward, and a spacious gap disclosed into the wasteful deep. The monstrous sight struck them with horror backward, but far worse urged them behind. Headlong themselves they threw down from the verge of heaven. Eternal wrath burnt after them to the bottomless pit. Hell heard the unsufferable noise. Hell saw heaven ruining from heaven, and would have fled affrighted, but strict fate had cast too deep her dark foundations, and too fast had bound. 9 days they fell, confounded chaos roared, and felt tenfold confusion in their fall through his wild anarchy. So huge a rout encumbered him with ruin. Hell at last, yawning, received them whole, and on them closed. Hell, their fit habitation, fraught with fire unquenchable, the house of woe and pain. Disburdened heaven rejoiced, and soon repaired her mural breach, returning whence it rolled. Sole victor from the expulsion of his foes, Messiah his triumphal chariot turned. To him all his saints, who silent stood eyewitnesses of his almighty acts, with jubilee advanced, and as they went, shaded with branching palm, each order bright, sung triumphant, and him sung victorious King, Son, Heir, and Lord, to him dominion given, worthiest to reign. He celebrated, rode triumphant through mid-heaven, into the courts and temple of his mighty Father throned on high, who into glory him received, where now he sits at the right hand of bliss. Thus measuring things in heaven by things on earth, at thy request, and that thou mayst beware by what is past, to thee I have revealed what might have else to human race been hid. The discourse which befell and war in heaven among the angelic powers, and the deep fall of those too high aspiring, who rebelled with Satan. He who envies now thy state, who now is plotting how he may seduce thee also from obedience, that, with him, bereaved of happiness, thou mayst partake his punishment, eternal misery, which would be all his solace and revenge, as a despite done against the Most High, thee once to gain companion of his woe. But listen not to his temptations, warn thy weaker, let it profit thee to have heard, by terrible example, the reward of disobedience. Firm they might have stood, yet fell. Remember, and fear to transgress. End of section 50.
Section 51 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by E. Sharp. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Paradise Lost. The 7th Book. The Argument. Raphael, at the request of Adam, relates how and wherefore this world was first created. That God, after the expelling of Satan and his angels out of heaven, declared his pleasure to create another world and other creatures to dwell therein, sends his Son with glory and attendance of angels to perform the work of creation in 6 days. The angels celebrate with hymns the performance thereof and his reascension into heaven. Descend from heaven, Urania, by that name if rightly thou art called, whose name divine following, above the Olympian hill I soar, above the flight of Pegasean wing. The meaning, not the name, I call, For thou nor of the Muses 9, nor on top of old Olympus dwell'st, but, heavenly born, before the hills appeared or fountain flowed, thou with eternal wisdom didst converse, wisdom thy sister, and with her didst play in presence of the Almighty Father, pleased with thy celestial song. Upled by thee into the heaven of heavens I have presumed, an earthly guest, and drawn imperial air, thy tempering. With like safety guided down, return me to my native element, lest from this flying steed unreined, as once Bellerophon, though from a lower clime, dismounted on the Elean field I fall, erroneous there to wander and forlorn. Half yet remains unsung, but narrower bound within visible diurnal sphere. Standing on earth, not wrapped above the pole, more safe I sing with mortal voice, unchanged to hoarse or mute, though fallen on evil days. On evil days though fallen, and evil tongues, in darkness, and with dangers compassed round, and solitude, yet not alone, while thou visitest my slumbers nightly, or when morn purples the east. Still govern thou my song, Urania, and fit audience find, though few, but drive far off the barbarous dissonance of Bacchus and his revellers, the race of that wild rout that tore the Thracian bard in Rhodope, where woods and rocks had ears to rapture, till the savage clamour drowned both harp and voice. Nor could the Muse defend her son. So fail not thou who thee implores, for thou art heavenly, she an empty dream. Say, goddess, what ensued when Raphael, the affable archangel, had forewarned Adam by dire example to beware apostasy by what befell in heaven to those apostates, lest the like befall in paradise to Adam or his race, charged not to touch the interdicted tree, if they transgress and slight that sole command, so easily obeyed amid the choice of all tastes else to please their appetite, though wandering. He, with his consorted Eve, the story heard attentive, and was filled with admiration and deep muse to hear of things so high and strange, things to their thought so unimaginable as hate in heaven, and war so near the peace of God in bliss, with such confusion. But the evil, soon driven back, redounded as a flood on those from whom it sprung, impossible to mix with blessedness. Whence Adam soon repealed the doubts that in his heart arose, and now led on, yet sinless, with desire to know what nearer might concern him, how this world of heaven and earth conspicuous first began, when, and whereof created, for what cause, what within Eden or without was done before his memory, as one whose drouth, yet scarce allayed, still eyes the current stream, whose liquid murmur heard new thirst excites, proceeded thus to ask his heavenly guest. Great things, and full of wonder in our ears, far differing from this world, thou hast revealed, divine interpreter, by favor sent down from the Empyrean to forewarn us timely of what might else have been our loss, unknown, which human knowledge could not reach, for which to the infinitely good we owe immortal thanks, and his admonishment receive with solemn purpose to observe immutably his sovereign will, the end of what we are. But, since thou hast vouchsafed gently, for our instruction, to impart things above earthly thought, which yet concerned our knowing, as to highest wisdom seemed, deign to descend now lower, and relate what may no less perhaps avail us known. How first began this heaven, which we behold distant so high, with moving fires adorned innumerable, and this which yields or fills all space, the ambient air, wide interfused, embracing round this florid earth, what cause moved the Creator in his holy rest through all eternity so late to build in chaos, and, the work begun, how soon absolved? If unforbid thou mayst unfold what we not to explore the secrets ask of his eternal empire, but the more to magnify his works the more we know, and the great light of day, yet wants to run much of his race, though steep. Suspense in heaven held by thy voice, thy potent voice he hears, and longer will delay, to hear thee tell his generation, and the rising birth of nature from the unapparent deep. Or, if the star of evening and the moon haste to thy audience, night with her will bring silence, and sleep listening to thee will watch. Or we can bid his absence till thy song end, and dismiss thee ere the morning shine. Thus Adam to his illustrious guest besought, and thus the godlike angel answered mild. This also then thy request, with caution asked, obtain. Though to recount almighty works, what words or tongue of seraph can suffice, or heart of man suffice to comprehend, yet what thou canst attain, which best may serve to glorify the Maker, and infer thee also happier, shall not be withheld thy hearing. Such commission from above I have received, to answer thy desire of knowledge within bounds, beyond abstain to ask, nor let thine own inventions hope things not revealed, which the invisible King, only omniscient, hath suppressed in night. To none communicable in earth or heaven, enough is left besides to search and know. But knowledge is as food, and needs no less her temperance over appetite, to know in measure what the mind may well contain, oppresses else with surfeit, and soon turns wisdom to folly, as nourishment to wind. Know then that after Lucifer from heaven, so call him, brighter once amidst the host of angels than that star the stars among, fell with his flaming legions through the deep into his place, and the great sun returned victorious with his saints. The omnipotent eternal Father from his throne beheld their multitude, and to his Son thus spake, At least our envious foe hath failed, who thought all like himself rebellious, by whose aid this inaccessible high strength, the seat of Deity supreme, us dispossessed, he trusted to have seized, and into fraud drew many whom their place knows here no more. Yet far the greater part have kept, I see, their station. Heaven, yet populous, retains number sufficient to possess her realms, though wide, and this high temple to frequent with ministries due and solemn rites. But, lest his heart exalt him in the harm already done, to have dispeopled heaven, my damage fondly deemed, I can repair that detriment, if such it be to lose self-lost, and in a moment will create another world, out of one man, a race of men innumerable, there to dwell, not here, till, by degrees of merit raised, they open to themselves at length the way up hither, under long obedience tried, and earth be changed to heaven, and heaven to earth. One kingdom, joy and union without end. Meanwhile inhabit lax, ye powers of heaven, and thou, my word, begotten Son, by thee this I perform. Speak thou, and be it done. My overshadowing spirit and might with thee I send along. Ride forth, and bid the deep within appointed bounds be heaven and earth. Boundless the deep, because I am who fill infinitude, nor vacuous the space, though I, uncircumscribed, myself retire, and put not forth my goodness, which is free to act or not. Necessity and chance approach not me, and what I will is fate. So spake the Almighty, and to what he spake, his word, the filial Godhead, gave effect. Immediate are the acts of God, more swift than time or motion, but to human ears cannot without process of speech be told, so told as earthly notion can receive. Great triumph and rejoicing was in heaven, when such was heard declared the Almighty's will. Glory they sung to the Most High, goodwill to future men, and in their dwellings peace. Glory to him whose just avenging ire had driven out the ungodly from his sight and the habitations of the just. To him glory and praise whose wisdom had ordained good out of evil to create. instead of spirits malign, a better race to bring into their vacant room, and thence diffuse his good into worlds and ages infinite. So sang the hierarchies. Meanwhile the sun on his great expedition now appeared, girt with omnipotence, with radiance crowned, of majesty divine, sapience and love immense, and all his Father in him shone. About his chariot numberless were poured cherub and seraph, potentates and thrones, and virtues, winged spirits, and chariots winged from the armory of God, where stand of old myriads, between two brazen mountains, lodged against a solemn day, harnessed at hand, celestial equipage. And now came forth spontaneous, for within them spirit lived, attendant on their Lord. Heaven opened wide her ever-during gates, harmonious sound on golden hinges moving, to let forth the King of glory in his powerful word and spirit coming to create new worlds. On heavenly ground they stood, and from the shore they viewed the vast immeasurable abyss, outrageous as a sea, dark, wasteful, wild, up from the bottom turned by furious winds and surging waves as mountains to assault heaven's height, and with the center mix the pole. Silence, ye troubled waves, and thou deep, peace, said then the omnific word. Your discord end. Nor stayed, but on the wings of cherubim uplifted, in paternal glory rode far into chaos and the world unborn. For chaos heard his voice. Him all his train followed in bright procession, to behold creation and the wonders of his might. Then stayed the fervid wheels, and in his hand he took the golden compasses, prepared in God's eternal store, to circumscribe this universe and all created things. One foot he centered, and the other turned round through the vast profundity obscure, and said, Thus far extend, thus far thy bounds. This be thy just circumference, O world. Thus God the heaven created, thus the earth, matter unformed and void. Darkness profound covered the abyss, but on the watery calm his brooding wings the Spirit of God outspread, and vital virtue infused, and vital warmth throughout the fluid mass, but downward purged the black, Tartareous, cold, infernal dregs, adverse to life. Then founded, then conglobed, like things to like, the rest to several place disparted, and between spun out the air, and earth, self-balanced, on her center hung. Let there be light, said God, and forthwith light ethereal, first of things, quintessence pure, sprung from the deep, and from her native east to journey through the airy gloom began, sphered in a radiant cloud, for yet the sun was not. She in a cloudy tabernacle sojourned the while. God saw the light was good, and light from darkness by the hemisphere divided, light the day, and darkness night he named. Thus was the first day even and morn, nor passed uncelebrated, nor unsung by the celestial choirs, when orient light exhaling first from darkness they beheld, birthday of heaven and earth. With joy and shout the hollow universal orb they filled, and touched their golden harps, and hymning praised God and his works. Creator hymn they sung, both when first evening was, and when first morn. Again God said, Let there be firmament amid the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, expanse of liquid, pure, transparent, elemental air, diffused in circuit to the uttermost convex of this great round, partition firm and sure, the waters underneath from those above dividing. For as earth, so he the world built on circumfluous waters calm, in wide crystalline ocean, and the loud misrule of chaos far removed, lest fierce extremes contiguous might distemper the whole frame. and heaven he named the firmament. So even and morning chorus sung the second day. The earth was formed, but in the womb as yet of waters, embryon immature, involved, appeared not. Over all the face of the earth main ocean flowed, not idle, but with warm prolific humor softening all her globe, fermented the great mother to conceive satiate with genial moisture. When God said, "Be gathered now, ye waters under heaven, into one place, and let dry land appear," immediately the mountains huge appear emergent, and their broad bare backs upheave into the clouds. Their tops ascend the sky. So high as heaved the tumid hills, so low down sunk a hollow bottom, broad and deep, capacious bed of waters. Thither they hasted with glad precipitance, uprolled, as drops on dust conglobing from the dry, part rise in crystal wall, or ridge direct for haste. Such flight the great command impressed on the swift floods. As armies at the call of trumpet, for of armies thou hast heard, troop to their standard, so the watery throng, wave rolling after wave, where way they found, if steep with roarant rapture, if through plain, soft ebbing, nor withstood them rock or hill, but they, or underground, or circuit wide with serpent error wandering, found their way, and on the washy ooze deep channels wore. Easy, ere God had bid the ground be dry, all but within those banks where rivers now stream, and perpetual draw their humid train. The dry land earth, and the great receptacle of congregated waters he called seas, and saw that it was good, and said, Let the earth put forth the verdant grass, herb yielding seed, and fruit tree yielding fruit after her kind, whose seed is in herself upon the earth. He scarce had said when the bare earth, till then desert and bare, unsightly, unadorned, brought forth the tender grass, whose verdure clad her universal face with pleasant green, then herbs of every leaf, that sudden flowered, opening their various colors, and made gay her bosom, smelling sweet, and, these scarce blown, forth flourished thick the clustering vine, forth crept the smelling gourd, up stood the corny reed embattled in her field. Add the humble shrub and bush with frizzled hair implicit. Last rose, as in dance, the stately trees, and spread their branches hung with copious fruit, or gemmed their blossoms. With high woods the hills were crowned, with tufts the valleys, and each fountain side, with borders long the rivers, that earth now seemed like to heaven, a seat where gods might dwell, or wander with delight, and love to haunt her sacred shades, though God had yet not reigned upon the earth, and man to till the ground none was. But from the earth a dewy mist went up and watered all the ground, and each plant of the field, which ere it was in the earth God made, and every herb before it grew on the green stem. God saw that it was good, so even and morn recorded the third day. Again the Almighty spake, Let there be lights high in the expanse of heaven, to divide the day from night, and let them be for signs, for seasons, and for days, and circling years, and let them be for lights, as I ordain their office in the firmament of heaven, to give light on the earth. And it was so. And God made 2 great lights, great for their use to man, the greater to have rule by day, the less by night alternor, and made the stars, and set them in the firmament of heaven to illuminate the earth, and rule the day in their vicissitude, and rule the night, and light from the darkness to divide. God saw, surveying his great work, that it was good. For of celestial bodies, first the sun a mighty sphere he framed, unlightsome first, though of ethereal mold. Then formed the moon, globose, and every magnitude of stars, and sowed with stars the heaven thick as a field. Of light by far the greater part he took, transplanted from her cloudy shrine, and placed in the sun's orb, made porous to receive and drink the liquid light, firm to retain her gathered beams, great palace now of light. Hither, as to their fountain, other stars repairing, in their golden urns draw light, and hence the morning planet gilds her horns. By tincture or reflection they augment their small peculiar, though from human sight so far remote, with diminution seen. First in his east the glorious lamp was seen, regent of day, and all the horizon round invested with bright rays, jocund to run his longitude through heaven's high road. The gray dawn and the Pleiades before him danced, shedding sweet influence. Less bright the moon, but opposite in leveled west was set, his mirror, with full face borrowing her light from him. For other light she needed none in that aspect, and still that distance keeps till night. Then in the east her turn she shines, revolved on heaven's great axle, and her reign with thousand lesser lights dividual holds, with thousand stars, that then appeared, spangling the hemisphere. Then first adorned with her bright luminaries, that set and rose, glad evening and glad morn, crowned the fourth day. And God said, Let the waters generate reptile with spawn abundant, living soul, and let fowl fly above the earth, with wings displayed on the open firmament of heaven. And God created the great whales, and each soul living, each that crept, which plenteously the waters generated by their kinds, and every bird of wing after his kind, and saw that it was good, and blessed them, saying, Be fruitful, multiply, and in the seas and lakes and running streams the waters fill, and let the fowl be multiplied on the earth. Forthwith the sounds and seas, each creek and bay, with fry innumerable swarm, and shoals of fish that, with their fins and shining scales, glide under the green wave in skulls that oft bank the mid-sea. Part, single or with mate, graze the seaweed, their pasture, and through groves of coral stray, or, sporting with quick glance, show to the sun their waved coats dropped with gold, or, in their pearly shells at ease, attend moist nutriment, or under rocks their food in jointed armor watch. On smooth the seal and bended dolphins play. Part, huge of bulk, wallowing unwieldy, enormous in their gait, tempest the ocean. There Leviathan, hugest of living creatures, on the deep, stretched like a promontory, sleeps or swims, and seems a moving land, and at his gills draws in, and at his trunk spouts out, a sea. Meanwhile the tepid caves, and fens, and shores, their brood as numerous hatch from the egg, that soon, bursting with kindly rupture, forth disclosed their callow young. But feathered soon, and fledge, they summed their pens, and, soaring the air sublime, with clang despised the ground, under a cloud in prospect. There the eagle and the stork on cliffs and cedar tops their eyries build, part loosely wing the region, part, more wise, in common, ranged in figure, wedge their way, intelligent of seasons, and set forth their airy caravan, high over seas flying, and over lands with mutual wing easing their flight. So steers the prudent crane her annual voyage, borne on winds. The air floats as they pass, fanned with unnumbered plumes. From branch to branch the smaller birds with song solaced the woods, and spread their painted wings till even. Nor then the solemn nightingale ceased warbling, but all night tuned her soft lays. Others on silver lakes and rivers bathed their downy breast. The swan, with arched neck, between her white wings mantling proudly, rose her state with oary feet. Yet oft they quit the dank, and, rising on stiff pennons, tower the mid-aerial sky. Others on ground walked firm, the crested cock, whose clarion sounds the silent hours, and the other, whose gay train adorns him, colored with the florid hue of rainbows and starry eyes. The waters thus with fish replenished, and the air with fowl, evening and morn solemnized the 5th day. The 6th, and of creation last, arose with evening harps and matin, when God said, Let the earth bring forth soul living in her kind, cattle and creeping things, and beast of the earth, each in their kind. The earth obeyed, and, straight opening her fertile womb, teemed at a birth in numerous living creatures, perfect forms, limbed and full grown. Out of the ground uprose, as from his lair, the wild beast, where he wons in forest wild, in thicket, brake, or den. Among the trees in pairs they rose, they walked, the cattle in the fields and meadows green, those rare and solitary, these in flocks, pasturing at once in broad herds, upsprung. The grassy clods now calved, now half appeared the tawny lion, pawing to get free his hinder parts. Then springs, as broke from bonds, and rampant shakes his brinded mane. The ounce, the leopard, and the tiger, as the mole rising, the crumbled earth above them threw in hillocks. The swift stag from underground bore up his branching head. Scarce from his mould behemoth, biggest born of earth, upheaved his vastness. Fleeced the flocks and bleating roes as plants. Ambiguous between sea and land, the river horse and scaly crocodile. At once came forth whatever creeps the ground, insect or worm. Those waved their limber fans for wings, and smallest lineaments exact in all the liveries decked of summer's pride, with spots of gold and purple, azure and green. These, as a line, their long dimension drew, streaking the ground with sinuous trace. Not all minims of nature, some of serpent kind, wondrous in length and corpulence, involved their snaky folds and added wings. First crept the parsimonious emmet, provident of future, in small room large heart enclosed, pattern of just equality, perhaps hereafter, joined in her popular tribes of commonality. Swarming next appeared the female bee, that feeds her husband drone deliciously, and builds her waxen cells with honey stored. The rest are numberless, and thou their natures knowest, and gavest them names, needless to thee repeated. Nor unknown the serpent, subtlest beast of all the field, of huge extent sometimes, with brazen eyes and hairy mane terrific, though to thee not noxious, but obedient at thy call. Now heaven in all her glory shone, and rolled her motions, as the great first mover's hand first wheeled their course. Earth, in her rich attire, consummate, lovely smiled. Air, water, earth, by fowl, fish, beast, was flown, was swum, was walked frequent. And of the 6th day yet remained. There wanted yet the master work, the end of all yet done. A creature who, not prone and brute as other creatures, but endued with sanctity of reason, might erect his stature, and, upright with front serene, govern the rest, self-knowing, and from thence magnanimous to correspond with heaven, but grateful to acknowledge whence his good descends. Thither with heart and voice and eyes directed in devotion, to adore and worship God supreme, who made him chief of all his works. Therefore the omnipotent eternal Father, for where is not he present, thus to his Son audibly spake, Let us now make man in our image, man in our similitude, and let them rule over the fish and fowl of sea and air, beast of the field, and over all the earth, and every creeping thing that creeps the ground. This said, he formed thee, Adam, thee, O man, dust of the ground, and in thy nostrils breathed the breath of life. In his own image he created thee, in the image of God express, and thou becamest a living soul. Male he created thee, but thy consort female for race, then blessed mankind and said, Be fruitful, multiply, and fill the earth, subdue it, and throughout dominion hold, over fish of the sea and fowl of the air, and every living thing that moves on earth. Wherever thus created, for no place is yet distinct by name, thence, as thou knowst, he brought thee into this delicious grove, this garden, planted with the trees of God, delectable both to behold and taste, and freely all their pleasant fruit for food gave thee. All sorts are here that all the earth yields, variety without end. But of the tree which tasted works knowledge of good and evil thou mayest not. In the day thou eat'st, thou diest. Death is the penalty imposed. Beware, and govern well thy appetite, lest sin surprise thee, and her black attendant, death. Here finished he, and all that he had made viewed, and behold, all was entirely good. So even and morn accomplished the 6th day, yet not till the Creator, from his work desisting, though unwearied, up returned, up to the heaven of heavens, his high abode, thence to behold this new created world. The addition of his empire, how it showed in prospect from his throne, how good, how fair, answering his great idea. Up he rode, followed with acclamation, and the sound symphonious of 10,000 harps that tuned angelic harmonies. The earth, the air resounded, thou rememberest, for thou heardst. The heavens and all the constellations rung, the planets in their stations listening stood, while the bright pomp ascended jubilant. Open, ye everlasting gates, they sung. Open, ye heavens, your living doors. Let in the great Creator from his work returned magnificent, his 6 days' work, a world. Open, and henceforth oft, for God will deign to visit oft the dwellings of just men delighted, and with frequent intercourse thither will send his winged messengers on errands of supernal grace. So sung the glorious train ascending. He through heaven, that opened wide her blazing portals, led to God's eternal house direct the way, a broad and ample road, whose dust is gold, and pavement stars, as stars to thee appear seen in the galaxy, that Milky Way which nightly as a circling zone thou seest, powdered with stars. And now on earth the 7th evening arose in Eden, for the sun was set, and twilight from the east came on, forerunning night, when at the holy mount of heaven's high-seated top, the imperial throne of Godhead, fixed forever, firm and sure, the filial power arrived, and sat him down with his great Father. For he also went invisible, yet stayed, such privilege hath omnipresence, and the work ordained, author and end of all things, and from work now resting, blessed and hallowed the 7th day, as resting on that day from all his work. But not in silence wholly kept. The harp had work and rested not, the solemn pipe and dulcimer, all organs of sweet stop, all sounds on fret by string or golden wire, tempered soft tunings, intermixed with voice choral or unison, of incense clouds fuming from the censers, hid the mount. Creation and the 6 days' acts they sung. Great are thy works, Jehovah, infinite thy power. What thought can measure thee, or tongue relate thee? Greater now in thy return than from the giant angels. Thee that day thy thunders magnified, but to create is greater than created to destroy. Who can impair thee, mighty King, or bound thy empire? Easily the proud attempt of spirits apostate, and their counsels vain, thou hast repelled, while impiously they thought thee to diminish, and from thee withdraw the number of thy worshippers. Who seeks to lessen thee against his purpose serves to manifest the more thy might. His evil thou usest, and from thence createst more good. Witness this new-made world, another heaven, from heaven gate not far, founded in view on the clear hyaline, the glassy sea, of amplitude almost immense, with stars numerous, and every star perhaps a world of destined habitation. But thou knowest their seasons. Among these the seat of men, earth, with her nether ocean circumfused, their pleasant dwelling place. Thrice happy men, and sons of men, whom God hath thus advanced, created in his image, there to dwell and worship him, and in reward to rule over his works, on earth, in sea, or air, and multiply a race of worshippers holy and just. Thrice happy, if they know their happiness, and persevere upright. So sung they, and the Empyrean rung with hallelujahs. Thus was Sabbath kept. And thy request think now fulfilled that asked how first this world and face of things began, and what before thy memory was done from the beginning, that posterity, informed by thee, might know. If else thou seekest aught, not surpassing human measure, say. End of section 51.
Section 52 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Public Domain Scholar. The Complete Poems of John Milton, Paradise Lost, the 8th Book. The Argument. Adam inquires concerning celestial motions, is doubtfully answered, and exhorted to search rather things more worthy of knowledge. Adam assents, and, still desirous to detain Raphael, relates to him what he remembered, since his own creation, his placing in paradise, his talk with God concerning solitude and fit society, his first meeting in nuptials with Eve, his discourse with the angel thereupon, who, after admonitions repeated, departs. The angel ended, and in Adam's ear so charming left his voice, that he awhile thought him still speaking, still stood fixed to hear, then, as new waked, thus gratefully replied, What thanks sufficient, or what recompense equal, have I to render thee, divine historian, who thus largely hast allayed the thirst I had of knowledge, and vouchsafed this friendly condescension to relate things else by me unsearchable, now heard with wonder but delight, and as is due, with glory attributed to the high Creator. Something yet of doubt remains, which only thy solution can resolve. When I behold this goodly frame, this world, of heaven and earth consisting, and compute their magnitudes, this earth, a spot, a grain, an atom, with the firmament compared, and all her numbered stars, that seem to roll, spaces incomprehensible, for such their distance argues, and their swift return diurnal, merely to officiate light round this opacous earth, this punctual spot, one day and night, and all their vast survey, useless besides reasoning. I oft admire how nature, wise and frugal, could commit such disproportions, with superfluous hand, so many nobler bodies to create, greater so manifold, to this one use. For aught appears, and on their orbs impose, such restless revolution, day by day repeated, while the sedentary earth, that better might with far less compass move, served by more noble than herself, attains her end without least motion, and receives as tribute such a sumless journey brought, of incorporeal speed, her warmth and light, speed to describe what swiftness number fails. So spake our sire, and by his countenance seemed, entering on studious thoughts abstruse, which Eve perceiving, where she sat retired in sight, with lowliness majestic from her seat, and graced at one who sought to wish her stay, rose and went forth among her fruits and flowers, to visit how they prospered, bud and bloom. Her nursery, they at her coming sprung, and, touched by her fair tendance, gladlier grew. Yet went she not, as not with such discourse, delighted, or not capable her ear of what was high, Such pleasure she reserved, Adam relating, she, sole auditress, her husband the relator she preferred, before the angel, and of him to ask, choose rather, he, she knew, would intermix grateful digressions, and solve high dispute with conjugal caresses. From his lip not words alone pleased her. Oh, when meet now such pairs, in love and mutual honor joined. With goddess-like demeanor forth she went, not unattended, or on her as queen, a pomp of winning graces waited still, and from about her shot darts of desire, into all eyes to wish her still in sight. And Raphael now to Adam's doubt proposed, benevolent and facile, thus replied, to ask or search I blame thee not, for heaven is as the book of God before thee set, wherein to read his wondrous works, and learn his seasons, hours, or days, or months, or years. This to attain, whether heaven move or earth, imports not, if thou reckon right. The rest from man or angel, the great architect, did wisely to conceal, and not divulge his secrets, to be scanned by them who ought rather admire, or, if they list to try, conjecture, he his fabric of the heavens hath left to their disputes, perhaps to move his laughter at their quaint opinions wide, hereafter, when they come to model heaven, and calculate the stars, how they will wield the mighty frame, how build, unbuild, contrive, to save appearances, how gird the sphere with centric and eccentric scribbled o'er, cycle and epicycle, orb and orb. Already by thy reasoning this I guess, who art to lead thy offspring, and supposest the bodies bright, and greater should not serve the less not bright, nor heaven such journeys run, earth sitting still when she alone receives the benefit. Consider first that great or bright infers not excellence. The earth, though in comparison of heaven, so small nor glistering, may of solid good contain more plenty than the sun that barren shines, whose virtue on itself works no effect, but in the fruitful earth there first received his beams, unactive else their vigor find. Yet not to earth are those bright luminaries officious, but to thee, earth's habitant. And for the heaven's wide circuit let it speak the Maker's high magnificence, who built so spacious, and his line stretched out so far, that man may know he dwells not in his own. An edifice too large for him to fill, lodged in a small partition, and the rest ordained for uses to his Lord best known. The swiftness of those circles attribute, though numberless, to his omnipotence, that to corporeal substances could add speed almost spiritual. Me thou thinkest not slow, who since the morning hour set out from heaven, where God resides, and ere midday arrived in Eden, distance inexpressible by numbers that have name. But this I urge, admitting motion in the heavens, to show invalid that which thee to doubt it moved. Not that I so affirm, though so it seem to thee who hast thy dwelling here on earth, God to remove his ways from human sense, placed heaven from earth so far, that earthly sight, if it presume, might err in things too high, and no advantage gain. What if the sun be centre to the world, and other stars, by his attractive virtue and their own incited, dance about him various rounds, their wandering course now high, now low, then hid, progressive, retrograde, or standing still, if six thou seest, and what if seventh to these, the planet Earth, so steadfast though she seem, insensibly three different motions move, which else to several spheres thou must ascribe, move contrary with thwart obliquities, or save the sun his labor, and that swift nocturnal and diurnal romp supposed, invisible else above all stars, the wheel of day and night, which needs not thy belief, if earth, industrious of herself, fetch day, travelling east, and with her part averse from the sun's beam meet night or other part, still luminous by his ray. What if that light, sent from her through the wide transpicuous air, to the terrestrial moon, to be as a star, enlightening her by day as she by night? This earth reciprocal, if land be there, fields, and inhabitants, her spots thou seest as clouds, and clouds may rain, and rain produce fruits and resoften soil, for some to eat allotted there, and other suns perhaps, with their attendant moons, thou wilt descry, communicating male and female light, which two great sexes animate the world, stored in each orb perhaps, with some that live, for such vast room in nature unpossessed by living soul, desert and desolate, only to shine, yet scarce to contribute, each orbed glimpse of light conveyed so far, down to this habitable, which returns light back to them, is obvious to dispute. But whether thus these things, or whether not, whether the sun, predominant in heaven, rise on the earth, or earth rise on the sun, he from the east his flaming road begin, or she from the west her silent course advance, with inoffensive pace that spinning sleeps on her soft axle, while she paces even, and bears thee soft with the smooth air along. Solicit not thy thoughts with matters hid, leave them to God above. Him serve and fear, of other creatures as him pleases best. Wherever placed, let him dispose. Joy thou in what he gives to thee, this paradise, and thy fair Eve. Heaven is for thee too high to know what passes there. Be lowly wise, think only what concerns thee and thy being. Dream not of other worlds, what creatures there live, in what state, condition, or degree, contented that thus far hath been revealed, not of earth only, but of highest heaven. To whom thus Adam, cleared of doubt, replied, How fully hast thou satisfied me, pure intelligence of heaven, angel serene, and, freed from intricacies, taught to live the easiest way, nor with perplexing thoughts to interrupt the sweet of life, from which God hath bid dwell far off all anxious cares, and not molest us, unless we ourselves seek them with wandering thoughts and notions vain. But apt the mind or fancy is to rove, unchecked, and of her roving is no end, till, warned or by experience taught, she learn that not to know at large of things remote, from use obscure and subtle, but to know that which before us lies in daily life, is the prime wisdom. What is more is fume, or emptiness, or fond impertinence, and renders us in things that most concern, unpractised, unprepared, and still to seek. Therefore, from this high pitch, let us descend a lower flight, and speak of things at hand, useful, whence haply mention may arise of something not unseasonable to ask. By sufferance and thy wonted favour dined. Thee I have heard relating what was done ere my remembrance. Now hear me relate my story, which perhaps thou hast not heard, and day is yet not spent. Till then thou seest how subtly to detain thee I devise, inviting thee to hear, while I relate, fond were it not in hope of thy reply. For while I sit with thee, I seem in heaven, and sweeter thy discourse is to my ear than fruits of palm tree, pleasantest to thirst and hunger both from labor at the hour of sweet repast. They satiate and soon fill, though pleasant, but thy words with grace divine imbued bring to their sweetness no satiety. To whom thus Raphael answered, heavenly meek, Nor are thy lips ungrateful, sire of men, nor tongue ineloquent, for God on thee abundantly his gifts hath also poured, inward and outward both. His fair image, speaking or mute, all comeliness and grace attends thee, and each word, each motion forms, nor less think we in heaven of thee on earth than of our fellow servant, and inquire gladly into the ways of God with men. For God, we see, hath honoured thee, and set on man his equal love. Say therefore on, for I that day was absent, as befell, bound on a voyage uncouth and obscure, far on excursion toward the gates of hell, squared in full legion. Such command we had, to see that none thus issued forth a spy or enemy while God was in his work, lest he, incensed that such eruption bold, destruction with creation might have mixed. Not that they durst without his leave attempt, but us he sends, upon his high behest, for state as sovereign king, and to inure our prompt obedience. Fast we found, fast shut, the dismal gates, and barricaded strong. But long ere our approaching, heard within noise other than the sound of dance or song, torment and loud lament and furious rage. Glad we returned up to the coasts of light, ere Sabbath evening, so we had in charge. But thy relation now, for I attend, pleased with thy words no less than thou with mine. So spake the godlike power, and thus our sire. For man to tell how human life began is hard, for who himself beginning knew, desire with thee still longer to converse, induced me, as new waked from soundest sleep, soft on the flowery herb I found me laid, in balmy sweat, with which his beams the sun soon dried, and o'er the reeking moisture fed. Straight toward heaven my wandering eyes I turned, and gazed awhile the ample sky, till raised by quick instinctive motion, up I sprung, as thitherward endeavoring, and upright stood on my feet. About me round I saw hill, dale, and shady woods, and sunny plains, and liquid laps of murmuring streams. By these creatures that lived and moved, and walked or flew, birds on the branches warbling, all things smiled, with fragrance and with joy my heart o'erflowed. Myself I then perused, and limb by limb surveyed, and sometimes went, and sometimes ran, with supple joints, as lively vigor led. But who I was, or where, or from what cause, knew not. To speak I tried, and forthwith spake. My tongue obeyed, and readily could name whate'er I saw. Thou, sun, said I, fair light, and thou, enlightened earth, so fresh and gay, ye hills and dales, ye rivers, woods, and plains, and ye that live and move, fair creatures, tell, if ye saw, how came I thus, how here? Not of myself, by some great Maker then, in goodness and in power preeminent. Tell me, how may I know him, how adore, from whom I have, that thus I move and live, and feel that I am happier than I know. While thus I called and strayed, I knew not whither, from where I first drew air, and first beheld this happy light, when answer none returned. On a green shady bank, profuse of flowers, pensive I sat me down. There gentle sleep first found me, and with soft oppression seized my drowsed sense, untroubled though I thought I then was passing to my former state, insensible and forthwith to dissolve, when suddenly stood at my head a dream, whose inward apparition gently moved my fancy to believe I yet had being and lived. One came, methought, of shape divine, and said, Thy mansion wants thee, Adam, rise, first man of men, innumerable ordained. First Father, called by thee, I come thy guide to the garden of bliss, thy seat prepared. So saying, by the hand he took me raised, and over fields and waters, as in air, smooth sliding, without step, last led me up a woody mountain, whose high top was plain, a circuit wide, enclosed with goodliest trees, planted with walks and bowers, that what I saw of earth before scarce pleasant seemed. Each tree loaden with fairest fruit that hung to the eye, tempting stirred in me sudden appetite to pluck and eat. Whereat I walked, and found before mine eyes all real, as the dream had lively shadowed. Here had new begun my wandering, had not he who was my guide up hither from among the trees appeared, presence divine, rejoicing, but with awe, in adoration at his feet. I fell submiss, he reared me, and, whom thou soughtest, I am, said mildly, author of all this thou seest, above or round about thee, or beneath. This paradise I give thee, count it thine, to till and keep, and of the fruit to eat. Of every tree that in the garden grows, eat freely with glad heart. Fear here no dearth, but of the tree whose operation brings knowledge of good and ill, which I have set, the pledge of thy obedience and thy faith, amid the garden by the tree of life. Remember what I warn thee, shun to taste, and shun the bitter consequence. For know, the day thou eatest thereof, my sole command transgressed, inevitably thou shalt die. From that day, mortal, and this happy state, shalt lose, expelled from hence into a world of woe and sorrow. Sternly he pronounced the rigid interdiction, which resounds yet dreadful in mine ear, though in my choice not to incur. But soon his clear aspect returned, and gracious purpose thus renewed. Not only these fair bounds, but all the earth, to thee and to thy race I give, as lords possess it, and all things that therein live, or live in sea or air, beast, fish, and fowl, in sign whereof each bird and beast behold, after their kinds. I bring them to receive from thee their names, and pay thee fealty with low subjection. Understand the same of fish within their watery residence, not hither summoned, since they cannot change their element to draw the thinner air. And thus he spake. Each bird and beast behold, approaching two and two, these cowering low with blandishment. Each bird stooped on his wing. I named them as they passed, and understood their nature. With such knowledge God endued my sudden apprehension. But in these I found not what methought I wanted still, and to the heavenly vision thus presumed. Oh, by what name, for thou above all these, above mankind, or aught than mankind higher, surpassest far my naming, how may I adore thee, author of this universe, and all this good to man, for whose well-being, so amply, and with hands so liberal, thou hast provided all things. But with me I see not who partakes. In solitude, what happiness? Who can enjoy alone, or, all enjoying, what contentment find? Thus I, presumptuous, and the vision bright, as with a smile more brightened, thus replied. What callest thou solitude? Is not the earth, with various living creatures, and the air, replenished, and all these, at thy command, to come and play before thee? Knowest thou not their language and their ways? They also know and reason not contemptibly. With these find pastime and bear rule. Thy realm is large. So spake the universal Lord, and seemed so ordering. I, with leave of speech, implored, and humble deprecation thus replied. Let not my words offend thee, heavenly power. My Maker, be propitious while I speak. Hast thou not made me here thy substitute, and these inferior far beneath me set? Among unequals, what society can sort, what harmony or true delight, which must be mutual, in proportion due, given and received, but in disparity, the one intense, the other still remiss, cannot well suit with either, would soon prove tedious alike. Of fellowship I speak, such as I seek fit to participate, all rational delight, wherein the brute cannot be human consort. They rejoice each with their kind, lion with lioness, so fitly them in pairs thou hast combined. Much less can bird with beast, or fish with fowl, so well converse, nor with the ox, the ape. Worse then can man with beast, and least of all. Whereto the Almighty answered, not displeased. A nice and subtle happiness, I see, thou to thyself proposest, in the choice of thy associates, Adam, and wilt taste no pleasure, though in pleasure solitary. What thinkest thou then of me, and this my state? Seem I to thee sufficiently possessed of happiness, or not, who am alone from all eternity? For none I know second to me or like, equal much less. How have I then with whom to hold converse, save with these creatures, which I made, and those to me inferior, infinite descents, beneath what other creatures are to thee? He ceased. I lowly answered, to attain the height and depth of thy eternal ways, all human thoughts come short, supreme of things. Thou in thyself art perfect, and in thee is no deficiency found. Not so is man, but in degree the cause of his desire, by conversation with his like to help or solace his defects. No need that thou shouldest propagate, already infinite, and through all numbers absolute, though one. But man by number is to manifest his single imperfection, and beget like of his like, his image multiplied, and unity defective, which requires collateral love, and dearest amity. Thou in thy secrecy, although alone, best with thyself accompanied, seekest not social communication, yet so pleased, canst raise thy creature to what height thou wilt, of union or communion, deified. I by conversing cannot these erect from prone, nor in their ways complacence find. Thus I emboldened spake, and freedom used, permissive, and acceptance found, which gained this answer from the gracious voice divine. Thus far to try thee, Adam, I was pleased, and find thee knowing not of beasts alone, which thou hast rightly named, but of thyself, expressing well the spirit within thee free, my image, not imparted to the brute, whose fellowship therefore unmeet for thee. Good reason was thou freely shouldest dislike, and be so minded still. I, ere thou spakest, knew it not good for man to be alone, and no such company as then thou sawest intended thee for trial only brought, to see how thou couldst judge of fit and meet. What next I bring shall please thee. Be assured thy likeness, thy fit help, thy other self, thy wish exactly, to thy heart's desire. He ended, or I heard no more, for now my earthly, by his heavenly overpowered, which it had long stood under, strained to the highest, and that celestial colloquy sublime, as with an object that excels the sense, dazzled and spent, sunk down, and sought repair, of sleep, which instantly fell on me, called by nature as an aid, and closed mine eyes. Mine eyes he closed. but open left the cell of fancy, my internal sight, by which, abstract as in a trance, methought I saw, though sleeping, where I lay, and saw the shape still glorious before whom awake I stood, who, stooping, opened my left side, and took from thence a rib, with cordial spirits warm, and life-blood streaming fresh. Wide was the wound, but suddenly with flesh filled up and healed. The rib he formed and fashioned with his hands. Under his forming hands a creature grew, manlike, but different sex, so lovely fair that would seem fair in all the world, seemed now mean, or in her summed up, in her contained, and in her looks, which from that time infused sweetness into my heart unfelt before, and into all things from her air inspired, the spirit of love and amorous delight. She disappeared and left me dark. I waked to find her, or forever to deplore her loss, and other pleasures all abjure, when, out of hope, behold her not far off, such as I saw her in my dream, adorned with what all earth or heaven could bestow, to make her amiable. On she came, led by her heavenly Maker, though unseen, and guided by his voice, nor uninformed of nuptial sanctity and marriage rites. Grace was in all her steps, heaven in her eye. In every gesture dignity and love, I, overjoyed, could not forbear aloud. This turn hath made amends, thou hast fulfilled thy words, Creator bounteous and benign, giver of all things fair, but fairest this of all thy gifts, nor enviest, I now see, bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh, myself before me. Woman is her name, of man extracted. For this cause he shall forego father and mother, and to his wife adhere, and they shall be one flesh, one heart, one soul. She heard me thus, and though divinely brought, yet innocence and virgin modesty, her virtue and the conscience of her worth, that would be wooed, and not unsought be won, not obvious, not obtrusive, but retired, the most desirable, or to say all, nature herself, though pure of sinful thought, wrought in her so, that seeing me she turned. I followed her, she what was honour knew, and with obsequious majesty approved my pleaded reason. To the nuptial bower I led her blushing, like the morn, all heaven and happy constellations on that hour shed their selectest influence. The earth gave sign of gratulation, and each hill joyous the birds. Fresh gales and gentle airs whispered it to the woods, and from their wings flung rose, flung odors from their spicy shrub, disporting till the amorous bird of night sung spousal and bid haste the evening star on his hilltop to light the bridal lamp. Thus have I told thee all my state, and brought my story to the sum of earthly bliss, which I enjoy and must confess to find in all things else delight indeed, but such as, used or not, works in the mind no change, nor vehement desire. These delicacies, I mean of taste, sight, smell, herbs, fruits, and flowers, walks, and the melody of birds. But here, far otherwise, transported I behold, transported touch. Here passion first I felt, emotion strange, and all enjoyments else. Superior and unmoved, here only weak against the charm of beauty's powerful glance, or nature failed in me, and left some part not proof enough, such object to sustain, or, from my side subducting, took perhaps more than enough, at least on her bestowed, too much of ornament, in outward show, elaborate, of inward less exact. For well I understand in the prime end of nature, her the inferior, in the mind and inward faculties, which most excel, and outward also, her resembling less his image, who made both, and less expressing the character of that dominion given, or other creatures. Yet when I approach her loveliness, so absolute she seems, and in herself complete, so well to know her own, that what she wills to do or say, seems wisest, virtuousest, discreetest, best. All higher knowledge in her presence falls, degraded. Wisdom in discourse with her loses, discountenanced, and like folly shows. Authority and reason on her wait, as one intended first, not after made, occasionally, and to consummate all. Greatness of mind and nobleness their seed build in her loveliest, and create an all about her, as a guard angelic placed. To whom the angel, with contracted brow, accuse not nature, she hath done her part, do thou but thine, and be not diffident of wisdom. She deserts thee not, if thou dismiss not her, when most thou needest her nigh. by attributing overmuch to things less excellent, as thou thyself perceivest. For what admirest thou, what transports thee so? An outside, fair no doubt, and worthy well, thy cherishing, thy honoring, and thy love, not thy subjection. Weigh with her thyself, then value. Oft times nothing profits more than self-esteem, grounded on just and right well managed. Of that skill, the more thou knowest, the more she will acknowledge thee her head, and to realities yield all her shows, made so adorned for thy delight, the more, so awful that with honor thou mayest love thy mate, who sees when thou art seen, least wise. But if the sense of touch, whereby mankind is propagated, seems such dear delight beyond all other, think the same vouchsafed to cattle and each beast, which would not be to them made common and divulged, if aught therein enjoyed were worthy to subdue the soul of man, or passion in him move. What higher in her society thou find'st, attractive, human, rational, love still. In loving thou dost well, in passion not, wherein true love consists not. Love refines the thoughts, and heart enlargens, hath his seat in reason, and is judicious, is the scale by which to heavenly love thou mayest ascend, not sunk in carnal pleasure, for which cause among the beasts no mate for thee was found. To whom thus, half abashed, Adam replied, neither her outside form so fair, nor aught in procreation common to all things, though higher of the genial bed by far, and with mysterious reverence I deem, so much delights me as those graceful acts, those thousand decencies that daily flow from all her words and actions, mixed with love and sweet compliance, which declare unfeigned union of mind, or in us both one soul, harmony to behold, and wedded pair, more grateful than harmonious sound to the ear. Yet these subject not, I to thee disclose what inward thence I feel, not therefore foiled, who meet with various objects, from the sense variously representing, yet still free, approve the best, and follow what I approve. To love thou blamest me not, for love, thou sayest, leads up to heaven, is both the way and guide. Bear with me then, if lawful, what I ask. Love not the heavenly spirits, and how their love express they? By looks only, or do they mix a radiance, virtual or immediate touch? To whom the angel, with a smile that glowed, celestial, rosy red, love's proper hue, answered, let it suffice thee that thou knowest us happy, and without love no happiness. Whatever pure thou in the body enjoyest, and pure thou wert created, we enjoy in eminence, and obstacle find none of membrane, joint, or limb, exclusive bars. Easier than air with air, if spirits embrace, total they mix, union of pure with pure, desiring nor restrained conveyance need, and flesh to mix with flesh, or soul with soul. But I can now no more. The parting sun beyond the earth's green cape and verdant isles Hesperian sets, my signal to depart. Be strong, live happy, and love. But first of all, him whom to love is to obey, and keep his great command. Take heed, lest passion sway thy judgment to do aught which else free will would not admit. Fine, and of all thy sons, the weal or woe in thee is placed. Beware, I in thy persevering shall rejoice, and all the blessed. Stand fast, to stand or fall free, in thine own arbitrament it lies. Perfect within, no outward aid require, and all temptation to transgress repel. So saying he arose, whom Adam thus followed with benediction. Since depart, go heavenly guest, ethereal messenger, sent from whose sovereign goodness I adore, gentle to me, and affable hath been thy condescension, and shall be honored ever with grateful memory. Thou to mankind, be good and friendly still, and oft return. So parted they, the angel up to heaven from the thick shade, and Adam to his bower. End of section 52.
Section 53 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. The Ninth Book, Part 1. The argument. Satan, having compassed the earth with meditated guile, returns as a mist by night into paradise, enters into the serpent sleeping. Adam and Eve in the morning go forth to their labors, which Eve proposes to divide in several places, each laboring apart. Adam consents not, alleging the danger, lest that enemy of whom they were forewarned should attempt her found alone. Eve, loath to be thought not circumspect or firm enough, urges her going apart, the rather desirous to make trial of her strength. Adam at last yields. The serpent finds her alone. His subtle approach, first gazing, then speaking, with much flattery, extolling Eve above all other creatures. Eve, wondering to hear the serpent speak, asks how he attained to human speech and such understanding not till now. The serpent answers that by tasting of a certain tree in the garden he attained both to speech and reason, till then void of both. Eve requires him to bring her to that tree, and finds it to be the tree of knowledge forbidden. The serpent, now grown bolder, with many wiles and arguments induces her at length to eat. She, pleased with the taste, deliberates a while whether to impart thereof to Adam or not, at last brings him of the fruit, relates what persuaded her to eat thereof. Adam, at first amazed, but perceiving her lost, resolves, through vehemence of love, to perish with her, and, extenuating the trespass, eats also of the fruit. The effects thereof in them both, they seek to cover their nakedness, then fall to variance and accusation of one another. No more of talk, where God or angel guest with man, as with his friend, familiar used to sit indulgent, and with him partake rural repast, permitting him the while venial discourse unblamed. I now must change those notes to tragic, foul distrust, and breach disloyal, on the part of man, revolt and disobedience, on the part of heaven, now alienated, distance and distaste, anger and just rebuke, and judgment given that brought into this world a world of woe, sin and her shadow death, and misery, death's harbinger, or Juno's that so long perplexed the Greek and Cyrethea's son. If answerable style I can obtain of my celestial patroness, who deigns her nightly visitation unimplored, and dictates to me, slumbering, or inspires easy my unpremeditated verse, since first this subject for heroic song pleased me, long choosing and beginning late, not sedulous by nature to indite wars, hitherto the only argument, heroic deemed chief mastery to dissect, with long and tedious havoc fabled knights and battles feigned, the better fortitude of patience and heroic martyrdom unsung, or to describe races and games, or tilting furniture, emblazoned shields, impresses quaint, caparisons and steeds, bases and tinsel trappings, gorgeous knights at joust and tournament, then marshalled feast served up in hall with sewers and seneschals, the skill of artifice, or office mean, not that which justly gives heroic name to person or to poem. Me of these, nor skilled nor studious, higher argument remains, sufficient of itself to raise that name, unless an age too late, or cold climate, or years damp my intended wing depressed. And much they may, if all be mine, not hers who brings it nightly to my ear. The sun was sunk, and after him the star of Hesperus, whose office is to bring twilight upon the earth, short arbiter twixt day and night, and now from end to end night's hemisphere had veiled the horizon round, when Satan, who late fled before the threats of Gabriel out of Eden, now improved in meditated fraud and malice, bent on man's destruction, maugre what might hap of heavier, on himself, fearless, returned. By night he fled, and at midnight returned from compassing the earth, cautious of day, since Uriel, regent of the sun, decried his entrance, and forewarned the cherubim that kept their watch. Thence, full of anguish, driven, the space of 7 continued nights he rode with darkness. Thrice the equinoctial line he circled, 4 times crossed the car of night from pole to pole, traversing each couleur. On the 8th returned, and on the coast averse from entrance or cherubic watch by stealth found unsuspected way. There was a place, now not, though sin, not time, first wrought the change, where Tigris, at the foot of paradise, into a gulf shot underground, till part rose up a fountain by the tree of life. In with the river sunk, and with it rose Satan, involved in rising mist, then sought where to lie hid. Sea he had searched, and land from Eden over Pontus, and the pool Maeotis, up beyond the river Ob, downward as far Antarctic, and in length west from Orontes to the ocean barred at Darien, thence to the land where flows Ganges and Indus. Thus the orb he roamed with narrow search, and with inspection deep considered every creature, which of all most opportune might serve his wiles, and found the serpent subtlest beast of all the field. Him, after long debate, irresolute of thoughts revolved, his final sentence chose fit vessel, fittest imp of fraud, in whom to enter, and his dark suggestions hide from sharpest sight. For in the wily snake, whatever slights none would suspicious mark, as from his wit, native subtlety proceeding, which in other beasts observed, doubt might beget of diabolic power, active within beyond the sense of brute. Thus he resolved, but first, from inward grief, his bursting passion into plaints thus poured. O earth, how like to heaven, if not preferred more justly, seat worthier of gods, as built with second thoughts, reforming what was old. For what god, after better, worse would build? Terrestrial heaven, danced round by other heavens, that shine, yet bear their bright officious lamps, light above light, for thee alone, as seems in thee concentring all their precious beams of sacred influence. As God in heaven is centre, yet extends to all, so thou, centering, receivest from all those orbs, in thee, not in themselves, all their known virtue appears, productive in herb, plant, and nobler earth, of creatures animate with gradual life of growth, sense, reason, all summed up in man. With what delight could I have walked thee round, if I could joy in aught, sweet interchange of hill and valley, rivers, woods, and plains, now land, now sea, and shores with forest crowned, rocks, dens, and caves. But I in none of these find place or refuge. And the more I see pleasures about me, so much more I feel torment within me, and from the hateful siege of contraries. All good to me becomes bane, and in heaven much worse would be my state. But neither here seek I, nor in heaven to dwell, unless by mastering heaven supreme, nor hope to be myself less miserable by what I seek, but others to make such as I, though thereby worse to me redound. For only in destroying I find ease to my relentless thoughts, and him destroyed, or one to what may work his utter loss. For whom all this was made, all this will soon follow, as to him linked in weal or woe, in woe then, that destruction wide may range. To me shall be the glory, sole among the infernal powers, in one day to have marred what he, Almighty, styled 6 nights and days continued making, and who knows how long before had been contriving, though perhaps not longer than since I, in one night freed from servitude in glorious well nigh half the angelic name, and thinner left the throng of his adorers. He to be avenged, and to repair his numbers thus impaired, whether such virtue, spent of old, now failed more angels to create, if they at least are his created, or to spite us more, determined to advance in our room a creature formed of earth, and him endow, exalted from so base original, with heavenly spoils, our spoils. What he decreed he effected, man he made, and for him built magnificent this world, and earth his seat. Him Lord pronounced, and, oh indignity, subjected to his service angel wings and flaming ministers to watch and tend their earthly charge. Of these the vigilance I dread, and to elude, thus wrapped in mist of midnight vapor, glide obscure, and pry in every bush and brake where hap may find the serpent sleeping, in whose mazy folds to hide me, and the dark intent I bring. O foul descent, that I, who erst contended with gods to sit the highest, am now constrained into a beast, and, mixed with bestial slime, this essence to incarnate and imbrute, that to the height of deity aspired. But what will not ambition and revenge descend to? Who aspires must down as low as high he soared, obnoxious, first or last, to basest things. Revenge at first though sweet, bitter ere long back on itself recoils. Let it, I reck not, so it light well aimed, since higher I fall short on him who next provokes my envy, this new favourite of heaven, this man of clay, son of despite, whom us the more to spite, his maker raised from dust. Spite then with spite is best repaid. So saying, through each thicket, dank or dry, like a black mist low creeping, he held on his midnight search, where soon as he might find the serpent, him fast sleeping, soon he found, in labyrinth of many, around self rolled, his head the mist, well stored with subtle wiles, not yet in horrid shade or dismal den, nor nocent yet, but on the grassy herb, fearless, unfeared, he slept, and at his mouth the devil entered, and his brutal sense, in heart or head possessing soon inspired with act intelligential, but his sleep disturbed not, waiting close the approach of morn. Now, when as sacred light began to dawn in Eden on the humid flowers that breathe their morning incense, when all things that breathe from earth's great altar send up silent praise to the Creator, and his nostrils fill with grateful smell, forth came the human pair, and joined their vocal worship to the choir of creatures wanting voice, that done partake the season, prime for sweetest scents and airs. Then commune how that day they best may ply their growing work, for much their work outgrew the hand's dispatch of two gardening so wide. And Eve first to her husband thus began: Adam, well may we labor still to dress this garden, still to tend plant, herb, and flower, our pleasant task enjoined. But till more hands aid us, the work under our labor grows, luxurious by restraint. What we by day lop overgrown, or prune, or prop, or bind, one night or two with wanton growth derides, tending to wild. Thou, therefore, now advise, or hear what to my mind first thoughts present. Let us divide our labors. Thou where choice leads thee, or where most needs, whether to wind the woodbine round this arbor, or direct the clasping ivy where to climb, while I in yonder spring of roses intermixed with myrtle find what to redress till noon. For, while so near each other, thus all day our task we choose, what wonder if so near looks intervene and smiles, or objects new casual discourse draw on, which intermits our day's work, brought to little, though begun early, and the hour of supper comes unearned? To whom the mild answer Adam thus returned: Soul Eve, associate soul, to me beyond compare, above all living creatures dear, well hast thou motion, well thy thoughts employed, how we might best fulfill the work which here God hath assigned us. Nor of me shalt pass unpraised, for nothing lovelier can be found in woman than to study household good, and good works in her husband to promote. Yet not so strictly hath our Lord imposed labor as to debar us when we need refreshment, whether food or talk between, food of the mind, or the sweet intercourse of looks and smiles. For smiles from reason flow to brute denied, and are of love the food. Love not the lowest end of human life. For not to irksome toil, but to delight he made us, and delight to reason joined. These paths and bowers doubt not, but our joint hands will keep from wilderness with ease, as wide as we need walk, till younger hands ere long assist us. But, if much converse perhaps these satiate, to short absence I could yield, for solitude sometimes is best society, and short retirement urges sweet return. But other doubts possess me, lest harm befall thee, severed from me. For thou knowest what hath been warned us, what malicious foe, envying our happiness, and of his own despairing, seeks to work us woe and shame by sly assault, and somewhere nigh at hand watches, no doubt, with greedy hope to find his wish and best advantage, us asunder, hopeless to circumvent us joined, where each to other speedy aid might lend at need. Whether his first design be to withdraw our fealty from God, or disturb conjugal love, than which perhaps no bliss enjoyed by us excites his envy more, or this, or worse, leave not the faithful side that gave thee being, still shades thee and protects. The wife, where danger or dishonor lurks, safest and seemliest by her husband stays, who guards her, or with her the worst endures. To whom the virgin majesty of Eve, as one who loves, and some unkindness meets, with sweet austere composure thus replied, Offspring of heaven and earth, and all earth's lord, that such an enemy we have who seeks our ruin, both by thee informed I learn, and from the parting angel overheard, as in a shady nook I stood behind, just then returned at shut of evening flowers. But that thou shouldest my firmness therefore doubt to God or thee, because we have a foe, may tempt it, I expected not to hear. His violence thou fearest not, being such as we, not capable of death or pain, can either not receive, or can repel. His fraud is, then, thy fear, which plain infers thy equal fear, that my firm faith and love can by his fraud be shaken or seduced. Thoughts, which how found they harbour in thy breast, Adam, misthought of her to thee so dear. To whom with healing words Adam replied, Daughter of God and man, immortal Eve, for such thou art, from sin and blame entire, not diffident of thee do I dissuade thy absence from my sight, but to avoid the attempt itself, intended by our foe. For he who tempts, though in vain, at least asperses the tempted with dishonor foul, supposed not incorruptible of faith, not proof against temptation. Thou thyself with scorn and anger wouldst resent the offered wrong, though ineffectual found. Misdeem not, then, if such affront I labor to avert from thee alone, which on us both at once the enemy, though bold, will hardly dare, or daring, first on me the assault shall light, nor thou his malice and false guile contemn. Subtle he needs must be, who could seduce angels, nor think superfluous others' aid. I from the influence of thy looks receive access in every virtue, in thy sight more wise, more watchful, stronger, if need were, of outward strength, while shame, thou looking on, shame to be overcome, or overreached, would utmost vigor raise, and raised unite. Why shouldst not thou like sense within thee feel, when I am present, and thy trial choose with me best witness of thy virtue tried? So spake domestic Adam in his care and matrimonial love, but Eve, who thought less attributed to her faith sincere, thus her reply with accent sweet renewed. If this be our condition, thus to dwell in narrow circuit, straitened by a foe, subtle or violent, we not endued single with like defence wherever met, how are we happy, still in fear of harm? But harm precedes not sin. Only our foe tempting affronts us with his foul esteem of our integrity. His foul esteem sticks no dishonor on our front, but turns foul on himself, then wherefore shunned or feared by us, who rather double honor gain from his surmise proved false, find peace within, favor from heaven, our witness from the event. And what is faith, love, virtue, unassayed alone, without exterior help sustained? Let us not then suspect our happy state, left so imperfect by the Maker wise, as not secure to single or combined. Frail is our happiness, if this be so, and Eden were no Eden thus exposed. To whom thus Adam fervently replied, O woman, best are all things as the will of God ordained them, his creating hand nothing imperfect or deficient left of all that he created, much less man, or aught that might his happy state secure from outward force. Within himself the danger lies, yet lies within his power. Against his will he can receive no harm. But God left free the will, for what obeys reason is free, and reason he made right, but bid her well beware, and still erect, lest, by some fair appearing good surprised, she dictate false, and misinform the will to do what God expressly hath forbid. Not then mistrust, but tender love enjoins that I should mind thee oft, and mind thou me. Firm we subsist, yet possible to swerve, since reason not impossibly may meet some specious object by the foe suborned, and fall into deception unaware, not keeping strictest watch, as she was warned. Seek not temptation then, which to avoid were better, and most likely if from me thou sever not, trial will come unsought. Wouldst thou approve thy constancy, approve first thy obedience, the other who can know, not seeing thee attempted, who attest. But if thou think trials unsought may find us both secure, then thus warned thou seemest. Go, for thy stay, not free, absents thee more. Go in thy native innocence, rely on what thou hast of virtue, summon all, for God towards thee hath done his part, do thine. So spake the patriarch of mankind, but Eve persisted, yet submiss, though last replied, With thy permission then, and thus forewarned, chiefly by what thy own last reasoning words touched only, that our trial, when least sought, may find us both, perhaps far less prepared, the willinger I go. Nor much expect a foe so proud will first the weaker seek, so bent the more shall shame him his repulse. Thus saying, from her husband's hand her hand soft she withdrew, and like a wood nymph light, Oread or Dryad, or of Delia's train, betook her to the groves. But Delia's self, in gait surpassed the goddess-like deport, though not as she with bow and quiver armed, but with such gardening tools as art, yet rude, guiltless of fire had formed, or angels brought. To Pallas, or Pomona thus adorned, like as she seemed, Pomona when she fled Vertumnus, or to Ceres in her prime, yet virgin of Proserpina from Jove. Her long with ardent look his eye pursued, delighted, but desiring more her stay. Oft he to her his charge of quick return repeated, she to him as oft engaged, to be returned by noon amid the bower, and all things in best order to invite noontide repast, or afternoon's repose. O much deceived, much failing, hapless Eve, of thy presumed return, event perverse, thou never from that hour in paradise foundest either sweet repast or sound repose. Such ambush, hid among sweet flowers and shades, waited with hellish rancor imminent, to intercept thy way, or send thee back, despoiled of innocence, of faith, of bliss. For now, and since first break of dawn, the fiend, mere serpent in appearance, forth was come, and on his quest, where likeliest he might find the only two of mankind, but in them the whole included race, his purposed prey. In bower and field he sought, where any tuft of grove or garden plot more pleasant lay, their tendance or plantation for delight. By fountain or by shady rivulet he sought them both, but wished his hap might find Eve separate. He wished, but not with hope of what so seldom chanced, when to his wish, beyond his hope, Eve separate he spies, veiled in a cloud of fragrance, where she stood, half spied, so thick the roses bushing round about her glowed, oft stooping to support each flower of tender stalk, whose head, though gay carnation, purple, azure, or speckled with gold, hung drooping unsustained. Them she upstays gently with myrtle band, mindless the while herself, though fairest unsupported flower, from her best prop so far, and storm so nigh. Nearer he drew, and many a walk traversed of stateliest covert, cedar, pine, or palm. Then voluble and bold, now hid, now seen among thick-woven arborets, and flowers embroidered on each bank, the hand of Eve. Spot more delicious than those gardens feigned, or of revived Adonis, or renowned Alcinous, host of old Laertes' son, or that, not mystic, where the sapient king held dalliance with his fair Egyptian spouse. Much he the place admired, the person more, as one who, long in populous city pent, where houses thick and sewers annoy the air, forth issuing on a summer's morn to breathe among the pleasant villages and farms adjoined, from each thing met conceives delight, the smell of grain, or tedded grass, or kine, or dairy, each rural sight, each rural sound. If chance with nymph-like step fair virgin pass, what pleasing seemed for her now pleases more. She most, and in her looks sums all delight. Such pleasure took the serpent to behold this flowery plat, this sweet recess of Eve, thus early, thus alone. Her heavenly form angelic, but more soft and feminine, her graceful innocence, her every air of gesture or least action, overawed his malice, and with rapine sweet bereaved his fierceness of the fierce intent it brought. That space the evil one abstracted stood from his own evil, and for the time remained stupidly good, of enmity disarmed, of guile, of hate, of envy, of revenge. But the hot hell that always in him burns, though in mid-heaven, soon ended his delight, and tortures him now more, the more he sees of pleasure not for him ordained. Then soon fierce hate he recollects, and all his thoughts of mischief, gradulating, thus excites. Thoughts, whither have ye led me? With what sweet compulsion thus transported to forget what hither brought us? Hate, not love, nor hope of paradise for hell. Here to taste of pleasure, but all pleasure to destroy, save what is in destroying. Other joy to me is lost. Then let me not pass occasion which now smiles. Behold, alone, the woman, opportune to all attempts, her husband, for I view far around, not nigh, whose higher intellectual more I shun, and strength of courage haughty, and of limb heroic built, though of terrestrial mould, foe not informidable, exempt from wound, I not. So much hath hell debased, and pain enfeebled me, to what I was in heaven. She fair, divinely fair, fit love for gods, not terrible, though terror be in love. And beauty, not approached by stronger hate, hate stronger under show of love well feigned, the way which to her ruin now I tend.
End of section 53. Section 54 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Paradise Lost. The Ninth Book, Part 2. So spake the enemy of mankind, enclosed in serpent, inmate bad, and toward Eve addressed his way, not with indented wave, prone on the ground, as since, but on his rear, circular base of rising folds, that towered fold above fold, a surging maze, his head crested aloft, and carbuncle his eyes, with burnished neck of verdant gold, erect amidst his circling spires, that on the grass floated redundant. Pleasing was his shape, and lovely, never since of serpent kind lovelier, not those that in Illyria changed Hermione and Cadmus, or the god in Epidaurus, nor to which transformed Ammonian Jove, or Capitoline was seen, he with Olympias, this with her who bore Scipio, the height of Rome, with tract oblique at first, as one who sought access, but feared to interrupt. Sidelong he works his way, as when a ship by skilful steersmen wrought nigh river's mouth or foreland, where the wind veers oft, as oft so steers, and shifts her sail. So varied he, and of his tortuous train curled many a wanton wreath in sight of Eve, to lure her eye. She busied heard the sound of rustling leaves, but minded not, as used to such disport, before her, through the field, from every beast, more duteous at her call, than at Circean call the herd disguised. He, bolder now, uncalled before her stood, but as in gaze admiring, oft he bowed his turret crest and sleek enamelled neck, fawning, and licked the ground whereon she trod. His gentle dumb expression turned at length the eye of Eve to mark his play. He glad of her attention gained, with serpent tongue organic, or impulse of vocal air, his fraudulent temptation thus began. Wonder not, sovereign mistress, if perhaps thou canst, who art sole wonder, much less arm thy looks, the heaven of mildness, with disdain, displeased that I approach thee thus, and gaze insatiate, I thus single, nor have feared thy awful brow, more awful thus retired. Fairest resemblance of thy Maker fair, thee all things living gaze on, all things thine by gift, and thy celestial beauty adore, with ravishment beheld, there best beheld, where universally admired. But here, in this enclosure wild, these beasts among, beholders rude, and shallow to discern half what in thee is fair, one man except, who sees thee. And what is one? Who shouldst be seen a goddess among gods, adored and served by angels numberless, thy daily train. So glows the tempter, and his proem tuned into the heart of Eve, his words made way. Though at the voice much marvelling, at length not unamazed, she thus in answer spake, what may this mean? Language of man pronounced by tongue of brute, and human sense expressed. The first at least of these I thought denied to beasts, whom God on their creation day created mute to all articulate sound. The latter I demur, for in their looks much reason, and in their actions oft appears. Thee, serpent, subtlest beast of all the field I knew, but not with human voice endued. Redouble then this miracle, and say, how camest thou speakable of mute, and how to me so friendly grown above the rest of brutal kind, that daily are in sight? Say, for such wonder claims attention due. To whom the guileful tempter thus replied, Empress of this fair world, resplendent Eve, easy to me it is to tell thee all what thou commandst, and right thou shouldest be obeyed. I was at first as other beasts that graze the trodden herb, of abject thoughts, and low as was my food, nor aught but food discerned or sex, and apprehended nothing high, till on a day roving the field I chanced a goodly tree far distant to behold, loaden with fruit of fairest colours mixed, ruddy and gold. I nearer grew to gaze, when from the boughs a savoury odour blown, grateful to appetite, more pleased my sense than smell of sweetest fennel, or the teats of ewe or goat dropping with milk at even, unsucked of lamb or kid, that tend their play. To satisfy the sharp desire I had of tasting those fair apples, I resolved not to defer. Hunger and thirst at once, powerful persuaders, quickened at the scent of that alluring fruit, urged me so keen. About the mossy trunk I wound me soon, for high from ground the branches would require thy utmost reach, were atoms. Round the tree all other beasts that saw, with like desire, longing and envying stood, but could not reach. Amid the tree now got, where plenty hung tempting so nigh, to pluck and eat my fill I spared not, for such pleasure till that hour at feed or fountain never had I found. Sated at length, ere long I might perceive strange alteration in me, to degree of reason in my inward powers, and speech wanted not long, though to this shape retained. Thenceforth, to speculations high or deep, I turned my thoughts, and with capacious mind considered all things visible in heaven, or earth, or middle, all things fair and good. But all that fair and good in thy divine semblance, and in thy beauty's heavenly ray, united I beheld, no fair to thine equivalent or second, which compelled me thus, though importune perhaps, to come and gaze, and worship thee of right declared, sovereign of creatures, universal dame. So talked the spirited sly snake, and Eve, yet more amazed, unwary, thus replied, Serpent, thy overpraising leaves in doubt the virtue of that fruit, in thee first proved. But say, where grows the tree? From hence how far? For many are the trees of God that grow in paradise, and various, yet unknown to us. In such abundance lies our choice, as leaves a greater store of fruit untouched, still hanging incorruptible, till men grow up to their provision, and more hands help to disburden nature of her birth. To whom the wily adder, blithe and glad, Empress, the way is ready and not long, beyond a row of myrtles, on a flat, fast by a fountain, one small thicket past of blowing myrrh and balm. If thou accept my conduct, I can bring thee thither soon. Lead then, said Eve. He leading swiftly rolled entangles, and made intricate seem straight, to mischief swift. Hope elevates and joy brightens his crest, as when a wandering fire, compact of unctuous vapor, which the night condenses, and the cold environs round, kindled through agitation to a flame, which oft, they say, some evil spirit attends, hovering and blazing with delusive light, misleads the amazed night wanderer from his way, to bogs and mires, and off through pond or pool, there swallowed up and lost, from succor far, so glistered the dire snake, and into fraud led Eve, our credulous mother, to the tree of prohibition, root of all our woe, which when she saw, thus to her guide she spake, Serpent, we might have spared our coming hither, fruitless to me, though fruit be here to excess, the credit of whose virtue rests with thee, wondrous indeed, if cause of such effects. But of this tree we may not taste nor touch, God so commanded, and left that command sole daughter of his voice. The rest we live law to ourselves, our reason is our law. To whom the tempter guilefully replied, Indeed, hath God then said that of the fruit of all these garden trees ye shall not eat, yet lords declared of all in earth or air? To whom thus Eve, yet sinless, Of the fruit of each tree in the garden we may eat, but of the fruit of this fair tree amidst the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat thereof, nor shall ye touch it, lest ye die. She scarce had said, though brief, when now more bold the tempter, but with show of zeal and love to man, and indignation at his wrong, new part puts on, and as to passion moved, fluctuates disturbed, yet comely, and in act raised, as of some great matter to begin, as when of some old orator renowned in Athens, or free Rome, where eloquence flourished, since mute, to some great cause addressed, stood in himself collected, while each part, motion, each act, one audience ere the tongue, sometimes in height began, as no delay of preface brooking through his zeal of right. So standing, moving, or to height upgrown, the tempter all impassioned thus began, O sacred, wise, and wisdom-giving plant, mother of science, now I feel thy power within me clear, not only to discern things in their causes, but to trace the ways of highest agents, deemed however wise. Queen of this universe, do not believe those rigid threats of death. Ye shall not die. How should ye? By the fruit? It gives you life to knowledge. By the threatener? Look on me who have touched and tasted, yet both live, and life more perfect have attained than fate meant me, by venturing higher than my lot. Shall that be shut to man, which to the beast is open? Or will God incense his ire for such a petty trespass, and not praise rather your dauntless virtue, whom the pain of death denounced, whatever thing death be, deterred not from achieving what might lead to happier life, knowledge of good and evil. Of good, how just? Of evil, if what is evil be real, why not known, since easier shunned? God therefore cannot hurt ye, and be just. Not just, not God. Not feared then, nor obeyed. Your fear itself of death removes the fear. Why then was this forbid? Why but to awe? Why but to keep ye low and ignorant, his worshippers? He knows that in the day ye eat thereof, your eyes that seem so clear, yet are but dim, shall perfectly be then opened and cleared, and ye shall be as gods, knowing both good and evil as they know. That ye should be as gods, since I as man, internal man, is but proportion meet. I of brute human, ye of human gods. So ye shall die perhaps by putting off human to put on gods, death to be wished, though threatened, which no worse than this can bring. And what are gods that man may not become as they, participating God-like food? The gods are first, and that advantage use on our belief, that all from them proceeds. I question it, for this fair earth I see, warmed by the sun, producing every kind them nothing. If they all things who enclose knowledge of good and evil in this tree, that whoso eats thereof forthwith attains wisdom without their leave, and wherein lies the offense, that man should thus attain to know? What can your knowledge hurt them, or this tree impart against his will, if all be his? Or is it envy, and can envy dwell in heavenly breasts? These and many more causes import your need of this fair fruit. Goddess humane, reach then, and freely taste. He ended, and his words replete with guile into her heart too easy entrance won. Fixed on the fruit she gazed, which to behold might tempt alone, and in her ears the sound yet rung of his persuasive words, impregned with reason to her seeming and with truth. Meanwhile the hour of noon drew on, and waked an eager appetite, raised by the smell so savory of that fruit, which with desire inclinable now grown to touch or taste, solicited her longing eye. Yet first, pausing a while, thus to herself she mused, Great are thy virtues, doubtless best of fruits, though kept from man, and worthy to be admired, whose taste, too long forborne, at first essay, gave elocution to the mute, and taught the tongue not made for speech to speak thy praise. Thy praise he also, who forbids thy use, conceals not from us, naming thee the tree of knowledge, knowledge both of good and evil, forbids us then to taste, but his forbidding commends thee more, while it infers the good by thee communicated, and our want. For good unknown, sure is not had, or had and yet unknown, is as not had at all. In plain then, what forbids he but to know, forbids us good, forbids us to be wise. Such prohibitions bind not, but if death bind us with afterbands, what profit then our inward freedom? In the day we eat of this fair fruit, our doom is, we shall die. How dies the serpent? He hath eaten and lives, and knows and speaks and reasons and discerns, irrational till then. For us alone was death invented, or to us denied this intellectual food, for beasts reserved? For beasts it seems, yet that one beast which first hath tasted envies not, but brings with joy the good befallen him, author unsuspect, friendly to man, far from deceit or guile. What fear I then? Rather, what know to fear under this ignorance of good and evil, of God or death, of law or penalty? Here grows the cure of all, this fruit divine, fair to the eye, inviting to the taste, of virtue to make wise. What hinders then to reach, and feed at once both body and mind? So saying, her rash hand in evil hour, forth reaching to the fruit, she plucked, she ate. Earth felt the wound, and nature, from her seat, sighing through all her works, gave signs of woe, that all was lost. Back to the thicket slunk the guilty serpent, and well might, for Eve, intent now wholly on her taste, naught else regarded, such delight till then as seemed in fruit she never tasted, whether true or fancied so, through expectation high of knowledge, nor was Godhead from her thought. Greedily she engorged without restraint, and knew not eating death, satiate at length, and heightened as with wine, jocund and boon. Thus to herself she pleasingly began. O sovereign, virtuous, precious of all trees in paradise, of operation blessed to sapience, hitherto obscured, infamed, in thy fair fruit let hang, as to no end created. But henceforth my early care, not without song, each morning, and due praise shall tend thee, and the fertile burden ease of thy full branches offered free to all, till dieted by thee I grow mature in knowledge, as the gods who all things know, though others envy what they cannot give. For had the gift been theirs, it had not here thus grown. Experience, next to thee I owe, best guide, not following thee, I had remained in ignorance. Thou openest wisdom's way, and givest access, though secret she retire, and I perhaps am secret. Heaven is high, high and remote to see from thence distinct each thing on earth, and other care perhaps may have diverted from continual watch our great forbidder, safe with all his spies about him. But to Adam in what sort shall I appear? Shall I to him make known as yet my change, and give him to partake full happiness with me? Or rather not, but keep the odds of knowledge in my power without co-partner, so to add what once in female sex, the more to draw his love, and render me more equal, and perhaps a thing not undesirable, sometimes superior, for inferior who is free. This may be well, but what if God have seen and death ensue? Then I shall be no more, and Adam wedded to another Eve, shall live with her enjoying, I extinct. A death to think. Confirm then I resolve, Adam shall share with me in bliss or woe. So dear I love him, that with him all deaths I could endure, without him live no life. So saying, from the tree her steps she turned, but first low reverence done, as to the power that dwelt within, whose presence had infused into the plant's sciential sap, derived from nectar, drink of gods. Adam, the while waiting, desirous her return, had wove of choicest flowers a garden to adorn her tresses, and her rural labors crown, as reapers oft are wont, their harvest queen. Great joy he promised to his thoughts, and new solace in her return, so long delayed. Yet oft his heart, divine of something ill, misgave him. He the faltering measure felt, and forth to meet her went, the way she took that morn when first they parted. By the tree of knowledge he must pass. There he her met, scarce from the tree returning, in her hand a bough of fairest fruit that downy smiled, new gathered, an ambrosial smell diffused. To him she hasted, in her face excuse came prologue, and apology to prompt, which with bland words at will she thus addressed. Hast not thou wondered, Adam, at my stay? Thee I have missed, and thought it long, deprived thy presence, agony of love till now not felt, nor shall be twice, for nevermore mean I to try. What rash untried I sought, the pain of absence from thy sight. But strange hath been the cause, and wonderful to hear. This tree is not as we are told, a tree of danger tasted, nor to evil unknown, opening the way, but of divine effect to open eyes, and make them gods who taste, and hath been tasted such, the serpent wise, or not restrained as we, or not obeying, hath eaten of the fruit, and is become not dead, as we are threatened, but thenceforth endued with human voice and human sense, reasoning to admiration, and with me persuasively hath so prevailed, that I have also tasted, and have also found the effects to correspond, opener my eyes, dim erst, dilated spirits, ampler heart, and growing up to Godhead, which for thee chiefly I sought, without thee can despise. For bliss, as thou hast part, to me is bliss, tedious, unshared with thee, and odious soon. Thou, therefore, also taste, that equal lot may join us, equal joy as equal love, lest thou, not tasting, different degree disjoin us, and I then too, late renounce deity for thee, when fate will not permit. Thus Eve with countenance blithe her story told, but in her cheek distemper flushing glowed. On the other side, Adam, soon as he heard the fatal trespass done by Eve, amazed, astonied stood, and blank, while horror chill ran through his veins, and all his joints relaxed. From his slack hand the garland wreathed for Eve down dropped, and all the faded roses shed. Speechless he stood and pale, till thus at length first to himself he inward silence broke. O fairest of creation, last and best of all God's works, creature in whom excelled whatever can to sight or thought be formed, holy, divine, good, amiable, or sweet, how art thou lost? How, on a sudden lost, defaced, deflowered, and now to death devote? Rather, how hast thou yielded to transgress the strict forbiddance? How to violate the sacred fruit forbidden? Some cursed fraud of enemy hath beguiled thee, yet unknown, and me with thee hath ruined. For with thee certain my resolution is to die. How can I live without thee? How forego thy sweet converse and love so dearly joined, to live again in these wild woods forlorn? Should God create another Eve, and I another rib afford, yet loss of thee would never from my heart? No, no, I feel the link of nature draw me, flesh of flesh, bone of my bone thou art, and from thy state mine never shall be parted, bliss or woe. So having said, as one from sad dismay recomforted, and after thoughts disturbed, submitting to what seemed remediless, thus in calm mood his words to Eve he turned. Bold deed thou hast presumed, venturous Eve, and peril great provoked. Who thus hath dared, had it been only coveting to eye that sacred fruit, sacred to abstinence, much more to taste it, under ban to touch? But past who can recall, or done undo? Not God omnipotent, nor fate, yet so perhaps thou shalt not die. Perhaps the fact is not so heinous now, for tasted fruit, profaned first by the serpent, by him first made common and unhallowed ere our taste, nor yet on him found deadly, he yet lives, as thou say'st, and gains to live as man higher degree of life, inducement strong to us, as likely tasting to attain proportional assent, which cannot be but to be gods, or angels demigods. Nor can I think that God, creator wise, though threatening, will in earnest so destroy us, his prime creatures, dignified so high, set over all his works, which in our fall for us created, needs with us misfail, dependent made. So God shall uncreate, be frustrate, do, undo, and labor lose. Not well conceived of God, who though his power creation could repeat, yet would be loath us to abolish, lest the adversary triumph and say, fickle their state whom God most favors, who can please him long? Me first he ruined, now mankind. Whom will he next? Matter of scorn, not to be given the foe. However, I with thee have fixed my lot, certain to undergo like doom. If death consort with thee, death is to me as life. So forcible within my heart I feel the bond of nature draw me to my own in thee, for what thou art is mine. Our state cannot be severed. We are one flesh. To lose thee were to lose myself. So Adam, and thus Eve to him replied, O glorious trial of exceeding love, illustrious evidence, example high, engaging me to emulate, but short of thy perfection, how shall I attain, Adam, from whose dear side I boast me sprung, and gladly of our union hear thee speak, one heart, one soul in both, whereof good proof this day affords, declaring thee resolved, rather than death or aught than death more dread shall separate us, linked in love so dear, to undergo with me one guilt, one crime, if any be, of tasting this fair fruit, whose virtue for of good still good proceeds direct. or by occasion hath presented this happy trial of thy love, which else so eminently never had been known. Were it, I thought, death menaced would ensue this my attempt, I would sustain alone the worst, and not persuade thee, rather die deserted, than oblige thee with a fact pernicious to thy peace, chiefly assured, remarkably so late, of thy so true, so faithful love unequalled. But I feel far otherwise the event, not death, but life augmented, opened eyes, new hopes, new joys, tastes so divine, that when of sweet before hath touched my sense, flat seems to this, and harsh, on my experience, Adam, freely taste, and fear of death deliver to the winds. So saying, she embraced him, and for joy tenderly wept, much won that he his love had so ennobled, as of choice to incur divine displeasure for her sake, or death. In recompense, for such compliance bade such recompense best merits, from the bough she gave him of that fair enticing fruit with liberal hand. He scrupled not to eat against his better knowledge, not deceived, but fondly overcome with female charm. Earth trembled from her entrails, as again in pangs, and nature gave a second groan. Sky lowered, and muttering thunder, some sad drops wept, at completing of the mortal sin original, while Adam took no thought, eating his fill, nor Eve to iterate her former trespass feared, the more to soothe him with her loved society, that now, as with new wine intoxicated both, they swim in mirth, and fancy that they feel divinity within them breeding wings, wherewith to scorn the earth. But that false fruit far other operation first displayed, carnal desire inflaming. He on Eve began to cast lascivious eyes, she him as wantonly repaid. In lust they burn, till Adam thus 'gan Eve to dalliance move. Eve, now I see thou art exact of taste, and elegant, of sapience no small part, since to each meaning savour we apply, and palate call judicious. I the praise yield thee, so well this day thou hast purveyed. Much pleasure we have lost, while we abstained from this delightful fruit, nor known till now true relish, tasting. If such pleasure be in things to us forbidden, it might be wished, for this one tree had been forbidden 10. But come, so well refreshed, now let us play, as meet is, after such delicious fare. For never did thy beauty since the day I saw thee first and wedded thee, adorned with all perfections, so inflame my sense with ardor to enjoy thee, fairer now than ever, bounty of this virtuous tree. So said he, and forbore not glance or toy of amorous intent, well understood of Eve, whose eye darted contagious fire. Her hand he seized, and to a shady bank, thick overhead with verdant roof embowered, he led her, nothing loath. Flowers were the couch, pansies and violets, and asphodel, and hyacinth, earth's freshest softest lap. There they their fill of love and love's disport took largely, of their mutual guilt the seal, the solace of their sin, till dewy sleep oppressed them, wearied with their amorous play. Soon as the force of that fallacious fruit, with the exhilarating vapor bland about their spirits had played, the inmost powers made air, was now exhaled, and grosser sleep, bred of unkindly fumes, with conscious dreams encumbered, now had left them. Up they rose, as from unrest, and each the other viewing, soon found their eyes how opened, and their minds how darkened. Innocence, that was a veil, had shrouded them from knowing ill, was gone. Just confidence, and native righteousness, and honor from about them, naked left to guilty shame. He covered, but his robe uncovered more. So rose the Danite, strong, Herculean Samson, from the harlot lap of Philistine Delilah, and waked shorn of his strength, they destitute and bare of all their virtue. Silent and in face confounded, long they sat, as struck and mute, till Adam, though not less than Eve abashed, at length gave utterance to these words, constrained. O Eve, in evil hour thou didst give ear to that false worm, of whomever taught to counterfeit man's voice. True in our fall, false in our promised rising. Since our eyes opened, we find indeed, and find we know both good and evil, good lost and evil got, bad fruit of knowledge. If this be to know, which leaves us naked thus, of honor void, of innocence, of faith, of purity, our wonted ornaments now soiled and stained, and in our faces evident the signs of foul concupiscence, whence evil store, even shame, the last of evils, of the first be sure then. How shall I behold the face henceforth of God or angel, erst with joy and rapture so oft beheld, whose heavenly shapes will dazzle now this earthly, with their blaze insufferably bright? O might I here in solitude live savage, in some glade obscured, where highest woods impenetrable to star or sunlight spread their umbrage broad and brown as evening. Cover me, ye pines, ye cedars, with innumerable boughs. Hide me, where I may never see them more. But let us now, as in bad plight, devise what best may for the present serve to hide the parts of each from other that seem most to shame obnoxious and unseemliest seen. Some tree whose broad smooth leaves together sewed and girded on our loins may cover round those middle parts, that this newcomer, shame, there sit not, and reproach us as unclean. So counselled he, and both together went into the thickest wood. There soon they chose the fig tree, not that kind for fruit renowned, but such as at this day to Indians known in Malabar or Deccan, spreads her arms, branching so broad and long, that in the ground the bended twigs take root, and daughters grow about the mother tree, a pillared shade, high overarched, and echoing walks between. There oft the Indian herdsman, shunning heat, shelters in cool, and tends his pasturing herds. At loopholes cut through the thickest shade, those leaves they gathered, broad as Amazonian targe, and with what skill they had, together sewed, to gird their waist, vain covering if to hide their guilt and dreaded shame. Oh, how unlike to that first naked glory! Such of late Columbus found the American so girt with feathered cincture, naked else, and wild among the trees, on isles and woody shores. Thus fenced, and as they thought, their shame in part covered, but not at rest or ease of mind, they sat them down to weep, nor only tears rained at their eyes, but high winds worse within began to rise, high passions, anger, hate, mistrust, suspicion, discord, and shook sore their inward state of mind. Calm region once, and full of peace, now tossed and turbulent, for understanding ruled not, and the will heard not her lore, both in subjection now to sensual appetite, who from beneath, usurping over sovereign reason, claimed superior sway. From thus distempered breast, Adam, estranged in look and altered style, speech intermitted thus to Eve renewed. Would thou hadst hearkened to my words, and stayed with me, as I besought thee, when that strange desire of wandering this unhappy morn, I know not whence possessed thee. We had then remained still happy, not as now, despoiled of all our good, shamed, naked, miserable. Let none thenceforth seek needless cause to approve the faith they owe. When earnestly they seek such proof, conclude, they then begin to fail. To whom, soon moved with touch of blame, thus Eve, what words have passed thy lips, Adam severe? And puttest thou that to my default, or will of wandering, as thou callest it, which who knows but might as ill have happened, thou being by, or to thyself perhaps, hadst thou been there, or here the attempt, thou couldst not have discerned fraud in the serpent, speaking as he spake, no ground of enmity between us known, why he should mean me ill, or seek to harm. Was I to have never parted from thy side? As good have grown there still a lifeless rib? Being as I am, why didst not thou, the head, command me absolutely not to go, going into such danger as thou saidst? To facile, then, thou didst not much gainsay, nay, didst permit, approve, and fair dismiss. Hadst thou been firm and fixed in thy dissent, neither had I transgressed, nor thou with me. To whom then first incensed Adam replied, Is this the love? Is this the recompense of mine to thee, ingrateful Eve, expressed immutable when thou wert lost? Not I, who might have lived, enjoyed immortal bliss, yet willingly chose rather death with thee. And am I now upbraided as the cause of thy transgressing? Not enough severe, it seems, in thy restraint. What could I more? I warned thee, I admonished thee, foretold the danger and the lurking enemy that lay in wait. Beyond this had been force, and force upon free will hath here no place. But confidence then bore thee on, secure either to meet no danger, or to find matter of glorious trial. And perhaps I also erred in overmuch admiring what seemed in thee so perfect, that I thought no evil durst attempt thee. But I rue that error now, which is become my crime, and thou the accuser. Thus it shall befall him, who to worth in women overtrusting lets her will rule. Restraint she will not brook, and left to herself, if evil thence ensue, she first his weak indulgence will accuse. Thus they in mutual accusation spent the fruitless hours, but neither self-condemning, and of their vain contest appeared no end.
End of section 54.
Section 55 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton, Section 55. The 10th Book, Part 1. The Argument. Men's transgression known, the guardian angels forsake paradise and return up to heaven to approve their vigilance, and are approved. God declaring that the entrance of Satan could not be by them prevented. He sends his Son to judge the transgressors, who descends and gives sentence accordingly. Then in pity clothes them both, and reascends. Sin and death, sitting till then at the gates of hell, by wondrous sympathy feeling the success of Satan in this new world, and the sin by man there committed, resolved to sit no longer confined in hell, but to follow Satan, their sire, up to the place of man. To make the way easier from hell to this world to and fro, they pave a broad highway or bridge over chaos, according to the track that Satan first made. Then, preparing for earth, they meet him, proud of his success, returning to hell. Their mutual gratulation. Satan arrives at Pandemonium. In full assembly relates, with boasting, his success against man. Instead of applause, is entertained with a general hiss by all his audience, transformed with himself also, suddenly into serpents, according to his doom given in paradise. Then, deluded with the show of the forbidden tree springing up before them, they, greedily reaching to take of the fruit, chew dust and bitter ashes. The proceedings of sin and death. God foretells the final victory of his Son over them, and the renewing of all things, but for the present commands his angels to make several alterations in the heavens and elements. Adam, more and more perceiving his fallen condition, heavily bewails, rejects the condolement of Eve. She persists, and at length appeases him. Then, to evade the curse likely to fall on their offspring, proposes to Adam violent ways, which he approves not, but conceiving better hope, puts her in mind of the late promise made them, that her seed should be revenged on the serpent, and exhorts her with him to seek peace of the offended deity by repentance and supplication. Meanwhile, the heinous and despiteful act of Satan done in paradise, and how he in the serpent had perverted Eve, her husband she, to taste the fatal fruit, was known in heaven. For what can scape the eye of God all-seeing, or deceive his heart omniscient? Who in all things wise and just hindered not Satan to attempt the mind of man, with strength entire and free will armed complete, to have discovered and repulsed whatever wiles of foe or seeming friend. For still they knew, and ought to have still remembered, the high injunction not to taste that fruit, whoever tempted, which they not obeying incurred, what could they less, the penalty, and manifold in sin deserved to fall. Up into heaven from paradise in haste the angelic guards ascended, mute and sad for man, for of his state by this they knew, much wondering how the subtle fiend had stolen entrance unseen. Soon as the unwelcome news from earth arrived at heaven gate, displeased all were who heard. Dim sadness did not spare that time celestial visages, yet, mixed with pity, violated not their bliss. About the new arrived in multitudes the ethereal people ran, to hear and know how all befell. They towards the throne supreme, accountable, made haste, to make appear with righteous plea their utmost vigilance, and easily approved, when the Most High, eternal Father, from his secret cloud amidst, in thunder uttered thus his voice: Assembled angels, and ye powers, returned from unsuccessful charge, be not dismayed nor troubled at these tidings from the earth, which your sincerest care could not prevent. Foretold so lately what would come to pass, when first this tempter crossed the gulf from hell. I told ye then he should prevail, and speed on his bad errand. Man should be seduced and flattered out of all, believing lies against his Maker. No decree of mine concurring to necessitate his fall, or touch with lightest moment of impulse his free will, to her own inclining left in even scale. But fallen he is, and now what rests but that the mortal sentence pass on his transgression? Death denounced that day, which he presumes already vain and void, because not yet inflicted, as he feared, by some immediate stroke, but soon shall find forbearance no acquittance ere day end. Justice shall not return as bounty scorned. But whom send I to judge them? Whom but thee, vicegerent Son? To thee I have transferred all judgment, whether in heaven or earth or hell. Easy it may be seen that I intend mercy colleague with justice, sending thee, man's friend, his mediator, his designed both ransom and redeemer voluntary, and destined man himself to judge man fallen. So spake the Father, and unfolding bright toward the right hand his glory, on his Son blazed forth unclouded deity. He full resplendent, all his Father manifest expressed, and thus divinely answered mild: Father eternal, thine is to decree, mine, both in heaven and earth, to do thy will supreme, that thou in me, thy Son beloved, mayst ever rest well pleased. I go to judge on earth these thy transgressors, but thou know'st, whoever judged, the worst on me must light, when time shall be. For so I undertook before thee, and not repenting, this obtain of right, that I may mitigate their doom on me derived. Yet I shall temper so justice with mercy, as may illustrate most them fully satisfied, and thee appease. Attendants none shall need, nor train, where none are to behold the judgment but the judged, those two. The third, best absent, is condemned, convict by flight, and rebel to all law. Conviction to the serpent none belongs. Thus saying, from his radiant seat he rose, of high collateral glory. Him thrones and powers, princedoms and dominations ministrant, accompanied to heaven gate, from whence Eden and all the coast in prospect lay. Down he descended straight. The speed of gods time counts not, though with swiftest minutes winged. Now was the sun in western cadence low from noon, and gentle airs due at their hour to fan the earth now waked, and usher in the evening cool, when he from wrath more cool came, the mild judge and intercessor both, to sentence man. The voice of God they heard now walking in the garden, by soft winds brought to their ears, while day declined. They heard, and from his presence hid themselves among the thickest trees, both man and wife, till God, approaching, thus to Adam called aloud, Where art thou, Adam, wont with joy to meet my coming, seen far off? I miss thee here, not pleased thus entertained with solitude, where obvious duty erewhile appeared unsought. Or come I less conspicuous? Or what change absents thee? Or what chance detains? Come forth. He came, and with him Eve, more loth, though first to offend, discountenanced both and discomposed. Love was not in their looks, either to God or to each other, but apparent guilt and shame and perturbation and despair, anger and obstinacy and hate and guile. Whence Adam, faltering long, thus answered brief, I heard thee in the garden, and of thy voice afraid, being naked, hid myself. To whom the gracious judge, without revile, replied, My voice thou oft hast heard, and hast not feared, but still rejoiced. How is it now become so dreadful to thee? That thou art naked, who hath told thee? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I gave thee charge thou shouldst not eat? To whom thus Adam, sore beset, replied, O heaven, in evil strait this day I stand before my judge, either to undergo myself the total crime, or to accuse my other self, the partner of my life, whose failing, while her faith to me remains, I should conceal, and not expose to blame by my complaint. But strict necessity subdues me, and calamitous constraint, lest on my head both sin and punishment, however insupportable, be all devolved. Though should I hold my peace, yet thou wouldst easily detect what I conceal. This woman, whom thou madest to be my help, and gavest me as thy perfect gift, so good, so fit, so acceptable, so divine, that from her hand I could suspect no ill, and what she did, whatever in itself her doing seemed to justify the deed, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. To whom the sovereign presence thus replied, Was she thy God, that her thou didst obey before his voice? Or was she made thy guide, superior, or but equal, that to her thou didst resign thy manhood, and the place wherein God set thee above her, made of thee and for thee, whose perfection far excelled hers in all real dignity? Adorned she was indeed, and lovely, to attract thy love, not thy subjection, and her gifts were such as under government well seemed, unseemly to bear rule, which was thy part and person, hadst thou known thyself aright. So having said, he thus to Eve in few, Say, woman, what is this which thou hast done? To whom sad Eve, with shame nigh overwhelmed, confessing soon, yet not before her judge bold or loquacious, thus abashed replied, The serpent me beguiled, and I did eat. Which when the Lord God heard, without delay, to judgment he proceeded on the accused serpent, though brute, unable to transfer the guilt on him who made him instrument of mischief, and polluted from the end of his creation, justly then accursed, as vitiated in nature. More to know concerned not man, since he no further knew, nor altered his offence. Yet God at last to Satan first in sin his doom applied, though in mysterious terms, judged as then best, and on the serpent thus his curse let fall. Because thou hast done this, thou art accursed above all cattle, each beast of the field. Upon thy belly grovelling thou shalt go, and dust shalt eat all the days of thy life. Between thee and the woman I will put enmity, and between thine and her seed. Her seed shall bruise thy head, thou bruise his heel. So spake this oracle, then verified when Jesus, son of Mary, second Eve, saw Satan fall like lightning down from heaven, prince of the air. Then, rising from his grave, spoiled principalities and powers, triumphed in open show, and with ascension bright, captivity led captive through the air, the realm itself of Satan, long usurped, whom he shall tread at last under our feet, even he who now foretold his fatal bruise, and to the woman thus his sentence turned. Thy sorrow I will greatly multiply by thy conception. Children thou shalt bring in sorrow forth, and to thy husband's will thine shall submit. He over thee shall rule. On Adam last thus judgment he pronounced: Because thou hast hearkened to the voice of thy wife, and eaten of the tree, concerning which I charge thee, saying, Thou shalt not eat thereof, cursed is the ground for thy sake. Thou in sorrow shalt eat thereof all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles it shall bring thee forth unbid, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face thou shalt eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For thou out of the ground wast taken. Know thy birth, for dust thou art, and shalt to dust return. So judged he man, both judge and Saviour sent, and the instant stroke of death denounced that day removed far off. Then, pitying how they stood before him naked to the air, that now must suffer change, disdained not to begin thenceforth the form of servant to assume, as when he washed his servants' feet, so now, as father of his family, he clad their nakedness with skins of beasts, or slain, or, as the snake, with youthful coat repaid, and thought not much to clothe his enemies. Nor he their outward only with the skins of beasts, but inward nakedness, much more opprobrious, with his robe of righteousness arraying, covered from his father's sight. To him with swift ascent he up returned, into his blissful bosom reassumed in glory as of old. To him, appeased, all, though all knowing, what had passed with man recounted, mixing intercession sweet. Meanwhile, ere thus was sinned and judged on earth, within the gates of hell sat sin and death in counter view within the gates, that now stood open wide, belching outrageous flame far into chaos, since the fiend passed through, sin opening, who thus now to death began: O son, why sit we here each other viewing idly, while Satan, our great author, thrives in other worlds, and happier seat provides for us his offspring dear? It cannot be but that success attends him. If mishap, ere this he had returned, with fury driven by his avengers, since no place like this can fit his punishment, or their revenge. Methinks I feel new strength within me rise, wings growing, and dominion given me large beyond this deep, whatever draws me on, or sympathy, or some connatural force, powerful at greatest distance, to unite with secret amity things of like kind by secretest conveyance. Thou, my shade inseparable, must with me along, for death from sin no power can separate. But lest the difficulty of passing back stay his return, perhaps, over this gulf impassable, impervious, let us try, adventurous work, yet to thy power and mine not unagreeable, to found a path over this main from hell to that new world where Satan now prevails, a monument of merit high to all the infernal host, easing their passage hence, for intercourse or transmigration as the lot shall lead. Nor can I miss the way, so strongly drawn by this new-felt attraction and instinct. Whom thus the meagre shadow answered soon: Go whither fate and inclination strong leads thee. I shall not lag behind, nor err the way thou leading. Such a scent I draw of carnage, prey innumerable, and taste the savour of death from all things there that live. Nor shall I to the work thou enterprisest be wanting, but afford thee equal aid. So saying, with delight he snuffed the smell of mortal change on earth, as when a flock of ravenous fowl, though many a league remote, against the day of battle, to a field where armies lie encamped, come flying, lured with the scent of living carcasses, designed for death the following day in bloody fight. So scented the grim feature, and upturned his nostril wide into the murky air, sagacious of his quarry from so far. Then both, from out hell gates into the waste-wide anarchy of chaos, damp and dark, flew diverse, and with power, their power was great, hovering upon the waters, what they met, solid or slimy, as in raging sea, tossed up and down, together crowded drove, from each side shoaling towards the mouth of hell. As when two polar winds, blowing adverse upon the Cronian sea, together drive mountains of ice, that stop the imagined way beyond Betsora eastward to the rich Cathaean coast. The aggregated soil Death with his mace petrific, cold and dry, as with a trident smote, and fixed as firm as Delos, floating once. The rest his look bound with Gorgonian rigour not to move, and with asphaltic slime, broad as the gate, deep to the roots of hell the gathered beach they fastened, and the mole immense wrought on over the foaming deep high-arched, a bridge of length prodigious, joining to the wall immovable of this now fenceless world, forfeit to death. From hence a passage broad, smooth, easy, inoffensive, down to hell. So, if great things to small may be compared, Xerxes, the liberty of Greece to yoke, from Susa, his Memnonian palace high, came to the sea, and over Hellespont bridging his way, Europe with Asia joined, and scourged with many a stroke the indignant waves. Now had they brought the work, by wondrous art pontifical, a ridge of pendant rock over the vexed abyss, following the track of Satan, to the self-same place where he first lighted from his wing, and landed safe from out of chaos, to the outside bare of this round world. With pins of adamant and chains they made all fast, too fast they made and durable. And now in little space the confines met of empyrean heaven and of this world, and on the left hand hell, with long reach interposed, three several ways in sight of each of these three places led. And now their way to earth they had descried, to paradise first tending, when, behold, Satan, in likeness of an angel bright, betwixt the centaur and the scorpion steering a zenith, while the sun in Aries rose. Disguised he came, but those his children dear their parents soon discerned, though in disguise. He, after Eve seduced, unmindful, slunk into the wood fast by, and changing shape to observe the sequel, saw his guileful act by Eve, though all unweeting, seconded upon her husband, saw their shame that sought vain covertures, but when he saw descend the Son of God to judge them, terrified he fled, not hoping to escape, but shun the present, fearing, guilty, what his wrath might suddenly inflict. That past, returned by night, and listening where the hapless pair sat in their sad discourse and various plaint, thence gathered his own doom, which understood not instant, but of future time, with joy and tidings fraught, to hell he now returned, and at the brink of chaos, near the foot of this new wondrous pontifice, unhoped, met who to meet him came, his offspring dear. Great joy was at their meeting, and at sight of that stupendious bridge his joy increased. Long he admiring stood, till Sin, his fair enchanting daughter, thus the silence broke. O parent, these are thy magnific deeds, thy trophies, which thou view'st as not thine own. Thou art their author and prime architect. For I no sooner in my heart divined, my heart, which by a secret harmony still moves with thine, joined in connection sweet, that thou on earth hadst prospered, which thy looks now also evidence, but straight I felt, though distant from thee worlds between, yet felt that I must after thee with this thy son. Such fatal consequence unites us three. Hell could no longer hold us in her bounds, nor this unvoyageable gulf obscure detain from following thy illustrious track. Thou hast achieved our liberty, confined within hell gates till now, thou us empowered to fortify thus far, and overlay with this portentous bridge the dark abyss. Thine now is all this world. Thy virtue hath won what thy hands builded not. Thy wisdom gained with odds what war hath lost, and fully avenged our foil in heaven. Here thou shalt monarch reign, there didst not. There let him still victor sway, as battle hath adjudged, from this new world retiring, by his own doom alienated, and henceforth monarchy with thee divide of all things, parted by the imperial bounds his quadrature from thy orbicular world. Or try thee now more dangerous to his throne. Whom thus the Prince of Darkness answered glad: Fair daughter, and thou son and grandchild both, high proof ye now have given to be the race of Satan, for I glory in the name antagonist of heaven's almighty King, amply have merited of me, of all th' infernal empire, that so near heaven's door triumphal, with triumphal act have met, mine with this glorious work, and made one realm hell and this world, one realm, one continent of easy thoroughfare. Therefore, while I descend through darkness on your road with ease, to my associate powers, them to acquaint with these successes, and with them rejoice, you too this way among these numerous orbs, all yours, right down to paradise descend. There dwell and reign in bliss, thence on the earth dominion exercise, and in the air, chiefly on man, so Lord of all declared. Him first make sure your thrall, and lastly kill. My substitutes I send ye, and create plenipotent on earth, of matchless might issuing from me. On your joint vigour now my hold of this new kingdom all depends, through sin to death exposed by my exploit. If your joint power prevail, the affairs of hell no detriment need fear. Go, and be strong. So saying, he dismissed them. They with speed their course through thickest constellations held, spreading their bane. The blasted stars looked wan, and planets, planet-strook, real eclipse then suffered. The other way Satan went down the causey to Hell-gate. On either side disparted chaos overbuilt exclaimed, and with her bounding surge the bars assailed, that scorned his indignation. Through the gate, wide open and unguarded, Satan passed, and all about found desolate, for those appointed to sit there had left their charge, flown to the upper world. The rest were all far to the inland retired, about the walls of Pandemonium, city and proud seat of Lucifer, so by allusion called of that bright star to Satan paragoned. There kept their watch the legions, while the grand in council sat, solicitous what chance might intercept their emperor sent. So he departing gave command, and they observed. As when the Tartar from his Russian foe by Astrakhan over the snowy plains retires, or Bactrian Sophie from the horns of Turkish Crescent leaves all waste beyond the realm of Aladule in his retreat to Taurus or Casbin, so these, the late heaven-banished host, left desert utmost hell many a dark league, reduced in careful watch round their metropolis, and now expecting each hour their great adventurer from the search of foreign worlds. He through the midst unmarked in show plebeian angel militant of lowest order passed, and from the door of that Plutonian hall invisible ascended his high throne, which, under state of richest texture spread, at the upper end was placed in regal lustre. Down a while he sat, and round about him saw unseen. At last, as from a cloud, his fulgent head and shape star-bright appeared, or brighter, clad with what permissive glory since his fall was left him, or false glitter. All amazed at that so sudden blaze, the Stygian throng bent their aspect, and whom they wished beheld, their mighty chief returned. Loud was the acclaim. Forth rushed in haste the great consulting peers, raised from their dark divan, and with like joy congratulant approached him, who with hand silence, and with these words attention won. thrones, dominations, princedoms, virtues, powers, for in possession such, not only of right, I call ye, and declare ye now, return successful beyond hope, to lead ye forth triumphant out of this infernal pit abominable, accursed, the house of woe and dungeon of our tyrant. Now possess as lords a spacious world to our native heaven little inferior, by my adventure hard, with peril great achieved. Long were to tell what I have done, what suffered, with what pain voyaged the unreal, vast, unbounded deep of horrible confusion, over which by sin and death a broad way now is paved, to expedite your glorious march. But I toiled out my uncouth passage, forced to ride the untractable abyss, plunged in the womb of unoriginal night and chaos wild, that, jealous of their secrets, fiercely opposed my journey strange, with clamorous uproar protesting fate supreme. Thence how I found the new created world, which fame in heaven long had foretold, a fabric wonderful of absolute perfection. Therein man, placed in a paradise, by our exile made happy. Him by fraud I have seduced from his Creator, and the more to increase your wonder, with an apple. He, thereat offended, worth your laughter, hath given up both his beloved man and all his world to sin and death a prey, and so to us, without our hazard, labour, or alarm, to range in, and to dwell, and over man to rule, as over all he should have ruled. True is, me also he hath judged, or rather me not, but the brute serpent, in whose shape man are deceived. That which to me belongs is enmity, which he will put between me and mankind. I am to bruise his heel. His seed, when is not set, shall bruise my head. A world who would not purchase with a bruise, or much more grievous pain? Ye have the account of my performance. What remains, ye gods, but up and enter now into full bliss? End of section 55. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 56 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 56. Book 10 concluded. So having said, a while he stood, expecting the universal shout and high applause to fill his ear, when contrary he hears on all sides from innumerable tongues a dismal universal hiss, the sound of public scorn. He wondered, but not long had leisure, wondering at himself now more. His visage drawn he felt to sharp and spare, his arms clung to his ribs, his legs entwining each other, till supplanted, down he fell, a monstrous serpent on his belly prone. Reluctant, but in vain. A greater power now ruled him, punished in the shape he sinned, according to his doom. He would have spoke, but hiss for hiss returned with forked tongue to forked tongue. For now were all transformed alike to serpents all, as accessories to his bold riot. Dreadful was the din of hissing through the hall, thick swarming now with complicated monsters, head and tail, scorpion and asp, and amphisbena dire, cerastes horned, hydrus and elops drear, and dipsas. Not so thick swarmed once the soil bedropped with blood of Gorgon, or the isle of Fusa. But still greatest, the midst, now dragon grown, larger than whom the sun engendered in the Pythian vale on slime, huge Python, and his power no less he seemed above the rest still to retain. They all him followed, issuing forth to th' open field, where all yet left of that revolted rout, heaven fallen, in station stood or just array, sublime with expectation when to see in triumph issuing forth their glorious chief. They saw, but other sight instead, a crowd of ugly serpents. Horror on them fell, and horrid sympathy. For what they saw, they felt themselves now changing. Down their arms, down fell both spear and shield, down they as fast, and the dire hiss renewed, and the dire form catched by contagion, like in punishment as in their crime. Thus was the applause they meant turned to exploding hiss, triumph to shame, cast on themselves from their own mouths. There stood a grove hard by, sprung up with this their change, his will who reigns above, to aggravate their penance laden with fair fruit, like that which grew in paradise, the bait of Eve, used by the tempter. On that prospect strange their earnest eyes they fixed, imagining for one forbidden tree a multitude now risen, to work them further woe or shame. Yet, parched with scalding thirst and hunger fierce, though to delude them sent, could not abstain, but on they rolled in heaps, and up the trees climbing, sat thicker than the snaky locks that curl Megara. Greedily they plucked the fruitage, fair to sight, like that which grew near that bituminous lake where Sodom flamed. This, more delusive, not the touch, but taste deceived. They, fondly thinking to allay their appetite with gust, instead of fruit, chewed bitter ashes, which the offended taste with spattering noise rejected. Oft they essayed, hunger and thirst constraining, drugged as oft, with hatefullest disrelish writhed their jaws, with soot and cinder filled. So oft they fell into the same illusion, not as man whom they triumphed once lapsed. Thus were they plagued, and warm with famine, long and ceaseless hiss, till their lost shape permitted they resumed. Yearly enjoined, some say, to undergo this annual humbling certain numbered days, to dash their pride and joy for man seduced. However, some tradition they dispersed among the heathen of their purchase got, and fabled how the serpent, whom they called a Fion, with Eurynome, the wide encroaching Eve, perhaps, had first the rule of high Olympus, thence by Saturn driven and Ops, ere yet Dictaean Jove was born. Meanwhile in paradise the hellish pair too soon arrived. Sin, there in power before, once actual, now in body, and to dwell habitual habitant. Behind her Death, close following pace for pace, not mounted yet on his pale horse, to whom Sin thus began: Second of Satan sprung, all-conquering Death, what think'st thou of our empire now, though earned with travail difficult? Not better far than still at hell's dark threshold to have sat watch unnamed, undreaded, and thyself half starved. Whom thus the sin-born monster answered soon: To me, who with eternal famine pine, alike is hell, or paradise, or heaven, there best where most with ravin I may meet, which here, though plenteous, all too little seems to stuff this maw, this vast unhidebound corpse. To whom the incestuous mother thus replied: Thou therefore on these herbs and fruits and flowers feed first, on each beast next, and fish and fowl, no homely morsels, and whatever thing the scythe of time mows down, devour unspared, till I, in man residing through the race, his thoughts, his looks, words, actions, all infect, and season him thy last and sweetest prey. This said, they both betook them several ways, both to destroy, or unimmortal make all kinds, and for destruction to mature sooner or later. Which the Almighty seeing, from his transcendent seat the saints among, to those bright orders uttered thus his voice: See with what heat these dogs of hell advance to waste and havoc yonder world, which I so fair and good created, and had still kept in that state, had not the folly of man let in these wasteful furies, who impute folly to me. So doth the Prince of Hell and his adherents, that with so much ease I suffer them to enter and possess a place so heavenly, and conniving seem to gratify my scornful enemies, that laugh as if transported with some fit of passion, I to them had quitted all, at random yielded up to their misrule, and know not that I called and drew them thither my hellhounds, to lick up the draught and filth which man's polluting sin with taint hath shed on what was pure, till crammed and gorged, nigh burst with sucked and glutted offal, at one sling of thy victorious arm, well-pleasing Son, both sin and death and yawning grave at last through chaos hurled, obstruct the mouth of hell forever, and seal up his ravenous jaws. Then heaven and earth renewed shall be made pure to sanctity, that shall receive no stain. Till then the curse pronounced on both proceeds. He ended, and the heavenly audience loud sung hallelujah, as the sound of seas through multitude that sung. Just are thy ways, righteous are thy decrees on all thy works. Who can extenuate thee? Next to the Son, destined restorer of mankind, by whom new heaven and earth shall to the ages rise, or down from heaven descend. Such was their song, while the Creator, calling forth by name his mighty angels, gave them several charge, as sorted best with present things. The Son had first his precept, so to move, so shine, as might affect the earth with cold and heat scarce tolerable, and from the north to call decrepit winter, from the south to bring solstitial summer's heat. To the blank moon her office they prescribed, to the other 5 their planetary motions and aspects, in sextile, square, and trine at opposite, of noxious efficacy, and when to join in synod unbenign, and taught the fixed their influence malignant when to shower, which of them, rising with the sun or falling, should prove tempestuous. To the winds they set their corners, when with bluster to confound sea, air, and shore, the thunder when to roll with terror through the dark aerial hall. Some say he bid his angels turn askance the poles of earth twice 10 degrees and more from the sun's axle. They with labour pushed oblique the centric globe. Some say the sun was bid turn reins from the equinoctial road like distant breadth, to Taurus with the 7 Atlantic sisters, and the Spartan twins, up to the tropic crab, thence down amain by Leo, and the Virgin of the scales, as deep as Capricorn, to bring in change of seasons to each clime. Else had the spring perpetual smiled on earth with vernant flowers, equal in days and nights, except to those beyond the polar circles. To them day had unbenighted shone, while the low sun, to recompense his distance, in their sight had grounded still the horizon, and not known or east or west, which had forbid the snow from cold Estotterland, and south as far beneath Magellan. At that tasted fruit the sun, as from Thyestean banquet, turned his course intended, else how had the world inhabited, though sinless, more than now avoided pinching cold and scorching heat? These changes in the heavens, though slow, produced like change on sea and land, sidereal blast, vapour and mist and exhalation hot, corrupt and pestilent. Now from the north of Norumbega and the Samoyed shore, bursting their brazen dungeon, armed with ice and snow and hail, and stormy gust and flaw, Boreas and Caecius and Argestes loud, and Thrascius rend the woods and seas upturn. With adverse blasts upturns them from the south Notus and Alfair, black with thunderous clouds from Sierra Leona. Thwart of these, as fierce, rush forth the Levant and the Ponent winds, Eurus and Zephyr with their lateral noise, Sirocco and Lebecchio. Thus began outrage from lifeless things, but discord first, daughter of sin, among the irrational death introduced through fierce antipathy. Beast now with beast gan war, and fowl with fowl, and fish with fish. To graze the herb, all leaving, devoured each other, nor stood much in awe of man, but fled him, or with countenance grim glared on him passing. These were from without the growing miseries, which Adam saw already in part, though hid in gloomiest shade, to sorrow abandoned, and worse felt within, and in a troubled sea of passion tossed, thus to this burden sought with sad complaint, O miserable of happy! Is this the end of this new glorious world, and me so late the glory of that glory, who now become accursed of blessed? Hide me from the face of God, whom to behold was then my height of happiness. Yet well, if here would end the misery, I deserved it, and would bear my own deservings, but this will not serve. All that I eat or drink or shall beget is propagated curse. O voice once heard delightfully increase and multiply, now death to hear. For what can I increase or multiply but curses on my head? Who, of all ages to succeed, but feeling the evil on him brought by me, will curse my head? Ill fare our ancestor impure, for this we may thank Adam. But his thanks shall be the execration. So besides mine own that bide upon me, all from me shall with a fierce reflux on me redound, on me, as on their natural centre, light, heavy, though in their place. O fleeting joys of paradise, dear bought with lasting woes! Did I request thee, Maker, from my clay to mould me man? Did I solicit thee from darkness to promote me, or here place in this delicious garden? As my will concurred not to my being, it were but right and equal to reduce me to my dust, desirous to resign and render back all I received, unable to perform thy terms too hard, by which I was to hold the good I sought not. To the loss of that sufficient penalty, why hast thou added the sense of endless woes? Inexplicable thy justice seems. Yet, to say truth, too late I thus contest. Then should have been refused those terms whatever, when they were proposed. Thou didst accept them. Wilt thou enjoy the good, then cavil the conditions? And though God made thee without thy leave, what if thy son prove disobedient, and reproved retort, Wherefore didst thou beget me? I sought it not. Wouldst thou admit for his contempt of thee that proud excuse? Yet him not thy election, but natural necessity begot. God made thee of choice his own, and of his own to serve him. Thy reward was of his grace, thy punishment then justly is at his will. Be it so, for I submit. His doom is fair, that dust I am, and shall to dust return. O welcome hour whenever! Why delays his hand to execute what his decree fixed on that day? Why do I overlive? Why am I mocked with death, and lengthened out to deathless pain? How gladly would I meet mortality my sentence, and be earth insensible! How glad would lay me down as in my mother's lap! There I should rest and sleep secure. His dreadful voice no more would thunder in mine ears. No fear of worse to me and to my offspring would torment me with cruel expectation. Yet one doubt pursues me still, lest all I cannot die, lest that pure breath of life, the spirit of man which God inspired, cannot together perish with this corporeal clod. Then in the grave, or in some other dismal place, who knows but I shall die a living death? O thought horrid, if true! Yet why? It was but breath of life that sinned. What dies but what had life and sin? The body properly had neither. All of me then shall die. Let this appease the doubt, since human reach no further knows. For though the Lord of all be infinite, is his wrath also? Be it. Man is not so, but mortal doomed. But can he exercise wrath without end on man, whom death must end? Can he make deathless death? That were to make strange contradiction, which to God himself impossible is held, as argument of weakness, not of power. Will he draw out, for anger's sake, finite to infinite, in punished man, to satisfy his rigour, satisfied never? That were to extend his sentence beyond dust and nature's law, by which all causes else, according still to the reception of their matter act, not to the extent of their own sphere. But say that death be not one stroke, as I supposed, bereaving sense, but endless misery from this day onward, which I feel begun both in me and without me, and so last to perpetuity. Ay me, that fear comes thundering back with dreadful revolution on my defenceless head. Both death and I am found eternal, and incorporate both. Nor I on my part single, in me all posterity stands cursed. Fair patrimony that I must leave ye, sons. O were I able to waste it all myself, and leave ye none! So disinherited, how would ye bless me? Now your curse. Oh, why should all mankind for one man's fault thus guiltless be condemned, if guiltless? But from me what can proceed but all corrupt, both mind and will depraved, not to do only, but to will the same with me? How can they then requited stand in sight of God? Him, after all disputes, forced I absolve. All my evasions vain and reasonings, though through mazes, lead me still but to my own conviction. First and last on me only, as the source and spring of all corruption, all the blame lights due. So might the wrath, fond wish, couldst thou support that burden, heavier than the earth to bear, than all the world much heavier, though divided with that bad woman. Thus what thou desirest and what thou fearst alike destroys all hope of refuge, and concludes thee miserable beyond all past example and future. To Satan only like both crime and doom. O conscience, into what abyss of fears and horrors hast thou driven me, out of which I find no way, from deep to deeper plunged. Thus Adam to himself lamented loud through the still night, not now as ere man fell, wholesome and cool and mild, but with black air accompanied, with damps and dreadful gloom, which to his evil conscience represented all things with double terror. On the ground outstretched he lay, on the cold ground, and oft cursed his creation, death as oft accused of tardy execution, since denounced the day of his offence. Why comes not death, said he, with one thrice acceptable stroke to end me? Shall truth fail to keep her word, justice divine not hasten to be just? But death comes not at call. Justice divine mends not her slowest pace for prayers or cries. O woods, O fountains, hillocks, dales, and bowers! With other echo late I taught your shades to answer and resound far other song. Whom thus afflicted, when sad Eve beheld, desolate where she sat, approaching nigh, soft words to his fierce passion she essayed. But her with stern regard he thus repelled. Out of my sight, thou serpent! That name best befits thee, with him leagued, thyself as false and hateful. Nothing wants but that thy shape like his, and colour serpentine, may show thy inward fraud, to warn all creatures from thee henceforth, lest that too heavenly form, pretended, to hellish falsehood snare them. But for thee I had persisted happy, had not thy pride and wandering vanity, when least was safe, rejected my forewarning, and disdained not to be trusted, longing to be seen, though by the devil himself, him overweening to overreach, but with the serpent meeting, fooled and beguiled, by him thou, I by thee, to trust thee from my side, imagined wise, constant, mature, proof against all assaults, and understood not all was but a show, rather than solid virtue, all but a rib crooked by nature, bent as now appears more to the part sinister, from me drawn, well if thrown out, as supernumerary to my just number found. Oh, why did God, Creator wise, that peopled highest heaven with spirits masculine, create at last this novelty on earth, this fair defect of nature, and not fill the world at once with men as angels, without feminine, or find some other way to generate mankind? This mischief had not then befallen, and more that shall befall, innumerable disturbances on earth through female snares and straight conjunction with this sex. For either he never shall find out fit mate, but such as some misfortune brings him, or mistake, or whom he wishes most shall seldom gain through her perverseness, but shall see her gained by a far worse, or if she love, withheld by parents, or his happiest choice too late shall meet, already linked and wedlock bound to a fell adversary, his hate or shame, which infinite calamity shall cause to human life, and household peace confound. He added not, and from her turned, but Eve, not so repulsed, with tears that ceased not flowing, and tresses all disordered, at his feet fell humble, and embracing them besought his peace, and thus proceeded in her plaint. Forsake me not thus, Adam. Witness heaven what love sincere and reverence in my heart I bear thee, and unweeting have offended, unhappily deceived. Thy suppliant I beg, and clasp thy knees. Bereave me not, whereon I live, thy gentle looks, thy aid, thy counsel, in this uttermost distress, my only strength and stay. Forlorn of thee, whither shall I betake me, where subsist? While yet we live, scarce one short hour perhaps, between us two let there be peace, both joining, as joined in injuries, one enmity against a foe by doom express assigned us, that cruel serpent. On me exercise not thy hatred for this misery befallen, on me already lost, me than thyself more miserable. Both have sinned, but thou against God only, I against God and thee, and to the place of judgment will return, there with my cries importune heaven, that all the sentence from thy head removed may light on me, sole cause to thee of all this woe, me only, just object of his ire. She ended weeping, and her lowly plight immovable, till peace obtained, from fault acknowledged and deplored, in Adam wrought commiseration. Soon his heart relented towards her, his life so late and sole delight, now at his feet submissive in distress, creature so fair his reconcilement seeking, his counsel whom she had displeased, his aid. As one disarmed, his anger all he lost, and thus with peaceful words upraised her soon. Unwary and too desirous, as before so now, of what thou know'st not, who desirest the punishment all on thyself. Alas, bear thine own first, ill able to sustain his full wrath, whose thou feel'st as yet least part, and my displeasure bear'st so ill. If prayers could alter high decrees, I to that place would speed before thee, and be louder heard, that on my head all might be visited, thy frailty and infirmer sex forgiven, to me committed, and by me exposed. But rise, let us no more contend, nor blame each other, blamed enough elsewhere, but strive in offices of love how we may lighten each other's burden in our share of woe. Since this day's death denounced, if aught I see, will prove no sudden, but a slow-paced evil, a long day's dying to augment our pain, and to our seed, oh, hapless seed derived. To whom thus Eve, recovering heart, replied, Adam, by sad experiment I know how little weight my words with thee can find, found so erroneous, thence by just event found so unfortunate. Nevertheless, restored by thee, vile as I am, to place of new acceptance, hopeful to regain thy love, the sole contentment of my heart, living or dying, from thee I will not hide what thoughts in my unquiet breast arisen, tending to some relief of our extremes, or end, though sharp and sad, yet tolerable, as in our evils, and of easier choice. If care of our descent perplex us most, which must be born to certain woe, devoured by death at last, and miserable it is to be to others cause of misery, our own begotten, and of our loins to bring into this cursed world a woeful race, that after wretched life must be at last food for so foul a monster. In thy power it lies, yet ere conception, to prevent the race unblessed, to being yet unbegot. Childless thou art, childless remain, so death shall be deceived his glut, and with us too be forced to satisfy his ravenous maw. But if thou judge it hard and difficult, conversing, looking, loving, to abstain from love's due rites, nuptial embraces sweet, and with desire to languish without hope before the present object, languishing with like desire, which would be misery and torment less than none of what we dread, then both ourselves and seed at once to free from what we fear for both, let us make short, let us seek death, or, he not found, supply with our own hands his office on ourselves. Why stand we longer shivering under fears that show no end but death, and have the power of many ways to die, the shortest choosing, destruction with destruction to destroy? She ended here, or vehement despair broke off the rest, so much of death her thoughts had entertained as dyed her cheeks with pale. But Adam, with such counsel nothing swayed, to better hopes his more attentive mind labouring had raised, and thus to Eve replied, Eve, thy contempt of life and pleasure seems to argue in thee something more sublime and excellent than what thy mind contemns. But self-destruction therefore sought refutes that excellence thought in thee, and implies not thy contempt, but anguish and regret for loss of life and pleasure overloved. Or if thou covet death as utmost end of misery, so thinking to evade the penalty pronounced, doubt not but God hath wiselier armed his vengeful ire than so to be forestalled. Much more I fear lest death so snatched will not exempt us from the pain we are by doom to pay. Rather such acts of contumacy will provoke the highest to make death in us live. Then let us seek some safer resolution, which methinks I have in view, calling to mind with heed part of our sentence, that thy seed shall bruise the serpent's head. Piteous amends, unless be meant whom I conjecture our grand foe, Satan, who in the serpent hath contrived against us this deceit. To crush his head would be revenge indeed, which would be lost by death brought on ourselves, or childless days resolved as thou proposest. So our foe shall scape his punishment ordained, and we instead shall double ours upon our heads. No more be mentioned then of violence against ourselves, and wilful barrenness that cuts us off from hope, and savours only rancour and pride, impatience and despite, reluctance against God and his just yoke laid on our necks. Remember with what mild and gracious temper he both heard and judged, without wrath or reviling. We expected immediate dissolution, which we thought was meant by death that day, when, lo, to thee pains only in childbearing were foretold, and bringing forth, soon recompensed with joy, fruit of thy womb. On me the curse aslope glanced on the ground. With labour I must earn my bread. What harm? Idleness had been worse. My labour will sustain me, and, lest cold or heat should injure us, his timely care hath unbesought, provided, and his hands clothed us unworthy, pitying while he judged. How much more, if we pray to him, will his ear be open, and his heart to pity incline, and teach us further by what means to shun the inclement seasons, rain, ice, hail, and snow, which now the sky with various face begins to show us in this mountain, while the winds blow moist and keen, shattering the graceful locks of these fair spreading trees, which bids us seek some better shroud, some better warmth to cherish our limbs benumbed, ere this diurnal star leave cold the night. How we his gathered beams reflected may with matter sear foment, or by collision of two bodies grind the air attrite to fire, as late the clouds justling, or pushed with winds rude in their shock, tine the slant lightning, whose thwart flame, driven down, kindles the gummy bark of fir or pine, and sends a comfortable heat from far, which might supply the sun. Such fire to use, and what may else be remedy or cure to evils which our own misdeeds have wrought, he will instruct us, praying, and of grace beseeching him, so as we need not fear to pass commodiously this life, sustained by him with many comforts, till we end in dust, our final rest and native home. What better can we do than, to the place repairing where he judged us, prostrate fall before him reverent, and there confess humbly our faults, and pardon beg, with tears watering the ground, and with our sighs the air frequenting, sent from hearts contrite, in sign of sorrow unfeigned, and humiliation meek. Undoubtedly he will relent, and turn from his displeasure, in whose look serene, when angry most he seemed, and most severe, what else but favour, grace, and mercy shone? So spake our father penitent, nor Eve felt less remorse. They forthwith to the place repairing where he judged them, prostrate fell before him reverent, and both confessed humbly their faults, and pardon begged, with tears watering the ground, and with their sighs the air frequenting, sent from hearts contrite, in sign of sorrow unfeigned, and humiliation meek. End of Book 10. End of section 56. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 57 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paradise Lost, the 11th book. The Argument. The Son of God presents to his Father the prayers of our first parents, now repenting, and intercedes for them. God accepts them, but declares that they must no longer abide in paradise, sends Michael with a band of cherubim to dispossess them, but first to reveal to Adam future things. Michael's coming down. Adam shows to Eve certain ominous signs. He discerns Michael's approach, goes out to meet him. The angel denounces the departure. Eve's lamentation. Adam pleads but submits. The angel leads him up to a high hill, sets before him in vision what shall happen till the flood. Thus they in lowliest plight repentant stood praying, for from the mercy seat above prevenient grace descending had removed the stony from their hearts, and made new flesh, regenerate, grow instead, that sighs now breathed unutterable, which the spirit of prayer inspired, and winged for heaven with speedier flight than loudest oratory. Yet their port not of mean suitors, nor important less seemed their petition, than when the ancient pair in fables old, less ancient yet than these, Deucalion and chaste Pyrrha, to restore the race of mankind drowned, before the shrine of Themis stood devout. To heaven their prayers flew up, nor missed the way by envious winds blown vagabond or frustrate. In they passed dimensionless through heavenly doors. Then, clad with incense, where the golden altar fumed by their great intercessor, came in sight before the Father's throne. Them the glad Son presenting, thus to intercede began. See, Father, what first fruits on earth are sprung from thy implanted grace in man. these sighs and prayers, which in this golden censer, mixed with incense, I, thy priest, before thee bring. Fruits of more pleasing savour from thy seed sown with contrition in his heart, than those which, his own hand manuring, all the trees of paradise could have produced, ere fallen from innocence. Now therefore bend thine ear to supplication. Hear his sighs, though mute, unskilful with what words to pray. Let me interpret for him, me his advocate and propitiation. All his works on me, good or not good, engraft. My merit those shall perfect, and for these my death shall pay. Accept me, and in me from these receive the smell of peace toward mankind. Let him live before thee reconciled, at least his days numbered, though sad, till death, his doom, which I to mitigate thus plead, not to reverse, to better life shall yield him, where with me all my redeemed may dwell in joy and bliss, made one with me, as I with thee am one. To whom the Father, without cloud, serene, all thy request for man, accepted Son, obtain. All thy request was my decree. But longer in that paradise to dwell, the law I gave to nature him forbids. Those pure immortal elements that know no gross, no unharmonious mixture foul, eject him, tainted now, and purge him off as a distemper, gross, to air as gross, and mortal food, as may dispose him best for dissolution wrought by sin, that first distempered all things, and of incorrupt corrupted. I at first with two fair gifts created him endowed, with happiness and immortality. That fondly lost, this other served but to eternize woe, till I provided death. So death becomes his final remedy, and after life tried in sharp tribulation, and refined by faith and faithful works to second life, waked in the renovation of the just, resigns him up with heaven and earth renewed. But let us call to synod all the blessed through heaven's wide bounds. From then I will not hide my judgments. How with mankind I proceed, as how with peccant angels late they saw, and in their state, though firm, stood more confirmed. He ended, and the sun gave signal high to the bright minister that watched. He blew his trumpet, heard in Oreb since, perhaps, when God descended, and perhaps once more to sound a general doom. The angelic blast filled all the regions. From their blissful bowers of amaranthine shade, fountain or spring, by the waters of life, where'er they sate in fellowships of joy, the sons of light hasted, resorting to the summons high, and took their seats, till from his throne supreme the Almighty thus pronounced his sovereign will. O sons, like one of us man is become, to know both good and evil, since his taste of that defended fruit. But let him boast his knowledge of good lost and evil got. Happier had it sufficed him to have known good by itself, and evil not at all. He sorrows now, repents, and prays contrite, my motions in him. Longer than they move his heart, I know how variable and vain, self-left. Lest therefore his now bolder hand reach also to the tree of life, and eat, and live forever, dream at least to live forever, to remove him I decree, and send him from the garden forth, to till the ground whence he was taken, fitter soil. Michael, this my behest have thou in charge. Take to thee from among the cherubim thy choice of flaming warriors, lest the fiend, or in behalf of man, or to invade vacant possessions, some new trouble raise. Haste thee, and from the paradise of God, without remorse, drive out the sinful pair, from hallowed ground the unholy, and denounce to them and to their progeny from thence perpetual banishment. Yet, lest they faint at the sad sentence rigorously urged, for I behold them softened, and with tears bewailing their excess, all terror hide. If patiently thy bidding they obey, dismiss them not disconsolate. reveal to Adam what shall come in future days, as I shall thee enlighten. Intermix my covenant in the woman's seed renewed. So send them forth, though sorrowing, yet in peace. And on the east side of the garden place, where entrance up from Eden easiest climbs, cherubic watch, and of a sword the flame wide waving, all approach far off to fright, and guard all passage to the tree of life, lest paradise a receptacle prove to spirits foul, and all my trees their prey, with whose stolen fruit man once more to delude. He ceased, and the archangelic power prepared for swift descent. With him the cohort bright of watchful cherubim. 4 faces each had, like a double Janus, all their shapes spangled with eyes more numerous than those of Argus, and more wakeful than to drowse, charmed with Arcadian pipe, the pastoral reed of Hermes, or his opiate rod. Meanwhile, to resalute the world with sacred light, Leucothea waked, and with fresh dews embalmed the earth, when Adam and first matron Eve had ended now their orisons, and found strength added from above, new hope to spring out of despair, joy, but with fear yet linked, which thus to Eve his welcome words renewed. Eve, easily may faith admit that all the good which we enjoy from heaven descends, but that from us aught should ascend to heaven, so prevalent as to concern the mind of God high blessed, or to incline his will, hard to belief may seem. Yet this will prayer, or one short sigh of human breath, upborne even to the seat of God. For since I sought by prayer the offended deity to appease, kneeled and before him humbled all my heart, methought I saw him placable and mild, bending his ear. Persuasion in me grew that I was heard with favor. Peace returned home to my breast, and to my memory his promise that thy seed shall bruise our foe, which then not minded in dismay, yet now assures me that the bitterness of death is past, and we shall live. Whence hail to thee, Eve, rightly called mother of all mankind, mother of all things living, since by thee man is to live, and all things live for man. To whom thus Eve with sad demeanour meek, ill-worthy I such title should belong to me, transgressor, who for thee ordained a help became thy snare. To me reproach rather belongs, distrust, and all dispraise. But infinite in pardon was my judge, that I, who first brought death on all, am graced the source of life. Next favourable thou, who highly thus to entitle me vouchsafest, far other name deserving. But the field to labour calls us, now with sweat imposed, though after sleepless night. For see, the morn, all unconcerned with our unrest, begins her rosy progress, smiling. Let us forth. I never from thy side henceforth to stray, where'er our day's work lies, though now enjoined laborious, till day droop. While here we dwell, what can be toilsome in these pleasant walks? Here let us live, though in fallen state, content. So spake, so wished, much humbled Eve, but fate subscribed not. Nature first gave signs impressed on bird, beast, air, suddenly eclipsed after short blush of morn. Nigh in her sight the bird of Jove stooped from his airy tower, 2 birds of gayest plume before him drove. Down from a hill the beast that reigns in woods, first hunter then, pursued a gentle brace. Goodliest of all the forest, hart and hind, direct to the eastern gate was bent their flight. Adam observed, and with his eye the chase pursuing, not unmoved to Eve thus spake. O Eve, some further change awaits us nigh, which heaven by these mute signs in nature shows, forerunners of his purpose, or to warn us, haply to secure of our discharge from penalty, because from death released some days. How long, and what till then our life, who knows? Or more than this, that we are dust, and thither must return, and be no more. Why else this double object in our sight of flight, pursued in the air and o'er the ground, one way the self-same hour? Why in the east darkness ere day's mid-course, and morning light more orient in yon western cloud, that draws o'er the blue firmament a radiant white, and slow descends with something heavenly fraught? He erred not, for by this the heavenly bands down from a sky of jasper lighted now in paradise, and on a hill made halt, a glorious apparition. Had not doubt and carnal fear that day dimmed Adam's eye, not that more glorious when the angels met Jacob in Mahanaim, where he saw the field pavilioned with his guardians bright, nor that which on the flaming mount appeared in Dothan, covered with the camp of fire against the Syrian king, who, to surprise one man, assassin-like had levied war unproclaimed. The princely hierarch in their bright stand there left his powers to seize possession of the garden. He alone, to find where Adam sheltered, took his way, not unperceived of Adam, who to Eve, while the great visitant approached, thus spake: Eve, now expect great tidings, which perhaps of us will soon determine, or impose new laws to be observed. For I descry, from yonder blazing cloud that veils the hill, one of the heavenly host, and by his gait none of the meanest. Some great potentate, or of the thrones above, such majesty invests him coming. Yet not terrible, that I should fear, nor sociably mild as Raphael, that I should much confide, but solemn and sublime, whom not to offend, with reverence I must meet, and thou retire. He ended, and the archangel soon drew nigh, not in his shape celestial, but as man clad to meet man. Over his lucid arms a military vest of purple flowed, livelier than Meliboean, or the grain of Sarah, worn by kings and heroes old in time of truce. Iris had dipped the woof. His starry helm, unbuckled, showed him prime in manhood, where youth ended. By his side, as in a glistering zodiac, hung the sword, Satan's dire dread, and in his hand the spear. Adam bowed low. He, kingly, from his state inclined not, but his coming thus declared: Adam, heaven's high behest no preface needs. Sufficient that thy prayers are heard, and death, then due by sentence when thou didst transgress, defeated of his seizure many days, given thee of grace, wherein thou mayst repent, and one bad act with many deeds well done mayst cover. Well may then thy Lord appeased redeem thee quite from death's rapacious claim, but longer in this paradise to dwell permits not. To remove thee I am come, and send thee from the garden forth, to till the ground whence thou wast taken, fitter soil. He added not, for Adam at the news heart strook, with chilling gripe of sorrow stood, that all his senses bound. Eve, who unseen yet all had heard, with audible lament discovered soon the place of her retire. O unexpected stroke, worse than of death! Must I thus leave thee, paradise? Thus leave thee, native soil, these happy walks and shades, fit haunt of gods, where I had hoped to spend, quiet though sad, the respite of that day that must be mortal to us both? O flowers, that never will in other climate grow, my early visitation, and my last at even, which I bred up with tender hand from the first opening bud, and gave ye names. Who now shall rear ye to the sun, or rank your tribes, and water from the ambrosial fount? Thee, lastly, nuptial bower, by me adorned with what to sight or smell was sweet. From thee how shall I part, and whither wander down into a lower world, to this obscure and wild? How shall we breathe in other air less pure, accustomed to immortal fruits? Whom thus the angel interrupted mild: Lament not, Eve, but patiently resign what justly thou hast lost, nor set thy heart thus overfond on that which is not thine. Thy going is not lonely, with thee goes thy husband, him to follow thou art bound. Where he abides, think there thy native soil. Adam, by this from the cold sudden damp recovering, and his scattered spirits returned, to Michael thus his humble words addressed. Celestial, whether among the thrones, or named of them the highest, for such of shape may seem prince above princes, gently hast thou told thy message, which might else in telling wound, and in performing end us. What besides of sorrow and dejection and despair our frailty can sustain, thy tidings bring. Departure from this happy place, our sweet recess, and only consolation left familiar to our eyes. All places else inhospitable appear, and desolate, nor knowing us, nor known. And if by prayer incessant I could hope to change the will of him who all things can, I would not cease to weary him with my assiduous cries. But prayer against his absolute decree no more avails than breath against the wind, blown stifling back on him that breathes it forth. Therefore to his great bidding I submit. This most afflicts me, that departing hence, as from his face I shall be hid, deprived his blessed countenance. Here I could frequent with worship place by place where he vouchsafed presence divine, and to my sons relate, on this mount he appeared, under this tree stood visible, among these pines his voice I heard, here with him as this fountain talked. So many grateful altars I would rear of grassy turf, and pile up every stone of lustre from the brook, in memory or monument to ages, and thereon offer sweet-smelling gums and fruits and flowers. In yonder nether world, where shall I seek his bright appearances, or footstep trace? For though I fled him angry, yet recalled to life prolonged and promised race, I now gladly behold, though but his utmost skirts of glory, and far off his steps adore. To whom thus Michael, with regard benign, Adam, thou know'st heaven his, and all the earth, not this rock only. His omnipresence fills land, sea, and air, and every kind that lives, fomented by his virtual power, and warmed. All the earth he gave thee to possess and rule, no despicable gift. Surmise not then his presence to these narrow bounds confined of paradise or Eden. This had been perhaps thy capital seat, from whence had spread all generations, and had hither come from all the ends of the earth to celebrate and reverence thee, their great progenitor. But this preeminence thou hast lost, brought down to dwell on even ground now with thy sons. Yet doubt not but in valley and in plain God is as here, and will be found alike present, and of his presence many a sign still following thee, still compassing thee round with goodness and paternal love, his face express, and of his steps the track divine. Which that thou mayst believe, and be confirmed ere thou from hence depart, know I am sent to show thee what shall come in future days to thee and to thy offspring. Good with bad expect to hear, supernal grace contending with sinfulness of men, thereby to learn true patience, and to temper joy with fear and pious sorrow, equally inured by moderation either state to bear, prosperous or adverse. So shalt thou leave safest thy life, and best prepared endure thy mortal passage when it comes. Ascend this hill. Let Eve, for I have drenched her eyes, here sleep below, while thou to foresight wakest, as once thou slepst, while she to life was formed. To whom thus Adam gratefully replied, Ascend, I follow thee, safe guide, the path thou leadst me, and to the hand of heaven submit, however chastening. To the evil turn my obvious breast, arming to overcome by suffering, and earn rest from labor won, if so I may attain. So both ascend in the visions of God. It was a hill of paradise the highest, from whose top the hemisphere of earth in clearest ken stretched out to the amplest reach of prospect lay. Not higher that hill, nor wider looking round, whereon, For different cause, the tempter set our second Adam in the wilderness, to show him all earth's kingdoms and their glory. His eye might there command wherever stood city of old or modern fame, the seat of mightiest empire, from the destined walls of Kalambu, seat of Cathayan Khan, and Samarkand by Oxus, Timir's throne, to Pakran of Sinian kings, and thence to Agra and Lahore of Great Mogul, down to the golden Chersonese, or where the Persian in Ecbatan sat, or since in Ispahan, or where the Russian Tsar in Moscow, or the Sultan in Byzance, Turkestan born, nor could his eye not ken the empire of Negus to his utmost port of Coco, and the less maritime kings, Mombasa, and Quiloa, and Melind, and Sofala, thought Ophir, to the realm of Congo, and Angola farthest south, or thence from Niger flood to Atlas Mount, the kingdoms of Almansor, Fez, and Sus, Morocco, and Algiers, and Tremisen. On Europe thence, and where Rome was to sway, the world. In spirit, perhaps he also saw rich Mexico, the seat of Montezuma, and Cusco in Peru, the richer seat of Atabalaba, and yet unspoiled Guiana, whose great city Gerion's sons call El Dorado. But to nobler sights, Michael, from Adam's eyes the film removed, which that false fruit that promised clearer sight had bred, then purged with Euphrasian rue the visual nerve, for he had much to see, and from the well of life 3 drops instilled. So deep the power of these ingredients pierced, even to the inmost seat of mental sight, that Adam, now enforced to close his eyes, sunk down, and all his spirits became entranced. But him the gentle angel by the hand soon raised, and his attention thus recalled. Adam, now ope thine eyes, and first behold the effects which thy original crime hath wrought, in some to spring from thee, who never touched th' accepted tree, nor with the snake conspired, nor sinned thy sin, yet from that sin derived corruption to bring forth more violent deeds. His eyes he opened, and beheld a field, part arable and tilth, whereon were sheaves new reaped, the other part sheepwalks and folds. I' the midst an altar as the landmark stood, rustic, of grassy sword. Thither anon a sweaty reaper from his tillage brought first fruits, the green ear and the yellow leaf, unculled, as came to hand. A shepherd next, more meek, came with the firstlings of his flock, choicest and best. Then, sacrificing, laid the innards and their fat with incense strewed on the cleft wood, and all due rites performed. His offering soon propitious fire from heaven consumed, with nimble glance and grateful steam. The others not, for his was not sincere. Whereat he inly raged, and as they talked, smote him into the midriff with a stone that beat out life. He fell, and deadly pale groaned out his soul, with gushing blood effused. Much at that sight was Adam in his heart dismayed, and thus in haste to the angel cried, O teacher, some great mischief hath befallen to that meek man, who well had sacrificed. Is piety thus and pure devotion paid? To whom Michael thus, he also moved, replied, These 2 are brethren, Adam, and to come out of thy loins. The unjust the just hath slain, for envy that his brother's offering found from heaven acceptance. But the bloody fact will be avenged, and the other's faith, approved, lose no reward, though here thou see him die, rolling in dust and gore. To which our sire, Alas, both for the deed and for the cause! But have I now seen death? Is this the way I must return to native dust? O sight of terror, foul and ugly to behold, horrid to think, how horrible to feel! To whom thus Michael, Death thou hast seen in his first shape on man, but many shapes of death, and many are the ways that lead to his grim cave, all dismal, yet to sense more terrible at the entrance than within. Some, as thou sawest, by violent stroke shall die, by fire, flood, famine, by intemperance more in meats and drinks, which on the earth shall bring diseases dire, of which a monstrous crew before thee shall appear, that thou mayst know what misery the abstinence of Eve shall bring on men. Immediately a place before his eyes appeared, sad, noisome, dark, a lazar house it seemed, wherein were laid numbers of all diseased, all maladies, of ghastly spasm, of racking torture, qualms of heart-sick agony, all feverous kinds, convulsions, epilepsies, fierce catarrhs, intestine stone and ulcer, colic pangs, demoniac frenzy, moping melancholy, and moonstruck madness, pining atrophy, marasmus, and wide-wasting pestilence, dropsies and asthmas and joint-racking rheums. Dire was the tossing, deep the groans. Despair tended the sick, busiest from couch to couch, and over them triumphant death his dart shook, but delayed to strike, though oft invoked with vows as their chief good and final hope. Sight so deform, what heart of rock could long dry-eyed behold? Adam could not, but wept, though not of woman born. Compassion quelled his best of man, and gave him up to tears a space, till firmer thoughts restrained excess, and, scarce recovering words, his plaint renewed. End of section 57. Read by Thomas Copeland.
Section 58 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain, and for more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. And scarce recovering words, his plate renewed. O miserable mankind, to what fall? Degraded to what wretched state reserved? Better end here unborn. Why is life given to be thus wrested from us? Rather why obtruded on us thus? Who, if we knew what we receive, would either not accept life offered, or soon beg to lay it down, glad to be so dismissed in peace? Can thus the image of God in man, created once so goodly and erect, though faulty since, to such unsightly sufferings be debased? Under inhuman pains, why should not man, retaining still divine similitude, in part from such deformities be free, and for his Maker's image sake exempt? Their Maker's image, answered Michael, then forsook them when they vilified to serve ungoverned appetite, and took his image whom they served a brutish vice, inductive mainly to the sin of Eve, therefore so abject in their punishment, disfiguring not God's likeness but their own, or if his likeness by themselves defaced, while they pervert pure nature's healthful rules to loathsome sickness, worthily, since they God's image did not reverence in themselves. I yield it just, said Adam, and submit. But is there yet no other way besides these painful passages, how we may come to death and mix with our connatural dust? There is, said Michael, if thou well observe the rule of not too much by temperance taught, in what thou eatest and drinkst, seeking from thence due nourishment, not gluttonous delight, till many years over thy head return, so mayst thou live till, like ripe fruit, thou drop into thy mother's lap, or be with ease gathered, not harshly plucked, for death mature. This is old age, but then thou must outlive thy youth, thy strength, thy beauty, which will change to withered, weak and grey. Thy senses then obtuse, all taste of pleasure must forgo, to what thou hast, and for the air of youth, hopeful and cheerful in thy blood will reign, a melancholy damp of cold and dry, to weigh thy spirits down, and last consume the balm of life, to whom our ancestor. Henceforth I fly not death, nor would prolong life much, bent rather how I may be quit. Fairest and easiest of this cumbrous charge, which I must keep till my appointed day, of rendering up and patiently attend my dissolution. Michael replied, Nor love thy life, nor hate, but what thou liv'st. Live well. How long or short permit to heaven, and now prepare thee for another sight. He looked and saw a spacious plain, whereon were tents of various hue. By some were herds of cattle grazing, others whence the sound of instruments that made melodious chime was heard of harp and organ, and who moved their stops and chords was seen. His volant touch, instinct through all proportions low and high, fled and pursued transverse the resonant fugue. In other part stood one who at the forge labouring two massy clods of iron and brass had melted, whether found where casual fire had wasted woods on mountain or in vale, down to the veins of the earth thence gliding hot to some cave's mouth, or whether washed by stream from underground. The liquid ore he drained into fit moulds prepared, from which he formed first his own tools, and then what else might be wrought, fusil or graven in metal. After these, but on the hither side, a different sort, from the high neighbouring hills which was their seat, down to the plain descended. By their guise just men they seemed, and all their study bent to worship God aright, and know his works, not hid, nor those things last which might preserve freedom and peace to men. They on the plain long had not walked, when from the tents behold a bevy of fair women richly gay in gems and wanton dress. To the harp they sung soft amorous ditties, and in dance came on. The men though grave eyed them and let their eyes rove without rein, till in the amorous net fast caught they liked, and each his liking chose. And now of love they treat, till the evening star, love's harbinger, appeared. Then all in heat they light the nuptial torch, and bid invoke. Hymen then first to marriage rites invoke, with feast and music all tents resound. Such happy interview and fair event, of love and youth not lost, songs, garlands, flowers, and charming symphonies attach the heart of Adam soon inclined to admit delight. The bent of nature which he thus expressed, true opener of my eyes, prime angel blessed. Much better seems this vision, and more hope of peaceful days portends, than those two past. Those were of hate and death, or pain much worse. Here nature seems fulfilled in all her ends. To whom thus Michael, judge not what is best by pleasure, though to nature seeming meet, created as thou art to nobler end, holy and pure, conformity divine. Those tents thou sought'st so pleasant were the tents of wickedness, wherein shall dwell his race who slew his brother. Studious they appear of arts that polish life, inventors rare, unmindful of their maker, though his spirit taught them, but they his gifts acknowledged none. Yet they a beauteous offspring shall beget. For that fair female troop thou saw'st, that seemed of goddesses so blithe, so smooth, so gay, yet empty of all good wherein consists women's domestic honour in chief praise, bred only and completed to the taste, lustful appetence, to sing, to dance, to dress, and troll the tongue, and roll the eye. To these that sober race of men whose lives religious title them the sons of God, shall yield up all their virtue, all their fame, ignobly to the trains and the smiles of those fair atheists, and now swim in joy, ere long to swim at large and laugh, for which the world ere long a world of tears must weep. To whom thus Adam of short joy bereft, O pity and shame, that they who live well, entered so fair, should turn aside to tread paths indirect, or in the midway faint. But still I see the tenor of man's woe holds on the same from women to begin. From man's effeminate slackness it begins, said the angel. Who should better hold his place by wisdom and superior gifts received? But now prepare thee for another scene. He looked and saw wide territory spread before him, towns and rural works between, cities of men with lofty gates and towers, concourse in arms, fierce faces threatening war, giants of mighty bone and bold emrise. Part wield their arms, part curb the foaming steeds, single or in array of battle ranged, both horse and foot, nor idly mustering stood. One way a band select from forage drives, a herd of beeves, fair oxen and fair kine, from a fat meadow ground, or fleecy flock, ewes and their bleating lambs over the plain, their booty scarce with life the shepherds fly, but call in aid, which makes a bloody fray, with cruel tournament and squadrons join, where cattle pastured late now scattered lies, with carcasses and arms of the ensanguined field, deserted, others to a city strong lay siege, encamped by battery scale and mine, assaulting others from the wall defend, with darting javelins, stones and sulphurous fire, on each hand slaughter and gigantic deeds. In other parts the sceptred heralds call to council in the city gates anon. Grey-haired men and grave with warriors mixed assemble, and harangues are heard, but soon in factious opposition, till at last of middle age one rising eminent, in wise deport spake much of right and wrong, of justice, of religion, truth and peace, and judgment from above him old and young exploded, and had seized with violent hands, had not a cloud descending snatched him thence, unseen amid the throng, so violence proceeded, and oppression and sword law through all the plain, and refuge none was found. Adam was all in tears, and to his guide lamenting turned full sad. Oh, what are these? Death's ministers not men, who dost deal death inhumanly to men, and multiply 10,000-fold the sin of him who slew his brother. For of whom such massacre make they but of the brethren men of men? But who was that just man whom had not heaven rescued, had in his righteousness been lost? To whom thus, Michael, these of the products of those ill-mated marriages thou saw'st, where good with bad were matched, who of themselves abhor to join, and by imprudence mixed, produce prodigious births of body or mind. Such were these giants, men of high renown, for in those days might only shall be admired, and valour and heroic virtue called, to overcome in battle and subdue nations, and bring home spoils with infinite manslaughter, shall be held the highest pitch of human glory, and for glory done, of triumph to be styled great conquerors, patrons of mankind, gods and sons of gods, destroyers rightly are called, and plagues of men. Thus fame shall be achieved, renown on earth, and what most merits fame in silence hid, but he the seventh from thee, whom thou beheldst, the only righteous in a world perverse, and therefore hated, therefore so beset with foes, for daring single to be just, and utter odious truth that God would come to judge them with his saints, him the most high, wrapped in a balmy cloud, with winged steeds, did as thou saw'st receive to walk with God, high in salvation and the climes of bliss, exempt from death, to show thee what reward awaits the good, the rest what punishment, which now direct thy eyes and soon behold. He looked and saw the face of things quite changed. The brazen throat of war had ceased to roar. All now was turned to jollity and game, to luxury and riot, feast and dance, marrying or prostituting as befell, rape or adultery were passing fair, allured them. Thence from cups to civil broils, at length a revered sire amongst them came, and of their doings great dislike declared, and testified against their ways. He oft frequented their assemblies, whereso met triumphs or festivals, and to them preached conversion and repentance as to souls in prison under judgments imminent, but all in vain, which when he saw he ceased, contending and removed his tents far off. Then from the mountains hewing timber tall, began to build a vessel of large bulk, measured by cubit, length and breadth and height, smeared round with pitch, and in the side a door contrived, and of provisions laden large, for man and beast, when lo a wonder strange. Of every beast and bird and insect small came sevens and pairs, and entered in as taught their order last the sire and his 3 sons with their 4 wives, and God made fast the door. Meanwhile the south wind rose, and with black wings wide hovering all the clouds together dove from under heaven the hills to their supply, vapour and exultation dusk and moist sent up amain, and now the thickened sky like dark ceiling stood. Down rushed the rain, impetuous, and continued till the earth no more was seen. The floating vessels swum, uplifted and secure with beaked prow, rode tilting o'er the waves. All dwellings else flood overwhelmed, and them with all their pomp deep under water rowled. Sea covered sea, sea without shore, and in their palaces where luxury late reigned, sea monsters whelped and stabled of mankind so numerous late, all left in one small bottom swum embarked. How didst thou grieve then, Adam, to behold day of all thy offspring ends so sad, depopulation, thee another flood of tears and sorrow, a flood thee also drowned, and sunk thee as thy sons, till gently reared by the angel, on thy feet thou stoodst at last, though comfortless as when a father mourns his children all in view destroyed at once, and scarce to the angel utteredst thus thy plate. O visions ill foreseen! Better had I lived ignorant of future, so had borne my part of evil only each day's lot, enough to bear those now that were dispensed, the burden of many ages on me light, at once by my foreknowledge gaining birth, abortive to torment me ere their being, with thought that they must be. Let no man seek henceforth to be foretold what shall befall him or his children. Evil he may be sure, which neither his foreknowledge can prevent, and he the future evil shall no less in apprehension than in substance feel. Grievous to bear, but that care now is past. Man is not whom to warn. Those few escaped famine and anguish will at last consume. Wandering that watery desert, I had hope when violence was ceased and war on earth, all would have gone well, peace would have been crowned with length of happy days the race of man. But I was far deceived, for now I see peace to corrupt no less than war to waste. How comes it thus? Unfold, celestial guide, and whether here the race of man will end. To whom thus Michael? Those whom last thou saw'st in triumph, in luxurious wealth, are they first seen in acts of powers eminent and great exploits, but of true virtue void, who, having spilt much blood and done much waste, subduing nations and achieving thereby fame in the world, high titles and rich prey, shall change their course to pleasure, ease and sloth, surfeit and lust, till wantonness and pride raise out of friendship hostile deeds in peace. The conquered also and enslaved by war shall with their freedom lost all virtue lose, and fear of God, for whom their piety feigned, in sharp contrast of battle found no aid, against invaders therefore cooled in zeal. Thenceforth shall practice how to live secure, worldly or dissolute, on what their lords shall leave them to enjoy, for the earth shall bear more than enough that temperance may be tried. So all shall turn degenerate and all depraved. Justice and temperance, truth and faith forgot, one man except the only son of life in a dark age against example good. Offended, fearless of reproach and scorn or violence, he of their wicked ways shall them admonish, and before them set the paths of righteousness. How much more safe and full of peace, denouncing wrath to come on the impenitents, and shall return of them derided, but of God observed. The one just man alive by his command shall build a wondrous ark, as thou beheldest, to save himself and household from amidst a world devote to universal wrack. No sooner he with them of man and beast select for life shall in the ark be lodged, and sheltered round, but all the cataracts of heaven shall open on the earth, shall pour rain day and night, all fountains of the deep broke up shall heave the ocean to usurp beyond all bounds till inundation rise above the highest hills. Then shall this mount of paradise by might of waves be moved out of his place, pushed by the horned flood, with all his venger spoiled, the trees adrift, down the great river to the opening gulf, and there take root an island salt and bare, the haunt of seals and auks, and seamews clang, to teach thee that God attributes to place no sanctity, if none be thither brought by men who there frequent or therein dwell. And now what thunder shall ensue? Behold, he looked, and saw the ark hull on the flood, which now abated, for the clouds were fled, driven by a keen north wind that, blowing dry, wrinkled the face of deluge as decayed. And the clear sun on this wide watery glass gazed hot, and of the fresh wave largely drew, as after first, which made their flowing shrink from standing lake to tripping ebb that stole with soft foot across the deep, who now had stopped his sluices as the heaven his windows shut. The ark no more floats, but seems on ground, fast on the top of some high mountain fixed. And now the tops of hills as rocks appear, with clamour dense the rapid currents drive towards the retreating sea their furious tide. Forthwith, and from out the ark a raven flies, and after him the surer messenger, a dove sent forth once and again to spy green tree or ground whereon his foot may light. The second time returning, in his bill an olive leaf he brings, pacific sign. Anon dry ground appears, and from his ark the ancient sire descends with all his train. Then, with uplifted hands and eyes devout, grateful to heaven, over his head beholds a dewy cloud, and in the cloud a bow conspicuous with three listed colours grey, betokening the peace from God, and covenant new, whereat the heart of Adam, erst so sad, greatly rejoiced, and thus his joy broke forth. O thou whose future things canst represent as present, heavenly instructor, I revive at this last sight, assured that man shall live, with all the creatures and their seed preserve. Far less I now lament for one whole world of wicked sons destroyed than I rejoice for one man found so perfect and so just that God vouchsafes to raise another world from him, and all his anger to forget. But say what mean those coloured streaks in heaven, distended as the brow of God appeared, or served they as flowery verge bind the fluid skirts of that same watery cloud, lest it again dissolve and shower the earth? To whom the archangel, dexterously thou aim'st, so willingly doth God remit his ire, though late repenting him of man depraved. Grieved at his heart when he looked down, he saw the whole world filled with violence, and all flesh corrupted each their way. Yet those removed, such grace shall just one man find in his sight, that he relents not to blot out mankind, and makes a covenant never to destroy the earth again by flood, nor let the sea surpass his bounds, nor rain to drown the world, with man therein or beast. But when he brings over the earth a cloud, will therein set his triple-coloured bow whereon to look and call to mind his covenant. Day and night, seed time and harvest, heat and hoary frost, shall hold their course, till fire purge all things new, both heaven and earth, wherein the just shall dwell. End of part 58 of the complete poems of John Milton. This has been read by Roy Dickel of Liverpool.
Section 59 of the complete poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paradise Lost, the 12th book. The Argument. The angel Michael continues from the flood to relate what shall succeed. Then, in the mention of Abraham, comes by degrees to explain who that seed of the woman shall be, which was promised Adam and Eve in the fall, his incarnation, death, resurrection, and ascension, the state of the church till his second coming. Adam, greatly satisfied and recomforted by these relations and promises, descends the hill with Michael, wakens Eve, who all this while had slept, but with gentle dreams, composed to quietness of mind and submission. Michael, in either hand, leads them out of paradise, the fiery sword waving behind them, and the cherubim taking their stations to guard the place. As one who in his journey baits at noon, though bent on speed, so here the archangel paused betwixt the world destroyed and world restored, if Adam aught perhaps might interpose. Then, with transition sweet, new speech resumes. Thus thou hast seen one world begin and end, and man as from a second stock proceed. Much thou hast yet to see, but I perceive thy mortal sight to fail. Objects divine must needs impair and weary human sense. Henceforth what is to come I will relate. Thou therefore give due audience and attend. This second source of men, while yet but few, and while the dread of judgment past remains fresh in their minds, fearing the deity, with some regard to what is just and right, shall lead their lives and multiply apace, laboring the soil and reaping plenteous crop, corn, wine, and oil. And from the herd or flock oft sacrificing bullock, lamb, or kid, with large wine offerings poured and sacred feast, shall spend their days in joy unblamed, and dwell long time in peace, by families and tribes under paternal rule, till one shall rise of proud ambitious heart, who, not content with fair equality, fraternal state, will arrogate dominion undeserved over his brethren, and quite dispossess concord and law of nature from the earth. Hunting, and men, not beasts, shall be his game, with war and hostile snare, such as refuse subjection to his empire tyrannous. A mighty hunter thence he shall be styled before the Lord, as in despite of heaven, or from heaven claiming second sovereignty, and from rebellion shall derive his name, though of rebellion others he accuse. He, with a crew whom like ambition joins with him, or under him to tyrannize, marching from Eden towards the west, shall find the plain, wherein a black bituminous gurge boils out from underground, the mouth of hell. Of brick and of that stuff they cast to build a city and tower, whose top may reach to heaven, and get themselves a name, lest far dispersed in foreign lands their memory be lost, regardless whether good or evil fame. But God, who oft descends to visit men unseen, and through their habitations walks to mark their doings, them beholding soon, comes down to see their city, ere the tower obstruct heaven towers, and in derision sets upon their tongues a various spirit, to raise quite out their native language, and instead to sow a jangling noise of words unknown. Forthwith a hideous gabble rises loud among the builders, each to other calls, not understood, till hoarse and all in rage as mocked they storm. Great laughter was in heaven, and looking down, to see the hubbub strange and hear the din. Thus was the building left ridiculous, and the work confusion named. Whereto thus Adam, fatherly displeased, O execrable son, so to aspire above his brethren, to himself assuming authority usurped, from God not given. He gave us only over beast, fish, fowl dominion absolute. That right we hold by his donation. But man over men he made not lord, such title to himself reserving, human left from human free. But this usurper, his encroachment proud, stays not on man. To God his tower intends siege and defiance. Wretched man! What food will he convey up thither to sustain himself in his rash army, where thin air above the clouds will pine his entrails gross, and famish him of breath, if not of bread? To whom thus Michael, Justly thou abhorrest that son, who on the quiet state of men such trouble brought, affecting to subdue rational liberty. Yet know withal, since thy original lapse, true liberty is lost, which always with right reason dwells twinned, and from her hath no individual being. Reason in man obscured or not obeyed, immediately inordinate desires and upstart passions catch the government from reason, and to servitude reduce man till then free. Therefore, since he permits within himself unworthy powers to reign over free reason, God in judgment just subjects him from without to violent lords, who oft as undeservedly enthrall his outward freedom. Tyranny must be, though to the tyrant thereby no excuse. Yet sometimes nations will decline so low from virtue, which is reason, that no wrong, but justice and some fatal curse annexed deprives them of their outward liberty, their inward lost. Witness the irreverent son of him who built the ark, who for the shame done to his father heard this heavy curse, servant of servants, on his vicious race. Thus will this latter, as the former world, still tend from bad to worse, till God at last, wearied with their iniquities, withdraw his presence from among them, and avert his holy eyes, resolving from henceforth to leave them to their own polluted ways, and one peculiar nation to select from all the rest, of whom to be invoked, a nation from one faithful man to spring, him on this side Euphrates yet residing, bred up in idol worship. Oh, that men, canst thou believe, should be so stupid grown, while yet the patriarch lived to scape the flood, as to forsake the living God, and fall to worship their own work in wood and stone for gods. Yet him God the Most High vouchsafes to call by vision from his father's house, his kindred and false gods, into a land which he will show him, and from him will raise a mighty nation, and upon him shower his benediction, so that in his seed all nations shall be blessed. He straight obeys, not knowing to what land, yet firm believes. I see him, but thou canst not, with what faith he leaves his gods, his friends, and native soil, Ur of Chaldea, passing now the ford to Haran. After him a cumbrous train of herds and flocks, and numerous servitude, not wandering poor, but trusting all his wealth with God, who called him in a land unknown. Canaan he now attains. I see his tents pitched about Shechem, and the neighboring plain of Moreh. There by promise he receives gift to his progeny of all that land, from Hamath northward to the desert south. Things by their names I call, though yet unnamed. From Hermon east to the great western sea. Mount Hermon, yonder sea, each place behold in prospect as I point them. On the shore Mount Carmel, here the double-founted stream Jordan, true limit eastward. But his sons shall dwell to Senir, that long ridge of hills. This ponder, that all nations of the earth shall in his seed be blessed. By that seed is meant thy great deliverer, who shall bruise the serpent's head, whereof to thee anon plainlier shall be revealed. This patriarch blessed, whom faithful Abraham due time shall call, a son, and of his son a grandchild leaves, like him in faith, in wisdom, and renown. The grandchild, with 12 sons increased, departs from Canaan to a land hereafter called Egypt, divided by the river Nile. See where it flows, disgorging at 7 mouths into the sea. To sojourn in that land he comes, invited by a younger son in time of dearth, a son whose worthy deeds raise him to be the second in that realm of Pharaoh. There he dies, and leaves his race growing into a nation, and now grown suspected to a sequent king, who seeks to stop their overgrowth, as inmate guests too numerous, whence of guests he makes them slaves inhospitably, and kills their infant males, till by 2 brethren, those 2 brethren called Moses and Aaron, sent from God to claim his people from enthrallment, they return with glory and spoil back to their promised land. But first the lawless tyrant, who denies to know their God, or message to regard, must be compelled by signs and judgments dire. To blood unshed the rivers must be turned. Frogs, lice, and flies must all his palace fill with loathed intrusion, and fill all the land. His cattle must of rot and murrain die. Botches and blains must all his flesh emboss, and all his people. Thunder mixed with hail, hail mixed with fire, must rend the Egyptian sky, and wheel on the earth, devouring where it rolls. What it devours not, herb or fruit or grain, a darksome cloud of locusts swarming down must eat, and on the ground leave nothing green. Darkness must overshadow all his bounds, palpable darkness, and blot out 3 days. Last, with one midnight stroke, all the firstborn of Egypt must lie dead. Thus, with 10 wounds, the river dragon tamed at length submits to let his sojourners depart, and oft humbles his stubborn heart, but still as ice more hardened after thaw, till in his rage, pursuing whom he late dismissed, the sea swallows him with his host, but them lets pass, as on dry land, between 2 crystal walls, awed by the rod of Moses, so to stand divided, till his rescued gain their shore. Such wondrous power God to his saint will lend, though present in his angel, who shall go before them in a cloud and pillar of fire, by day a cloud, by night a pillar of fire, to guide them in their journey, and remove behind them, while the obdurate king pursues. All night he will pursue, but his approach darkness defends between, till morning watch. Then through the fiery pillar and the cloud God, looking forth, will trouble all his host, and craze their chariot wheels, when by command Moses once more his potent rod extends over the sea. The sea his rod obeys. On their embattled ranks the waves return, and overwhelm their war. The race elect, safe towards Canaan from the shore, advance through the wild desert, not the readiest way, lest, entering on the Canaanite alarmed, war terrify them inexpert, and fear return them back to Egypt, choosing rather inglorious life with servitude. For life, too noble and ignoble, is more sweet, untrained in arms, where rashness leads not on. This also shall they gain by their delay in the wide wilderness. There they shall found their government, and their great senate choose through the 12 tribes to rule by laws ordained. God from the mount of Sinai, whose great top shall tremble, he descending, will himself in thunder, lightning, and loud trumpet sound ordain them laws, part such as appertain to civil justice, part religious rites of sacrifice, informing them by types and shadows of that destined seed to bruise the serpent, by what means he shall achieve mankind's deliverance. But the voice of God to mortal ear is dreadful. They beseech that Moses might report to them his will, and terror cease. He grants what they besought, instructed that to God is no access without mediator, whose high office now Moses in figure bears, to introduce one greater, of whose day he shall foretell. And all the prophets in their age the times of great Messiah shall sing. Thus laws and rights established, such delight hath God in men obedient to his will, that he vouchsafes among them to set up his tabernacle, the Holy One with mortal men to dwell. By his prescript a sanctuary is framed of cedar, overlaid with gold. Therein an ark, and in the ark his testimony, the records of his covenant. Over these a mercy seat of gold, between the wings of 2 bright cherubim. Before him burn 7 lamps, as in a zodiac representing the heavenly fires. Over the tent a cloud shall rest by day, a fiery gleam by night, save when they journey. And at length they come, conducted by his angel, to the land promised to Abraham and his seed. The rest were long to tell, how many battles fought, how many kings destroyed and kingdoms won, or how the sun shall in mid-heaven stand still a day entire, and night's due course adjourn, man's voice commanding, Sun, in Gibeon stand, and thou moon in the vale of Ayalon, till Israel overcome. So called the third from Abraham, son of Isaac, and from him his whole descent, who thus shall Canaan win. Here Adam interposed, O sent from heaven, enlightener of my darkness, gracious things thou hast revealed, those chiefly which concern just Abraham and his seed. Now first I find mine eyes true opening, and my heart much eased, erewhile perplexed with thoughts what would become of me and all mankind. But now I see his day in whom all nations shall be blessed, favor unmerited by me, who sought forbidden knowledge by forbidden means. This yet I apprehend not, why to those among whom God will deign to dwell on earth so many and so various laws are given. So many laws argue so many sins among them. How can God with such reside? To whom thus Michael, Doubt not but that sin will reign among them, as of thee begot, and therefore was law given them, to evince their natural pravity, by stirring up sin against law to fight, that when they see law can discover sin, but not remove, save by those shadowy expiations weak, the blood of bulls and goats, they may conclude some blood more precious must be paid for man, just for unjust, that in such righteousness, to them by faith imputed, they may find justification towards God, and peace of conscience, which the law by ceremonies cannot appease, nor man the moral part perform, and not performing cannot live. So law appears imperfect, and but given with purpose to resign them in full time up to a better covenant, disciplined from shadowy types to truth, from flesh to spirit, from imposition of strict laws to free acceptance of large grace, from servile fear to filial, works of law to works of faith. And therefore shall not Moses, though of God highly beloved, being but the minister of law, his people into Canaan lead, but Joshua, whom the Gentiles Jesus call, his name at office bearing, who shall quell the adversary serpent, and bring back through the world's wilderness long wandered man, safe to eternal paradise of rest. Meanwhile they, in their earthly Canaan placed, long time shall dwell and prosper. But when sins national interrupt their public peace, provoking God to raise them enemies, from whom as oft he saves them penitent, by judges first, then under kings, of whom the second, both for piety renowned and puissant deeds, a promise shall receive irrevocable, that his regal throne for ever shall endure. The like shall sing all prophecy, that of the royal stock of David, so I name this king, shall rise a son, the woman seed to thee foretold to Abraham, as in whom shall trust all nations, and to kings foretold of kings the last, for of his reign shall be no end. But first a long succession must ensue, and his next son, for wealth and wisdom famed, the clouded ark of God, till then intense wandering, shall in a glorious temple enshrine. Such follow him as shall be registered part good, part bad, of bad the longer scroll, whose foul idolatries and other faults, heaped to the popular sum, will so incense God as to leave them and expose their land, their city, his temple, and his holy ark, with all his sacred things, a scorn and prey to that proud city, whose high walls thou sawest left in confusion, Babylon thence called. There in captivity he lets them dwell the space of 70 years, then brings them back, remembering mercy, and his covenant sworn to David, stablished as the days of heaven. Returned from Babylon by leave of kings, their lords, whom God disposed, the house of God they first re-edify, and for a while in mean estate live moderate, till, grown in wealth and multitude, factious they grow. But first among the priests dissension springs, men who attend the altar, and should most endeavour peace. Their strife pollution brings upon the temple itself. At last they seize the sceptre, and regard not David's sons, then lose it to a stranger, that the true anointed King Messiah might be born bard of his right. Yet at his birth a star, unseen before in heaven, proclaims him come, and guides the eastern sages, who inquire his place, to offer incense, myrrh, and gold. His place of birth a solemn angel tells to simple shepherds, keeping watch by night. They gladly thither haste, and by a choir of squadroned angels hear his carol sung. A virgin is his mother, but his sire the power of the Most High. He shall ascend the throne hereditary, and bound his reign with earth's wide bounds, his glory with the heavens. He ceased, discerning Adam with such joy surcharged as had, like grief, been dewed in tears without the vent of words, which these he breathed. O prophet of glad tidings, finisher of utmost hope, now clear I understand what oft my steadiest thoughts have searched in vain, why our great expectation should be called the seed of woman. Virgin Mother, hail! High in the love of heaven, yet from my loins thou shalt proceed, and from thy womb the Son of God Most High. So God with man unites. Needs must the serpent now his capital bruise expect with mortal pain. Say, where and when their fight, what stroke shall bruise the victor's heel? To whom thus Michael, dream not of their fight as of a duel, or the local wounds of head or heel. Not therefore joins the Son manhood to Godhead, with more strength to foil thy enemy. Nor so is overcome Satan, whose fall from heaven, a deadlier bruise, disabled not to give thee thy death's wound, which he who comes thy Saviour shall recure, not by destroying Satan, but his works, in thee and in thy seed. Nor can this be but by fulfilling that which thou didst want, obedience to the law of God, imposed on penalty of death, and suffering death, the penalty for thy transgression due, and due to theirs which out of thine will grow. So only can high justice rest apaid. The law of God exact he shall fulfill, both by obedience and by love, though love alone fulfill the law. Thy punishment he shall endure by coming in the flesh to a reproachful life and cursed death, proclaiming life to all who shall believe in his redemption, and that his obedience imputed becomes theirs by faith. His merits to save them, not their own, though legal, works. For this he shall live hated, be blasphemed, seized on by force, judged, and to death condemned, a shameful and accursed, nailed to the cross by his own nation, slain for bringing life. But to the cross he nails thy enemies, the law that is against thee, and the sins of all mankind. With him there crucified, never to hurt them more who rightly trust in this his satisfaction. So he dies, but soon revives. Death over him no power shall long usurp. Ere the third dawning light return, the stars of morn shall see him rise out of his grave, fresh as the dawning light. Thy ransom paid, which man from death redeems, his death for man, as many as offered life neglect not, and the benefit embraced by faith not void of works. This godlike act annuls thy doom, the death thou shouldst have died in sin, for ever lost from life. This act shall bruise the head of Satan, crush his strength, defeating sin and death, his two main arms, and fix far deeper in his head their stings than temporal death shall bruise the victor's heel, or theirs whom he redeems, a death like sleep, a gentle wafting to immortal life. Nor after resurrection shall he stay longer on earth than certain times to appear to his disciples, men who in his life still followed him. To them shall leave in charge to teach all nations what of him they learned, and his salvation, them who shall believe, baptizing in the profluent stream, the sign of washing them from guilt of sin to life pure, and in mind prepared, if so befall, for death like that which the Redeemer died. All nations they shall teach, for from that day not only to the sons of Abraham's loins salvation shall be preached, but to the sons of Abraham's faith, wherever through the world. So in his seed all nations shall be blessed. Then to the heaven of heavens he shall ascend with victory, triumphing through the air over his foes and thine. There shall surprise the serpent, prince of air, and drag in chains through all his realm, and there confounded leave. Then enter into glory, and resume his seat at God's right hand, exalted high above all names in heaven. And thence shall come, when this world's dissolution shall be ripe, with glory and power to judge both quick and dead, to judge the unfaithful dead, but to reward his faithful, and receive them into bliss, whether in heaven or earth, for then the earth shall all be paradise, far happier place than this of Eden, and far happier days. So spake the archangel Michael, then paused, as at the world's great period, and our sire, replete with joy and wonder, thus replied, O goodness infinite, goodness immense, that all this good of evil shall produce, and evil turn to good, more wonderful than that which by creation first brought forth light out of darkness. Full of doubt I stand whether I should repent me now of sin by me done and occasioned, or rejoice much more, that much more good thereof shall spring, to God more glory, more goodwill to men from God, and over wrath grace shall abound. But say, if our deliverer up to heaven must reascend, what will betide the few, his faithful, left among the unfaithful herd, the enemies of truth? Who then shall guide his people, who defend? Will they not deal worse with his followers than with him they dealt? Be sure they will, said the angel, but from heaven he to his own a comforter will send, the promise of the Father, who shall dwell, his Spirit, within them, and the law of faith working through love upon their hearts shall write, to guide them in all truth, and also arm with spiritual armor, able to resist Satan's assaults and quench his fiery darts. What man can do against them not afraid, though to the death? Against such cruelties with inward consolations recompensed, and oft supported so as shall amaze their proudest persecutors. For the Spirit, poured first on his apostles, whom he sends to evangelize the nations, then on all baptized, shall them with wondrous gifts endue, to speak all tongues, and do all miracles, as did their Lord before them. Thus they win great numbers of each nation to receive with joy the tidings brought from heaven. At length, their ministry performed, and race well run, their doctrine and their story written left, they die. But in their room, as they forewarn, wolves shall succeed for teachers, grievous wolves, who all the sacred mysteries of heaven to their own vile advantages shall turn, of lucre and ambition, and the truth with superstitions and traditions taint, left only in those written records pure, though not but by the Spirit understood. Then shall they seek to avail themselves of names, palaces, and titles, and with these to join secular power, though feigning still to act by spiritual, to themselves appropriating the Spirit of God,
promised alike and given to all believers, and from that pretence spiritual laws by carnal power shall force on every conscience, laws which none shall find left them enrolled, or what the spirit within shall on the heart engrave. What will they then but force the spirit of grace itself, and bind his consort liberty? What but unbuild his living temples, built by faith to stand, their own faith, not another's? For on earth who against faith and conscience can be heard infallible? Yet many will presume, whence heavy persecution shall arise on all who in the worship persevere of spirit and truth. The rest, far greater part, will deem in outward rites and specious forms religion satisfied. Truth shall retire, bestuck with slanderous darts, and works of faith rarely be found. So shall the world go on, to good malignant, to bad men benign, under her own weight groaning, till the day appear of respiration to the just, and vengeance to the wicked, at return of him so lately promised to thy aid, the woman's seed, obscurely then foretold, now amplier known, thy Saviour and thy Lord, last in the clouds from heaven to be revealed in glory of the Father, to dissolve Satan and his perverted world. Then raise from the conflagrant mass, purged and refined, new heavens, new earth, ages of endless date, founded in righteousness and peace and love, to bring forth fruits, joy, and eternal bliss. He ended, and thus Adam last replied, How soon hath thy prediction, seer blessed, measured this transient world, the race of time, till time stand fixed. Beyond is all abyss, eternity, whose end no eye can reach. Greatly instructed I shall hence depart, greatly in peace of thought, and have my fill of knowledge, what this vessel can contain, beyond which was my folly to aspire. Henceforth I learn that to obey is best, and love with fear the only God, to walk as in his presence, ever to observe his providence, and on him sole depend, merciful over all his works, with good still overcoming evil, and by small accomplishing great things, by things deemed weak subverting worldly strong, and worldly wise by simply meek, that suffering for truth's sake is fortitude to highest victory, and to the faithful death the gate of life, taught this by his example, whom I now acknowledge my Redeemer ever blessed. To whom thus also the angel last replied, This having learned, thou hast attained the sum of wisdom. Hope no higher, though all the stars thou knew'st by name, and all the ethereal powers, all secrets of the deep, all nature's works, or works of God in heaven, air, earth, or sea, and all the riches of this world enjoyedst, and all the rule one empire. Only add deeds to thy knowledge answerable, add faith, add virtue, patience, temperance, add love, by name to come called charity, the soul of all the rest. Then wilt thou not be loath to leave this paradise, but shall possess a paradise within thee, happier far. Let us descend now, therefore, from this top of speculation, for the hour precise exacts our parting hence, and see, the guards, by me encamped on yonder hill, expect their motion, at whose front a flaming sword, in signal of remove, waves fiercely round. We may no longer stay. Go, waken Eve, her also I with gentle dreams have calmed, portending good, and all her spirits composed to meek submission. Thou, at season fit, let her with thee partake what thou hast heard, chiefly what may concern her faith to know, the great deliverance by her seed to come, for by the woman's seed on all mankind, that ye may live, which will be many days, both in one faith unanimous, though sad with cause for evils past, yet much more cheered with meditation on the happy end. He ended, and they both descend the hill, descended, Adam to the bower where Eve lay sleeping ran before, but found her waked, and thus with words not sad she him received. Whence thou return'st, and whither went'st, I know. For God is also in sleep, and dreams advise, which he hath sent propitious, some great good presaging, since with sorrow and heart's distress wearied I fell asleep. But now lead on. In me is no delay. With thee to go is to stay here. Without thee here to stay is to go hence unwilling. Thou to me art all things under heaven, all places thou, who for my wilful crime art banished hence. This further consolation yet secure I carry hence, though all by me is lost, such favour I unworthy am vouchsafed, by me the promised seed shall all restore. So spake our mother Eve, and Adam heard well pleased, but answered not. For now too nigh th' archangel stood, and from the other hill to their fixed station, all in bright array, the cherubim descended, on the ground gliding meteorous, as evening mist risen from a river o'er the marish glides, and gathers ground fast at the labourer's heel, homeward returning. High in front advanced the brandished sword of God before them blazed, fierce as a comet, which with torrid heat and vapour, as the Libyan air adust, began to parch that temperate clime, whereat in either hand the hastening angel caught our lingering parents, and to the eastern gate led them direct, and down the cliff as fast to the subjected plain, then disappeared. They, looking back, all the eastern side beheld of paradise, so late their happy seat, waved over by that flaming brand. The gate with dreadful faces thronged and fiery arms. Some natural tears they dropped, but wiped them soon. The world was all before them, where to choose their place of rest, and Providence their guide. They hand in hand, with wandering steps and slow, through Eden took their solitary way. End of Paradise Lost. End of section 59. Read by Thomas Copeland.
Section 60 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by E. Sharp. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Paradise Regained. The First Book. I, who erewhile the happy garden sung, by one man's disobedience lost, now sing recovered paradise to all mankind, by one man's firm obedience fully tried through all temptation, and the tempter foiled in all his wiles, defeated and repulsed, and Eden raised in the waste wilderness. Thou Spirit, who ledst this glorious eremite into the desert, his victorious field against the spiritual foe, and broughtst him thence by proof the undoubted Son of God, inspire as thou art wont my prompted song, else mute, and bear through height or depth of nature's bounds, with prosperous wing full summed, to tell of deeds above heroic, though in secret done, and unrecorded left through many an age, worthy to have not remained so long unsung. Now had the great proclaimer, with a voice more awful than the sound of trumpet, cried repentance, and heaven's kingdom nigh at hand to all baptized. To his great baptism flocked with all the regions round, and with them came from Nazareth the son of Joseph deemed to the flood Jordan, came as then obscure, unmarked, unknown. But him the Baptist soon descried, divinely warned, and witness bore as to his worthier, and would have resigned to him his heavenly office. Nor was long his witness unconfirmed. On him baptized, heaven opened, and in likeness of a dove the Spirit descended, while the Father's voice from heaven pronounced him his beloved Son. That heard the adversary, who, roving still about the world, at that assembly famed would not be last, and, with the voice divine nigh thunderstruck, the exalted man to whom such high attest was given, a while surveyed with wonder. Then, with envy fraught and rage, flies to his place, nor rests, but in mid-air to council summons all his mighty peers, within thick clouds and dark tenfold involved, a gloomy consistory. And them amidst, with looks aghast and sad, he thus bespake. O ancient powers of air and this wide world, for much more willingly I mention air, this our old conquest, than remember hell, our hated habitation. Well ye know how many ages, as the years of men, this universe we have possessed, and ruled in manner at our will the affairs of earth, since Adam and his facile consort Eve lost paradise, deceived by me, though since with dread attending when that fatal wound shall be inflicted by the seed of Eve upon my head. Long the decrees of heaven delay, for longest time to him is short. And now, too soon for us, the circling hours this dreaded time have compassed, wherein we must bide the stroke of that long-threatened wound, at least, if so we can, and by the head broken be not intended all our power to be infringed, our freedom and our being in this fair empire one of earth and air. For this ill news I bring. The woman's seed, destined to this, is late of woman born. His birth to our just fear gave no small cause, but his growth now to youth's full power, displaying all virtue, grace, and wisdom to achieve things highest, greatest, multiplies my fear. Before him a great prophet, to proclaim his coming, is sent Harbinger, who all invites, and in the consecrated stream pretends to wash off sin, and fit them so purified to receive him pure, or rather to do him honor as their king. All come, and he himself among them was baptized, not thence to be more pure, but to receive the testimony of heaven, that who he is thenceforth the nations may not doubt. I saw the prophet do him reverence. On him, rising out of the water, heaven above the clouds unfold her crystal doors. Thence on his head a perfect dove descend, whate'er it meant. And out of heaven the sovereign voice I heard, This is my Son beloved, in him am pleased. His mother then is mortal, but his sire, he who obtains the monarchy of heaven. And what will he not do to advance his son? His first begot we know, and sore have felt, when his fierce thunder drove us to the deep. Who this is we must learn, for man he seems in all his lineaments, though in his face the glimpse of his father's glory shine. Ye see our danger on the utmost edge of hazard, which admits no long debate, but must with something sudden be opposed, not forced, but well-couched fraud, well-woven snares. Ere in the head of nations he appear, their king, their leader, and supreme on earth. I, when no other durst, sole undertook the dismal expedition to find out and ruin Adam, and the exploit performed successfully. A calmer voyage now will waft me, and the way found prosperous once induces best to hope of like success. He ended, and his words impression left of such amazement to the infernal crew, distracted and surprised with deep dismay at these sad tidings. But no time was then for long indulgence to their fears or grief. Unanimous they all commit the care and management of this main enterprise to him, their great dictator, whose attempt at first against mankind so well had thrived in Adam's overthrow, and led their march from hell's deep vaulted den to dwell in light, regents and potentates and kings, yea, gods, of many a pleasant realm and province wide. So to the coast of Jordan he directs his easy steps, girded with snaky wiles, where he might likeliest find this new declared, this man of men, attested Son of God, temptation and all guile on him to try, so to subvert whom he suspected raised to end his reign on earth so long enjoyed. But, contrary, unweeting he fulfilled the proposed counsel, preordained and fixed of the Most High, who, in full frequence bright of angels, thus to Gabriel smiling spake. Gabriel, this day, by proof, thou shalt behold, thou and all angels conversant on earth, with man or men's affairs, how I begin to verify that solemn message late, on which I sent thee to the Virgin pure in Galilee, that she should bear a son, great in renown, and called the Son of God. Then toldst her, doubting how these things could be, to her a virgin, that on her should come the Holy Ghost, and the power of the Highest o'ershadow her. This man, born and now upgrown, to shew him worthy of his birth divine and high prediction, henceforth I expose to Satan. Let him tempt, and now assay his utmost subtlety, because he boasts and vaunts of his great cunning to the throng of his apostasy. He might have learnt less overweening, since he failed in Job, whose constant perseverance overcame whate'er his cruel malice could invent. He now shall know I can produce a man of female seed, far abler to resist all his solicitations, and at length all his vast force, and drive him back to hell, winning by conquest what the first man lost by fallacy surprised. But first I mean to exercise him in the wilderness. There he shall first lay down the rudiments of his great warfare, ere I send him forth to conquer sin and death, the two grand foes. By humiliation and strong sufferance his weakness shall o'ercome satanic strength, and all the world and mass of sinful flesh, that all the angels and ethereal powers, they now and men hereafter, may discern from what consummate virtue I have chose this perfect man, by merit called my son, to earn salvation for the sons of men. So spake the eternal Father, and all heaven admiring stood a space. Then into hymns burst forth, and in celestial measures moved, circling the throne and singing, while the hand sung with the voice, and this the argument. Victory and triumph to the Son of God, now entering his great duel, not of arms, but to vanquish by wisdom hellish wiles. The Father knows the Son, therefore secure ventures his filial virtue, though untried, against whate'er may tempt, whate'er seduce, allure, or terrify, or undermine. Be frustrate all ye stratagems of hell, and devilish machinations come to naught. So they in heaven their odes and vigils tuned. Meanwhile the Son of God, who yet some days lodged in Bethabara, where John baptized, musing and much revolving in his breast how best the mighty work he might begin of Saviour to mankind, and which way first publish his godlike office now mature, one day forth walked alone, the Spirit leading and his deep thoughts, the better to converse with solitude, till far from track of men, thought following thought, and step by step led on, he entered now the bordering desert wild, and with dark shades and rocks environed round, his holy meditations thus pursued. Oh, what a multitude of thoughts at once awakened in me swarm, while I consider what from within I feel myself, and hear what from without comes often to my ears, ill sorting with my present state compared. When I was yet a child, no childish play to me was pleasing. All my mind was set serious to learn and know, and thence to do what might be public good. Myself I thought born to that end, born to promote all truth, all righteous things. Therefore, above my years, the law of God I read, and found it sweet, made it my whole delight, and in it grew to such perfection that, ere yet my age had measured twice 6 years, at our great feast I went into the temple, there to hear the teachers of our law, and to propose what might improve my knowledge or their own, and was admired by all. Yet this not all to which my spirit aspired. Victorious deeds flamed in my heart, heroic acts, one while to rescue Israel from the Roman yoke, then to subdue and quell o'er all the earth brute violence and proud tyrannic power, till truth were freed and equity restored. Yet held it more humane, more heavenly first, by winning words to conquer willing hearts, and make persuasion do the work of fear, at least to try and teach the erring soul, not wilfully misdoing, but unaware misled, the stubborn only to subdue. These growing thoughts my mother soon perceiving, by words at times cast forth, inly rejoiced, and said to me apart, High are thy thoughts, O son, but nourish them, and let them soar to what height sacred virtue and true worth can raise them, though above example high. By matchless deeds express thy matchless sire. For know, thou art no son of mortal man, though men esteem thee low of parentage, thy father is the eternal King, who rules all heaven and earth, angels and sons of men. A messenger from God foretold thy birth, conceived in me a virgin. He foretold that thou shouldst be great, and sit on David's throne, and of thy kingdom there should be no end. At thy nativity a glorious choir of angels in the field of Bethlehem sung to shepherds watching at their folds by night, and told them the Messiah now was born, where they might see him, and to thee they came, directed to the manger where thou layest, for in the inn was left no better room. A star, not seen before, in heaven appearing, guided the wise men thither from the east, to honor thee with incense, myrrh, and gold, by whose bright course led on they found the place, affirming it thy star, new graven in heaven, by which they knew thee King of Israel born. Just Simeon and prophetic Anna, warned by vision, found thee in the temple, and spake before the altar and the vested priest, like things of thee to all that present stood. This having heard, straight I again revolved the law and prophets, searching what was writ concerning the Messiah, to our scribes known partly, and soon found of whom they spake, I am. This chiefly, that my way must lie through many a hard assay, even to the death, ere I the promised kingdom can attain, or work redemption for mankind, whose sins' full weight must be transferred upon my head. Yet neither thus disheartened nor dismayed, the time prefixed I waited, when behold, the Baptist, of whose birth I oft had heard, not knew by sight, now come, who was to come before Messiah and his way prepare. I, as all others, to his baptism came, which I believed was from above. But he straight knew me, and with loudest voice proclaimed me him, for it was shewn him so from heaven. Me him, whose harbinger he was, and first refused on me baptism to confer, as much his greater, and was hardly won. But, as I rose out of the laving stream, heaven opened her eternal doors, from whence the Spirit descended on me like a dove, and last, the sum of all, my Father's voice, audibly heard from heaven, pronounced me his beloved Son, in whom alone he was well pleased, by which I knew the time now full, that I no more should live obscure, but openly begin, as best becomes the authority which I derived from heaven. And now by some strong motion I am led into this wilderness, to what intent I learn not yet. Perhaps I need not know, for what concerns my knowledge God reveals. So spake our morning star, then in his rise, and looking round on every side beheld a pathless desert, dusk with horrid shades. The way he came, not having marked return, was difficult, by human steps untrod, and he still on was led, but with such thoughts accompanied of things past and to come lodged in his breast as well might recommend such solitude before choicest society. Full 40 days he passed, whether on hill sometimes, anon in shady vale, each night under the covert of some ancient oak or cedar to defend him from the dew, or harbored in one cave, is not revealed, nor tasted human food, nor hunger felt, till those days ended. Hungered then at last among wild beasts. They at his sight grew mild, nor sleeping him nor waking harmed. His walk the fiery serpent fled, and noxious worm, the lion and fierce tiger glared aloof. But now an aged man in rural weeds, following, as seemed, the quest of some stray ewe, or withered sticks to gather, which might serve against a winter's day, when winds blow keen to warm him wet returned from field at eve, he saw approach, who first with curious eye perused him, then with words thus uttered spake. Sir, what ill chance hath brought thee to this place, so far from path or road of men, who pass in troop or caravan, for single none durst ever, who returned, and dropped not here his carcass, pined with hunger and with drouth? I ask the rather, and the more admire, for that to me thou seem'st the man whom late our new baptizing prophet at the ford of Jordan honored so, and called thee Son of God. I saw and heard, for we sometimes who dwell this wild, constrained by want, come forth to town or village nigh, nighest is far, where ought we hear, and curious are to hear, what happens new. Fame also finds us out. To whom the Son of God, who brought me hither will bring me hence, no other guide I seek. By miracle he may, replied the swain, what other way I see not, for we here live on tough roots and stubs, to thirst inured more than the camel, and to drink go far, men to much misery and hardship born. But if thou be the Son of God, command that out of these hard stones be made thee bread. So shalt thou save thyself, and us relieve with food, whereof we wretched seldom taste. He ended, and the Son of God replied, Thinkest thou such force in bread? Is it not written, for I discerned thee other than thou seemest, man lives not by bread only, but each word proceeding from the mouth of God, who fed our fathers here with manna. In the mount Moses was 40 days, nor eat nor drank, and 40 days Elia without food wandered this barren waste, the same I now. Why dost thou, then, suggest to me distrust, knowing who I am, as I know who thou art? Whom thus answered the arch-fiend, now undisguised. "'Tis true, I am that spirit unfortunate, who, leagued with millions more in rash revolt, kept not my happy station, but was driven with them from bliss to the bottomless deep, yet to that hideous place not so confined by rigor unconniving, but that oft, leaving my dolorous prison, I enjoy large liberty to round this globe of earth, or range in the air. Nor from the heaven of heavens hath he excluded my resort sometimes. I came among the sons of God, when he gave up into my hands Uzzian Job, to prove him and illustrate his high worth. And when to all his angels he proposed to draw the proud king Ahab into fraud, that he might fall in Ramoth, they demurring, I undertook that office, and the tongues of all his flattering prophets glibbed with lies to his destruction, as I had in charge. For what he bids, I do. Though I have lost much lustre of my native brightness, lost to be beloved of God, I have not lost to love, at least contemplate and admire what I see excellent in good, or fair, or virtuous. I should so have lost all sense. What can be then less in me than desire to see thee, and approach thee, whom I know declared the Son of God, to hear attent thy wisdom, and behold thy godlike deeds? Men generally think me much a foe to all mankind. Why should I? They to me never did wrong or violence. By them I lost not what I lost. Rather, by them I gained what I have gained, and with them dwell co-partner in these regions of the world, if not disposer. Lend them oft my aid, oft my advice, by presages and signs, and answers, oracles, portents, and dreams, whereby they may direct their future life. Envy, they say, excites me thus to gain companions of my misery and woe. At first it may be, but long since with woe nearer acquainted, now I feel by proof that fellowship in pain divides not smart, nor lightens aught each man's peculiar load. Small consolation, then, were man adjoined. This wounds me most. What can it less? That man fallen, shall be restored. I nevermore. To whom our Saviour sternly thus replied, Deservedly thou grievest, composed of lies from the beginning, and in lies wilt end, who boasts release from hell, and leave to come into the heaven of heavens. Thou comest indeed, as a poor, miserable, captive thrall comes to the place where he before had sat among the prime and splendor, now deposed, ejected, emptied, gazed, unpitied, shunned, a spectacle of ruin or of scorn to all the host of heaven. The happy place imparts to thee no happiness, no joy, rather inflames thy torment, representing lost bliss to thee no more communicable. So never more in hell than when in heaven. But thou art serviceable to heaven's king. Wilt thou impute to obedience what thy fear extorts, or pleasure to do ill excites? What but thy malice moved thee to misdeem of righteous Job, then cruelly to afflict him with all inflictions? But his patience won. The other service was thy chosen task, to be a liar in 400 mouths. For lying is thy sustenance, thy food, yet thou pretendedst to truth. All oracles by thee are given, and what confessed more true among the nations? That hath been thy craft, by mixing somewhat true to vent more lies. But what have been thy answers? What but dark, ambiguous, and with double sense deluding, which they who asked have seldom understood, and, not well understood, as good not known? Who ever, by consulting at thy shrine, returned the wiser or the more instruct to fly or follow what concerned him most, and run not sooner to his fatal snare? For God hath justly given the nations up to thy delusions, justly, since they fell idolatrous. But when his purpose is among them to declare his providence, to thee not known, whence hast thou then thy truth but from him, or his angels president in every province, who, themselves disdaining to approach thy temples, give thee in command what, to the smallest tittle, thou shalt say to thy adorers? Thou, with trembling fear, or like a fawning parasite, obeyest. Then to thyself ascribest the truth foretold. But this thy glory shall be soon retrenched. No more shalt thou by oracling abuse the Gentiles. Henceforth oracles are ceased, and no more with pomp and sacrifice shalt be enquired at Delphos or elsewhere, at least in vain, for they shall find thee mute. God hath now sent his living oracle into the world to teach his final will, and sends his Spirit of truth henceforth to dwell in pious hearts, an inward oracle to all truth requisite for men to know. So spake our Saviour, but the subtle fiend, though inly stung with anger and disdain, dissembled, and this answer smooth returned. Sharply hast thou insisted on rebuke, and urged me hard with doings which not will, but misery hath wrested from me. Where easily canst thou find one miserable, and not enforced ofttimes to part from truth, if it may stand him more instead to lie, say and unsay, feign, flatter, or abjure? But thou art placed above me. Thou art Lord. From thee I can, and must, submiss, endure, check or reproof, and glad to 'scape so quit. Hard are the ways of truth, and rough to walk, smooth on the tongue discoursed, pleasing to the ear, and tunable as sylvan pipe or song. What wonder, then, if I delight to hear her dictates from thy mouth? Most men admire virtue who follow not her lore. Permit me to hear thee when I come, since no man comes, and talk at least, though I despair to attain. Thy Father, who is holy, wise, and pure, suffers the hypocrite or atheos priest to tread his sacred courts and minister about his altar, handling holy things, praying or vowing, and vouchsafed his voice to Balaam, reprobate, a prophet yet inspired. Disdain not such access to me. To whom our Saviour, with unaltered brow, Thy coming hither, though I know thy scope, I bid not, nor forbid. Do as thou find'st permission from above, thou canst not more. He added not, and Satan, bowing low his grey dissimulation, disappeared, into thin air diffused. For now began night with her sullen wing to double shade the desert. Fowls in their clay nests were couched, and now wild beasts came forth the woods to roam. End of section 60. Section 61 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by E. Sharp. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Paradise Regained, the second book. Meanwhile, the new baptized, who yet remained at Jordan with the Baptist, and had seen him whom they heard so late expressly called Jesus, Messiah, Son of God, declared, and on that high authority had believed, and with him talked, and with him lodged. I mean Andrew and Simon, famous after known, with others, though in Holy Writ not named, now missing him, their joy so lately found, and so abruptly gone, began to doubt, and doubted many days, and as the days increased their doubt. Sometimes they thought he might be only shown, and for a time caught up to God, as once Moses was in the mount and missing long, and the great Thisbite, who on fiery wheels rode up to heaven, yet once again to come. Therefore, as those young prophets then with care sought lost Eliah, so in each place these nigh to Bethabara, in Jericho, the city of palms, Anon, and Salem old, Machaerus, and each town or city walled on this side the broad lake Gennesaret, or in Perea, but returned in vain. Then on the bank of Jordan, by a creek, where winds with reeds and osiers whispering play, plain fishermen, no greater men them call, close in a cottage low together got, their unexpected loss and plaints outbreathed. Alas, from what high hope, to what relapse unlooked for are we fallen? Our eyes beheld Messiah certainly now come, so long expected of our fathers. We have heard his words, his wisdom full of grace and truth. Now, for sure, deliverance is at hand. The kingdom shall to Israel be restored. Thus we rejoiced, but soon our joy is turned into perplexity and new amaze. For whither is he gone? What accident hath rapt him from us? Will he now retire after appearance, and again prolong our expectation? God of Israel, send thy Messiah forth. The time is come. Behold the kings of the earth, how they oppress thy chosen. To what height their power unjust they have exalted, and behind them cast all fear of thee. Arise, and vindicate thy glory. Free thy people from their yoke. But let us wait. Thus far he hath performed, sent his anointed, and to us revealed him by his great prophet, pointed at and shown in public, and with him we have conversed. Let us be glad of this, and all our fears lay on his providence. He will not fail, nor will withdraw him now, nor will recall. Mock us with his blessed sight, then snatch him hence. Soon we shall see our hope, our joy return. Thus they out of their plaints new hope resume, to find whom at the first they found unsought. But to his mother Mary, when she saw others returned from baptism, not her son, nor left at Jordan tidings of him none, within her breast though calm, her breast though pure, motherly cares and fears got head, and raised some troubled thoughts, which she in sighs thus clad. Oh, what avails me now that honor high, to have conceived of God, or that salute, hail highly favored among women blessed, while I to sorrows am no less advanced, and fears as eminent above the lot of other women by the birth I bore. In such a season born, when scarce a shed could be obtained to shelter him or me from the bleak air. A stable was our warmth, a manger his, yet soon enforced to fly thence into Egypt, till the murderous king were dead who sought his life, and, missing, filled with infant blood the streets of Bethlehem. From Egypt home returned, in Nazareth hath been our dwelling many years. His life private, unactive, calm, contemplative, little suspicious to any king. But now, full grown to man, acknowledged, as I hear, by John the Baptist, and in public shown, Son, owned from heaven by his Father's voice, I looked for some great change. To honor? No, but trouble, as old Simeon plain foretold, that to the fall and rising he should be of many in Israel, and to a sign spoken against, that through my very soul a sword shall pierce. This is my favored lot, my exaltation to afflictions high. Afflicted I may be, it seems, and blessed. I will not argue that, nor will repine. But where delays he now? Some great intent conceals him. When 12 years he scarce had seen, I lost him, but so found as well I saw he could not lose himself, but went about his Father's business. What he meant, I mused, since understand. Much more his absence now, thus long to some great purpose he obscures. But I wait with patience am inured. My heart hath been a storehouse long of things and sayings laid up, portending strange events. Thus Mary, pondering oft, and oft to mind recalling what remarkably had passed since her first salutation heard, with thoughts meekly composed awaited the fulfilling. The while her Son, tracing the desert wild, soul, but with holiest meditations fed, into himself descended, and at once all his great work to come before him set, how to begin, how to accomplish best his end of being on earth, and mission high. For Satan, with sly preface to return, had left him vacant, and with speed was gone up to the middle region of thick air, where all his potentates in council sate. There, without sign of boast or sign of joy, solicitous and blank, he thus began. Princes, heaven's ancient sons, ethereal thrones, daemonian spirits now, from the element of each his reign allotted, rightlier called powers of fire, air, water, and earth beneath. So may we hold our place and these mild seats without new trouble. Such an enemy is risen to invade us, who no less threatens than our expulsion down to hell. I, as I undertook, and with the vote consenting in full frequence was empowered, have found him, viewed him, tasted him, but find far other labor to be undergone than when I dealt with Adam, first of men, though Adam by his wife's allurement fell. However, to this man inferior far, if he be man by mother's side at least, with more than human gifts from heaven adorned, perfections absolute, graces divine, and amplitude of mind to greatest deeds. Therefore I am returned, lest confidence of my success with Eve in paradise deceive ye to persuasion oversure of like succeeding here. I summon all rather to be in readiness with hand or counsel to assist, lest I, who erst thought none my equal, now be overmatched. So spoke the old serpent, doubting, and from all with clamor was assured their utmost aid at his command. When from amidst them rose Belial, the dissolutest spirit that fell, the sensualist, and, after Asmodai, the fleshliest incubus, and thus advised. Set women in his eye, and in his walk, among daughters of men the fairest found. Many are in each region, passing fair as the noon sky, more like to goddesses than mortal creatures, graceful and discreet, expert in amorous arts, enchanting tongues, persuasive, virgin majesty with mild and sweet allayed, yet terrible to approach, skilled to retire, and in retiring draw hearts after them tangled in amorous nets. Such object hath the power to soften and tame severest temper, smooth the ruggedest brow, enerve and with voluptuous hope dissolve, draw out with credulous desire, and lead at will the manliest, resolutest breast, as the magnetic hardest iron draws. Women, when nothing else beguiled the heart of wisest Solomon, and made him build and made him bow to the gods of his wives.
To whom quick answer Satan thus returned,
Belial, in much uneven scale thou weighest all others by thyself, because of old thou thyself dot'st on womankind, admiring their shape, their color, and attractive grace. None are, thou think'st, but taken with such toys. Before the flood, thou, with thy lusty crew, false-titled sons of God, roaming the earth, cast wanton eyes on the daughters of men, and coupled with them, and begot a race. Have we not seen, or by relation heard, in courts and regal chambers how thou lurk'st, in wood or grove, by mossy fountain side, in valley or green meadow, to waylay some beauty rare, Callisto, Clymene, Daphne or Semele, Antiopa, or Amymone, Syrinx, many more too long. Then lay'st thy scapes on names adored, Apollo, Neptune, Jupiter, or Pan, Satyr, or Faun, or Sylvan. But these haunts delight not all. Among the sons of men, how many have with a smile made small account of beauty and her lures, easily scorned all her assaults, on worthier things intent. Remember that Pelean conqueror, a youth, how all the beauties of the East he slightly viewed and slightly overpassed, how he surnamed of Africa dismissed in his prime youth the fair Iberian maid. For Solomon he lived at ease, and, full of honor, wealth, high fare, aimed not beyond higher design than to enjoy his state. Thence to the bait of women lay exposed. But he whom we attempt is wiser far than Solomon, of more exalted mind, made and set wholly on the accomplishment of greatest things. What woman will you find, though of this age the wonder and the fame, on whom his leisure will vouchsafe an eye of fond desire? Or should she, confident as sitting queen adored on beauty's throne, descend with all her winning charms, be girt to enamor, as the zone of Venus once wrought that effect on Jove, so fables tell? How would one look from his majestic brow, seated as on the top of virtue's hill, discountenance her despised, and put to rout all her array, her female pride deject, or turn to reverent awe? For beauty stands in the admiration only of weak minds led captive. Cease to admire, and all her plumes fall flat, and shrink into a trivial toy, at every sudden slighting quite abashed. Therefore, with manlier objects we must try his constancy, with such as have more show of worth, of honor, glory, and popular praise. Rocks whereon greatest men have oftest wrecked, or that which only seems to satisfy lawful desires of nature, not beyond. And now I know he hungers, where no food is to be found,
in the wide wilderness. The rest commit to me. I shall let pass no advantage, and his strength as oft assay. He ceased, and heard their grant in loud acclaim. Then forthwith to him takes a chosen band of spirits likest to himself in guile, to be at hand and at his beck appear, if cause were to unfold some active scene of various persons, each to know his part. Then to the desert takes with these his flight, where still, from shade to shade, the Son of God, after 40 days fasting, had remained, now hungering first, and to himself thus said, Where will this end? 4 times 10 days I have passed, wandering this woody maze, and human food nor tasted nor had appetite. That fast to virtue I impute not, or count part of what I suffer here. If nature need not, or God support nature without repast, though needing, what praise is it to endure? But now I feel I hunger, which declares nature hath need of what she asks. Yet God can satisfy that need some other way, though hunger still remain. So it remain without this body's wasting I content me, and from the sting of famine fear no harm, nor mind it, fed with better thoughts, that feed me hungering more to do my Father's will. It was the hour of night, when thus the son communed in silent walk, then laid him down under the hospitable covert nigh of trees thick interwoven. There he slept, and dreamed, as appetite is wont to dream, of meats and drinks, nature's refreshment sweet. Him thought he by the brook of Cherith stood, and saw the ravens with their horny beaks food to Elijah bringing even and morn, though ravenous, taught to abstain from what they brought. He saw the prophet also, how he fled into the desert, and how there he slept under a juniper. Then how, awaked, he found his supper on the coals prepared, and by the angel was bid rise and eat the second time after repose, the strength whereof sufficed him 40 days. Sometimes that with Elijah he partook, or as a guest with Daniel at his pulse. Thus wore out night, and now the herald lark left his ground nest, high towering to descry the morn's approach, and greet her with his song. As lightly from his grassy couch uprose our Saviour, and found all was but a dream. Fasting he went to sleep, and fasting waked. Up to a hill anon his steps he reared, from whose high top to ken the prospect round, if cottage were in view, sheepcote or herd. But cottage, herd, or sheepcote none he saw. Only in a bottom saw a pleasant grove, with chaunt of tuneful birds resounding loud. Thither he bent his way, determined there to rest at noon, and entered soon the shade high-roofed, and walks beneath, and alleys brown, that opened in the midst a woody scene. Nature's own work it seemed, nature taught art, and, to a superstitious eye, the haunt of wood gods and wood nymphs. He viewed it round, when suddenly a man before him stood, not rustic as before, but seemlier clad, as one in city or court or palace bred, with fair speech these words to him addressed. With granted leave, officious I return, but much more wonder that the Son of God in this wild solitude so long should bide, of all things destitute, and, well I know, not without hunger. Others of some note, as story tells, have trod this wilderness, the fugitive bondwoman with her son, outcast Nebaioth, yet found here relief by a providing angel. All the race of Israel here had famished, had not God rained from heaven manna. And that prophet bold, native of Thebes, wandering here, was fed twice by a voice inviting him to eat. Of thee these 40 days none hath regard, 40 and more deserted here indeed. To whom thus Jesus, What concludest thou hence? They all had need. I, as thou seest, have none. How hast thou hunger, then? Satan replied. Tell me, if food were now before thee set, wouldst thou not eat? Thereafter as I like the giver, answered Jesus. Why should that cause thy refusal? Said the subtle fiend. Hast thou not right to all created things? Owe not all creatures by just right to thee duty and service, nor to stay till bid, but tender all their power? Nor mention I meats by the law unclean, or offered first to idols. Those young Daniel could refuse, nor proffered by an enemy, though who would scruple that with want oppressed? Behold, nature ashamed, or, better to express, troubled that thou shouldst hunger, hath purveyed from all the elements her choicest store, to treat thee as beseems, and as her lord with honor. Only deign to sit and eat. He spake no dream, for, as his words had end, our Saviour, lifting up his eyes, beheld, in ample space under the broadest shade, a table richly spread in regal mode, with dishes piled and meats of noblest sort and savour, beasts of chase, or fowl of game, in pastry built, or from the spit, or boiled, grisamber steamed, all fish from sea or shore, freshet or purling brook, of shell or fin and exquisitest name, for which was drained Pontus and Lucrine Bay and Afric coast. Alas, how simple, to these cates compared, was that crude apple that diverted Eve. And at a stately sideboard, by the wine that fragrant smell it diffused, in order stood tall stripling youths, rich clad, of fairer hue than Ganymede or Hylas, distant more, under the trees now tripped, now solemn stood, nymphs of Diana's train, and Naiades with fruits and flowers from Amalthea's horn, and ladies of the Hesperides that seemed fairer than feigned of old, or fabled since of fairy damsels met in forest wide, by knights of Logris or of Lyoness, Lancelot or Peleus or Pellinore. And all the while harmonious airs were heard of chiming strings or charming pipes, and winds of gentlest gale Arabian odors fanned from their soft wings, and Flora's earliest smells. Such was the splendor, and the tempter now his invitation earnestly renewed. What doubts the Son of God to sit and eat? These are not fruits forbidden. No interdict defends the touching of these viands pure. Their taste no knowledge works, at least of evil, but life preserves, destroys life's enemy, hunger, with sweet restorative delight. All these are spirits of air and woods and springs, thy gentle ministers, who come to pay thee homage and acknowledge thee their Lord. What doubtest thou, Son of God? Sit down and eat. To whom thus Jesus temperately replied, Saidst thou not that to all things I had right? And who withholds my power that right to use? Shall I receive by gift what of my own, when and where likes me best, I can command? I can at will, doubt not, as soon as thou command a table in this wilderness, and call swift flights of angels ministrant, arrayed in glory, on my cup to attend. Why shouldst thou, then, obtrude this diligence in vain, where no acceptance it can find? And with my hunger, what hast thou to do? Thy pompous delicacies I contemn, and count thy specious gifts no gifts, but guiles. To whom thus answered Satan, malcontent, That I have also power to give, thou seest. If of that power I bring thee voluntary what I might have bestowed on whom I pleased, and rather opportunely in this place chose to impart to thy apparent need, why shouldst thou not accept it? But I see what I can do or offer is suspect. Of these things others will quickly dispose, whose pains have earned the far-fet spoil. With that, both table and provision vanished quite with sound of harpies' wings and talons heard. Only the importune tempter still remained, and with these words his temptation pursued. By hunger, that each other creature tames, thou art not to be harmed, therefore not moved. Thy temperance, invincible besides, for no allurement yields to appetite, and all thy heart is set on high designs, high actions. But wherewith to be achieved? Great acts require great means of enterprise. Thou art unknown, unfriended, low of birth, a carpenter thy father known, thyself bred up in poverty and straits at home, lost in a desert here, and hunger bit. Which way, or from what hope, dost thou aspire to greatness? Whence authority derivest? What followers, what retinue canst thou gain, or at thy heels the dizzy multitude, longer than thou canst feed them on thy cost? Money brings honor, friends, conquest, and realms. What raised Antipater the Edomite, and his son Herod placed on Judah's throne? Thy throne, but gold, that got him puissant friends. Therefore, if at great things thou wouldst arrive, get riches first, get wealth, and treasure heap, not difficult, if thou hearken to me. Riches are mine, fortune is in my hand. They whom I favor thrive in wealth amain, while virtue, valor, wisdom sit in want. To whom thus Jesus patiently replied, Yet wealth without these three is impotent to gain dominion, or to keep it gained. Witness those ancient empires of the earth, in height of all their flowing wealth dissolved. But men endued with these have oft attained in lowest poverty to highest deeds. Gideon and Jephthah, and the shepherd lad whose offspring on the throne of Judah sate so many ages, and shall yet regain that seat, and reign in Israel without end. Among the heathen, for throughout the world to me is not unknown what hath been done worthy of memorial, canst thou not remember Quintius, Fabricius, Curius, Regulus? For I esteem those names of men so poor, who could do mighty things, and could contemn riches, though offered from the hand of kings. And what in me seems wanting, but that I may also in this poverty as soon accomplish what they did, perhaps and more? Extol not riches then, the toil of fools, the wise man's cumbrance, if not snare, more apt to slacken virtue and abate her edge than prompt her to do aught may merit praise. What if with like aversion I reject riches and realms? Yet not for that a crown, golden in show, is but a wreath of thorns, brings dangers, troubles, cares, and sleepless nights to him who wears the regal diadem, when on his shoulders each man's burden lies. For therein stands the office of a king, his honor, virtue, merit, and chief praise, that for the public all this weight he bears. Yet he who reigns within himself, and rules passions, desires, and fears, is more a king, which every wise and virtuous man attains, and who attains not, ill aspires to rule cities of men or headstrong multitudes, subject himself to anarchy within, or lawless passions in him which he serves. But to guide nations in the way of truth, by saving doctrine, and from error laid to know, and, knowing, worship God aright, is yet more kingly. This attracts the soul, governs the inner man, the nobler part. That other o'er the body only reigns, and oft by force, which to a generous mind so reigning can be no sincere delight. Besides, to give a kingdom hath been thought greater and nobler done, and to lay down far more magnanimous than to assume. Riches are needless then, both for themselves and for thy reason why they should be sought. To gain a scepter, oftest better missed. End of section 61.